When Yemo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 1601. I don't fuss with dead people. When Yemo woke up, he smelled a faint aroma and there was a soft sensation. Immediately, he realized he was laying on Jin Bingyu's back. Yemo knew that Jin Bingyu didn't kill him and take his things. But then he saw there wasn't just her, there were a few hundred people here. What was going on? Yemo frowned but soon felt a tearing pain all over his body. He quickly took out a few pills and ate them. As soon as Yemo woke up, Jin Bingyu noticed. She said without turning around, "A lot of corner soul mushroom has been found. Some people found a hidden entrance below it." "I'm heavily injured, why did you take me here?" Yemo asked in confusion. Jin Bingyu fell silent and said, "Because they said this is the heritage ground of Wushuan Immortal Emperor, so they all came. I didn't want to miss this opportunity, so I came over." Yemo knew she didn't save him because she had a good impression of him, but since they were still in cooperation, Yemo said no more and threw Shadowless from his clothes into the Golden Page world. Then, he used some time quickly to recover on Jin Bingyu's back. He was really afraid this martial sister Bingyu would leave him here. Luckily she said nothing and didn't leave him behind. 5 minutes later, Yemo recovered some of his power. His immortal nirvana body helped him, even his broken meridians repaired quickly. "Goddess Bingyu, if there is Wushuan Immortal Emperor heritage, why don't we work together?" An abstruse immortal middle stage quickly came to Jin Bingyu and asked softly. Jin Bingyu said plainly, "I'm already working with someone else, martial brother, go find someone else." The abstruse immortal middle stage looked at Yemo and said, "This friend is your martial brother? Or did he come in with you?" Jin Bingyu frowned and said coldly, "No, we cooperated after we came in." The abstruse immortal middle stage suddenly said no more, but sound transmission to Jin Bingyu, "If that's the case, then I suggest you put him down first. Otherwise, if Wushuan Immortal Emperor's heritage appears, you wouldn't even be able to stay alive, much less try to take it. If we work together we can split evenly, plus, I'm abstruse immortal middle stage." It was a pity spirit sense was suppressed here, so Yemo heard it clearly. Jin Bingyu looked coldly at the abstruse immortal middle stage and walked forward rapidly. "Luo Wufa, you don't want to cooperate with Bingyu goddess, right? I think you want to dual cultivate with her," another abstruse immortal middle stage said. Luo Wufa scanned the man and said plainly, "Even if it's dual cultivation, it's not like she's losing out. Would I mistreat an abstruse immortal primary stage goddess? The thing is she would rather carry an golden immortal insect than dual cultivate with you. What can you do?" The man asked. Luo Wufa said calmly, "She will want to." 6 minutes later, the people ahead stopped and so did Jin Bingyu. "There seems to be a defense restriction ahead," someone said. "Attack together, after a few 100,000 years, this defense formation won't be tough," someone said. Clearly, everyone agreed and moments later all sorts of magic artifacts smashed onto the defense restriction. Although spirit sense was suppressed, the restriction quickly broke with this many immortals attacking it. An ancient black jade door was revealed. After going inside, there was a huge round-shaped stadium. The ground was covered in blue warm jade and the surroundings were silky smooth. "Why is there nothing?" someone asked disappointedly. There really was nothing here. These ward jades were eternal wealth for ordinary mortals, but they were worth nothing to the immortals here. In their disappointment many started attacking the walls, but only rocks fell, nothing else. Many people sat down in disappointment, but no one left. They all had a sliver of hope for this stadium. Some formation experts started calculating if there were stealth formations here. Jin Bingyu sat to the side with Yemo. "Thank you," Yemo said. This time he was truly grateful to Jin Bingyu. This made him feel it was useful to work with someone in the Chaos Star realm. If he was by himself, he might have been killed by Han Weichen already. Jin Bingyu said plainly, "No need, you only need to not treat me as a useless person." Then she took out a gray mushroom and passed it to Yemo. "This is a corner soul mushroom. Many people found them and I collected a few too." Yemo took it and looked at it, but suddenly his face changed greatly. He put the mushroom away and didn't give it back to her. Instead he asked, "How many did you get?" 3. Jinbingyu said coldly, "Give them all to me," Emo said without hesitation. Jinbingyu frowned. Corner soul mushrooms were level 2 immortal spirit herbs, but they could repair spirit sense. This was sometimes more valuable than level 4 immortal spirit herbs and even ordinary level 5 immortal spirit herbs. She kept 2 for herself and 1 for Emo from how Emo divided loot, but Jinbingyu didn't reject and gave the remaining 2 to Emo. "They're all here, take them." Then, Emo heard a scorning voice. "Parasite, you're living on a woman, shameful thing." The voice was loud and everyone in the stadium heard it. Even those few formation masters looked at Emo. Emo was only golden immortal primary stage. If it wasn't for that extremely beautiful abstruse immortal goddess, he wouldn't even be able to come in, and yet he was so demanding to her. Yet Jinbingyu still obediently listened to Emo, making everyone feel her following Emo was such a waste. Jinbingyu heard it too. But she didn't care at all. Emo smiled and said weakly, "Shenbei, this corner soul mushroom can indeed repair spirit sense. I feel it's very good, so I kept it." Seeing this, more people were contemptuous. Immortals always respected the strong. People had no sympathy for the weak. Luo Wufa saw this and laughed. He walked up to Emo and said, "I want your 3 corner soul mushrooms. I'll give you 10 immortal crystals. Give them to me." Then he added, "Oh, by the way, I only have low-grade immortal crystals, nothing else." Emo laughed. "Since Qianbei wants it, then take it. I don't dare to ask for immortal crystals." Then, Emo gave the 3 corner soul mushroom to this abstruse immortal middle stage without hesitation. "Ha ha!" Luo Wufa laughed. Not just him, but all the cultivators in the stadium laughed as well. They looked down on Emo's cowardice. He dared to come here and try to get Wushuang Immortal Emperor's heritage with such guts. Jinbingyu frowned but didn't say anything. She knew Emo very well. He wasn't someone to lose out. He even dared to rob a great Unity Immortal and kill him, much less this abstruse immortal middle stage. Emo patted his clothes and got up. "Martial Sister Bingyu, I've recovered, let's go. There are too many Qianbais here. Even if Wushuang Immortal Emperor's heritage comes, there's not a share for us." Even Jinbingyu couldn't take it this time and said coldly, "This chance is 1 in a million years. If you want to go out, you go out. I'll stay here. Plus, I thought you didn't fear anything. You don't dare to talk to a mere abstruse immortal middle stage?" Jinbingyu was still unhappy the mushrooms were taken. "I don't fuss with dead people." Just when Emo said this, he heard a joyful voice, "This stadium is indeed a formation. There are 8 formation doors." Emo and Jinbingyu looked up and 8 hidden formation doors appeared on the stone pillars. Chapter 1601, I don't fuss with dead people. When Emo woke up, he smelled a faint aroma and there was a soft sensation. Immediately, he realized he was laying on Jinbingyu's back. Emo knew that Jinbingyu didn't kill him and take his things. But then he saw there wasn't just her, there were a few hundred people here. What was going on? Emo frowned but soon felt a tearing pain all over his body. He quickly took out a few pills and ate them. As soon as Emo woke up, Jinbingyu noticed. She said without turning around, "A lot of corner soul mushroom has been found. Some people found a hidden entrance below it." "I'm heavily injured, why did you take me here?" Emo asked in confusion. Jinbingyu fell silent and said, "Because they said this is the heritage ground of Wushuang Immortal Emperor, so they all came. I didn't want to miss this opportunity, so I came over." Emo knew she didn't save him because she had a good impression of him, but since they were still in cooperation, Emo said no more and threw Shadowless from his clothes into the golden page world. Then, he used some time quickly to recover on Jinbingyu's back. He was really afraid this martial sister Bingyu would leave him here. Luckily she said nothing and didn't leave him behind. 5 minutes later, Emo recovered some of his power. His immortal nirvana body helped him, even his broken meridians repaired quickly. "Goddess Bingyu, if there is Wushuang Immortal Emperor heritage, why don't we work together?" An abstruse immortal middle stage quickly came to Jinbingyu and asked softly. Jinbingyu said plainly, "I'm already working with someone else, martial brother, go find someone else." The abstruse immortal middle stage looked at Emo and said, "This friend is your martial brother? Or did he come in with you?" Jinbingyu frowned and said coldly, "No, we cooperated after we came in." The abstruse immortal middle stage suddenly said no more, but sound transmission to Jinbingyu, "If that's the case, then I suggest you put him down first." Otherwise, if Wushuang Immortal Emperor's heritage appears, you wouldn't even be able to stay alive, much less try to take it. If we work together we can split evenly, plus, I'm abstruse immortal middle stage. It was a pity spirit sense was suppressed here. So Yemo heard it clearly. Jin Bingyu looked coldly at the abstruse immortal middle stage and walked forward rapidly. Luo Wufa, you don't want to cooperate with Bingyu goddess, right? I think you want to dual cultivate with her, another abstruse immortal middle stage said. Luo Wufa scanned the man and said plainly, even if it's dual cultivation, it's not like she's losing out. Would I mistreat an abstruse immortal primary stage goddess? The thing is, she would rather carry an golden immortal insect than dual cultivate with you. What can you do? The man asked. Luo Wufa said calmly, she will want to. 6 minutes later, the people ahead stopped and so did Jin Bingyu. There seems to be a defense restriction ahead, someone said. Attack together. After a few 100,000 years, this defense formation won't be tough, someone said. Clearly, everyone agreed, and moments later all sorts of magic artifacts smashed onto the defense restriction. Although spirit sense was suppressed, the restriction quickly broke with this many immortals attacking it. An ancient black jade door was revealed. After going inside, there was a huge round-shaped stadium. The ground was covered in blue warm jade and the surroundings were silky smooth. Why is there nothing? Someone asked disappointedly. There really was nothing here. These ward jades were eternal wealth for ordinary mortals. But they were worth nothing to the immortals here. In their disappointment many started attacking the walls, but only rocks fell, nothing else. Many people sat down in disappointment, but no one left. They all had a sliver of hope for this stadium. Some formation experts started calculating if there were stealth formations here. Jin Bingyuan sat to the side with Yemo. Thank you, Yemo said. This time he was truly grateful to Jin Bingyu. This made him feel it was useful to work with someone in the Chaos Star realm. If he was by himself, he might have been killed by Han Weichen already. Jin Bingyu said plainly, no need, you only need to not treat me as a useless person. Then she took out a gray mushroom and passed it to Yemo. This is a corner soul mushroom. Many people found them and I collected a few too. Yemo took it and looked at it, but suddenly his face changed greatly. He put the mushroom away and didn't give it back to her. Instead he asked, how many did you get? 3, Jin Bingyu said coldly. Give them all to me, Yemo said without hesitation. Jin Bingyu frowned. Corner soul mushrooms were level 2 immortal spirit herbs, but they could repair spirit sense. This was sometimes more valuable than level 4 immortal spirit herbs and even ordinary level 5 immortal spirit herbs. She kept 2 for herself and 1 for Yemo from how Yemo divided loot. But Jin Bingyu didn't reject and gave the remaining 2 to Yemo. They're all here, take them. Then, Yemo heard a scorning voice. Parasite, you're living on a woman, shameful thing. The voice was loud and everyone in the stadium heard it. Even those few formation masters looked at Yemo. Yemo was only golden immortal primary stage. If it wasn't for that extremely beautiful abstruse immortal goddess, he wouldn't even be able to come in, and yet he was so demanding to her. Yet Jin Bingyu still obediently listened to Yemo, making everyone feel her following Yemo was such a waste. Jin Bingyu heard it too, but she didn't care at all. Yemo smiled and said weakly, Zhen Bei. This corner soul mushroom can indeed repair spirit sense. I feel it's very good, so I kept it. Seeing this, more people were contemptuous. Immortals always respected the strong, people had no sympathy for the weak. Luo Wufa saw this and laughed. He walked up to Yemo and said, I want your 3 corner soul mushrooms, I'll give you 10 immortal crystals. Give them to me. Then he added, oh, by the way, I only have low-grade immortal crystals, nothing else. Yemo laughed. Since Qian Bei wants it, then take it, I don't dare to ask for immortal crystals. Then, Yemo gave the 3 corner soul mushroom to this abstruse immortal middle stage without hesitation. Huh? Luo Wufa laughed. Not just him, but all the cultivators in the stadium laughed as well. They looked down on Yemo's cowardice. He dared to come here and try to get Wushuang Immortal Emperor's heritage with such guts. Jin Bingyu frowned but didn't say anything. She knew Yemo very well, he wasn't someone to lose out. He even dared to rob a great Unity Immortal and kill him, much less this abstruse immortal middle stage. Yemo patted his clothes and got up. Martial sister Bingyu, I've recovered, let's go. There are too many Qian Bais here, even if Wushuang Immortal Emperor's heritage comes, there's not a share for us. Even Jin Bingyu couldn't take it this time and said coldly, "This chance is 1 in a million years. If you want to go out, you go out. I'll stay here. Plus, I thought you didn't fear anything. You don't dare to talk to a mere abstruse immortal middle stage?" Jin Bingyu was still unhappy the mushrooms were taken. "I don't fuss with dead people." Just when Yemo said this, he heard a joyful voice, "This stadium is indeed a formation, there are 8 formation doors." Yemo and Jin Bingyu looked up and 8 hidden formation doors appeared on the stone pillars. Chapter 1603, Shadowless Origin. Jin Bingyu didn't ask much and just took out a storage ring and gave it to Yemo. "This is that great Unity Immortal storage ring. I didn't touch it, you can take it." Yemo took it and looked at Jin Bingyu in confusion. "Okay, I happen to need it, but don't worry, I won't let you lose out." After these few days, Jin Bingyu knew that Yemo was more prideful than her. It looked like he didn't care, but he definitely wouldn't take advantage of someone. But if he didn't agree, no one could secretly take advantage of him. He would definitely get it back if he lost out on something. "Was it the shadowless worm that helped you devour the great Unity Immortal Essence Spirit?" Jin Bingyu asked. "You know of shadowless worm?" Yemo asked instead. He knew he couldn't hide this from her, and she seemed to know a lot too. Now that she asked this, Yemo immediately wanted to ask if she knew of shadowless origin. Jin Bingyu nodded. "That's right, I indeed know its origin. Almost everyone knows of it, but rarely does anyone know what it is exactly. It's not a spirit bug nor immortal spirit bug, it's a type of god beast." "You're saying my bug is a god beast?" Yemo looked dazedly at Jin Bingyu. Shadowless was only the size of a pea, it had nothing to do with a god beast. Jin Bingyu didn't feel it was funny and kept saying, "It's not only a god beast but it's also a part of the dragon race. I don't know exactly which branch, but it's extremely small and hard for it to progress." Thus, they couldn't stay in the dragon race and was considered a difference race. They were cast out of the dragon race because they were too weak and couldn't survive at other places. Just when they were about to be annihilated, a member of the dragon race secretly sent down the last tens of pairs of shadowless worm eggs to the mortal realm. "You're saying that when the tens of pairs of shadowless worms in the mortal realm disappear, then the shadowless bug would be extinct?" Yemo asked. "That's right, a few pairs of shadowless worms have been brought to the cultivation realm from the mortal realm. Although it can dominate the cultivation realm and no spirit bug is a match for it, in the immortal realm it's completely ordinary because no one can pay the price for shadowless worms to evolve." Jin Bingyu said. "Do you know what level my shadowless bug is?" Yemo quickly asked. Jin Bingyu shook her head. "If I'm not wrong, it's still at the infant stage, it hasn't evolved yet." "What?" Yemo looked at Jin Bingyu in shock. He had been giving shadowless extreme grade spirit stones and extreme grade spirit ranges, essence spirit and evil spirits, all he could eat. It even slept near the bitter bamboo. Even in the immortal realm, it had great conditions. How come it still hadn't evolved yet? He clearly saw shadowless change colors a few times, but since yours can hold out against a great Unity Immortal, it clearly has been living well. Shadowless worms can devour everything. It said a mature one can devour an entire realm, Jin Bingyu said. Then if it's that strong, why was it kicked out of dragon race? Yemo asked. Because that's only in theory. In fact, no shadowless worm has ever reached such a level and it's impossible for it to reach such a level. Shadowless worms have 5 levels, before evolving they're called spirit worms, that's level 1. When it reaches level 2 it's called Heaven Tao. Level 3 is Immortal Tao, level 4 is God Tao. The dragon race is a god beast, but not all dragon race descendants can be god beasts. If shadowless worm can reach God Tao it would belong amongst the god beasts. Level 5 is Divine Tao, it can devour anything. By then, even divine body immortals wouldn't be able to suppress it, Jin Bingyu answered. Thank you. Yemo finally understand what the saying "not spirit bug, not immortal" meant. Yemo had decided to think of a way to let Shadowless reach God Tao. Then, he would take him to the dragon race and slap their face. But if Shadowless didn't work hard himself, then never mind. "Thank you for saving me once," Jin Bingyu said. "It's nothing, if you didn't believe I wouldn't drag you out. I can only say you saved yourself. Plus your flying magic artifact is faster than mine, we could come out partially due to you."
Yemo waved his hand. Jinbingyu asked, "What happened at the corner soul domain? How did you know? Why can't you take that corner soul mushroom?" Hearing this, Yemo's face went serious. He fell into silence for a moment and said, "If I'm not wrong, that corner soul domain is probably Wushuan Immortal Emperor's Sea of Consciousness." "What?" Jinbingyu was astonished and asked, "How do you know?" Yemo shook his head but didn't answer. How did he know?
Of course, from the corner soul mushroom, it contained an intense desire in spirit sense Tao will.
That spirit sense Tao will demanded Yemo to refine it.
Yemo noticed it immediately and had a bad feeling. When he checked the mushroom again, he had a new feeling, and that was it was born from a sea of consciousness. It existed so that one day when it was ripe, they could be used to repair sea of consciousness with the essence blood of the cultivator who refined it. Originally, Yemo thought that Palace was the sea of consciousness, but when he left it he immediately felt that the entire corner soul domain was probably the sea of consciousness. The reason he had such an intense feeling was because the owner of the Sea of Consciousness, like him, also used large amounts of corner soul weeds to refine his spirit sense. That feeling was crystal clear, but Yemo felt he couldn't explain it to Jinbingyu. Thinking about when people found corner soul weeds here, Yemo was certain that these corner soul weeds were left behind by the owner of the Sea of Consciousness to use for repair. However, because they were taken away, the owner could only use corner soul mushrooms and the essence blood of immortals to repair his sea of consciousness. Only people who had used corner soul weeds for a long time could sense that the corner soul domain was a sea of consciousness, and Yemo was one such person, but of course that was just his guess. When he left the corner soul domain and saw it shrink, he knew his guess was right, that Wushuang Immortal Emperor might still exist and his sea of consciousness was still under repair. Even if he wanted revenge against Wei Feng Immortal Emperor, he would probably need countless years. However, Yemo didn't plan to spill this. What happened here would draw a lot of powerful beings over. It was best to leave as far as possible. Yemo opened the Great Unity Immortal Storage Ring. There were 5 million top-grade immortal crystals and quite some level 3 immortal pills. There weren't many level 4 immortal pills, but there were quite some level 4 and level 5 immortal spirit herbs and a large pile of forgery materials. Yemo took half of the immortal crystals, immortal spirit herbs and materials. He didn't take any of the rest and gave the storage ring to Jinbingyu. Chapter 1604, Ice Extreme Solitary Cultivation. "You're giving all this to me?" Jinbingyu took the storage ring and scanned her spirit sense in, finding all the things left. Yemo didn't even take a single one of the magic artifacts, not even that tower. "That's right, it's all yours. If it wasn't for you, I would be losing quite a bit." Yemo nodded and added, "I suggest you secretly auction off those magic artifacts. Who knows where that guy is from?" "Thank you." Jinbingyu took the storage ring without hesitation. Because Jinbingyu didn't know how far level 3 was, the two could only fly on the rainbow stamp. Yemo couldn't rest. The formations on here couldn't stop the shadowless vulture at all. He had to sit at the front to ensure safety. Half a year later, Yemo found his cultivation level didn't increase, but his spirit sense increased instead. It seemed one didn't need to go to a certain place to cultivate spirit sense. 2 months later, the rainbow stamp stopped at a barrier-like place. The only difference from level 1 was that there was no cultivators here nor any markets. "It's very far indeed." Yemo breathed easy after arriving here. He had the feeling that some powerful being had entered level 2 already. Jinbingyu argued and said, "We spent a very short time because you don't fear shadowless vultures. My master took 400 years to reach level 3 from level 2 when she came. Although she spent most of the time cultivating, this distance isn't short. There isn't just this one entrance from level 2 to level 3, this one is rather far off, but it's suitable for us." After tearing open the entrance, Yemo felt he was in a bluish world. There aren't only space whirlpools on the ground but also in the air at level 3. And, the shadowless vultures here have reached level 3 immortal beasts. We need to be careful. When my master came here, she was Great Unity Immortal Tertiary stage already, Jinbingyu reminded him. Yemo's spirit sense had already seen this and he scanned her. "You spoke of that immortal spirit herb mountain because you knew I couldn't go, right?" Jinbingyu said, "Of course I will take you there, but if you can't go then it's not my fault." Yemo smiled. "Don't worry, I will definitely go." According to her plan, she was going to spend a few hundred years cultivating at level 1 and level 2 before coming to level 3. but with EMO she only spent a few years and was already at level 3. I'm going to break through to abstruse immortal.
You go choose a place for nirvana. EMO was annoyed that he wasted a year's time on the journey.
His time was very precious. 1 year equaled 100 years of cultivation for him. Ice Extreme Floating Mountain, this was where Jin Bingyu chose. She originally planned to reach nirvana at the Flame Forest, but now that GMO wanted to come to level 3, she could only choose this place. It was an obscure shade of blue outside the floating mountain and one couldn't scan spirit sense in at all. When EMO and Jin Bingyu went in, they saw that this place was full of ice mountains floating in the air with dull white rays of light. Between the mountains was icy mist that had almost frozen. Before the two went into the depths of the place, the bone-chilling frigidness came over. EMO subconsciously shivered. This was indeed a good body refinement place. EMO nodded. With Jin Bingyu's character, it might be better to reach nirvana here than at the fire forest. EMO was an immortal nirvana body, so of course he didn't fear the cold here, despite the cold being able to instantly turn metal into nothing. Jin Bingyu was God state primary stage, so she felt no pressure here at all. As the two went deeper, the place grew colder. 3 days later, Jin Bingyu couldn't handle it anymore. Her clothes froze and turned to nothing. All that covered her body was that thin layer of heaven meridian worm silk armor. EMO saw her naked body again. I'll reach nirvana here. Jin Bingyu stopped and took out a communication bead for EMO. If there's anything, we'll use this to communicate. EMO scanned her almost naked body while thinking whether he should let Susu and them practice body refinement when they came up to the immortal realm. Jin Bingyu was only God state primary stage, but her figure was perfect to such an extent. If you've seen enough, then please go. Jin Bingyu's tone grew colder.
If possible, she didn't want EMO to see her naked anymore.
Just as EMO said, flesh and bones were still her flesh and bones. EMO felt his nose and took the communication bead before taking out a storage ring and giving it to her. There's a small branch of chaos blue reed in here.
When I cultivate, I'm going to set up a formation. Don't come to me so easily. If there's anything, we can use the communication bead.
To be honest, he also felt a little weird talking to the almost naked Jin Bingyu. Thank you. Jin Bingyu took the storage ring and said no more. EMO knew this was her signaling him to leave. He didn't stay here and quickly went into the depths. EMO didn't plan to practice body refinement here. He was planning to go into solitary cultivation and reach abstruse immortal.
He didn't go very far.
After about 6 minutes, he stopped and found an icy mountain that was on the ground and went inside. EMO then set up a stealth formation and a sensory formation and placed the communication bead on the sensory formation before going into the golden page world. He didn't know how long he had to go into solitary cultivation for. If Jin Bingyu finished early, she probably wouldn't be able to find him. By placing the communication bead on the formation, he would be able to receive her message even inside the golden page world. Inside the golden page world, EMO set up a spirit gathering formation with immortal crystals next to the bitter bamboo and then set up the time formation disc.
Then, EMO didn't go into cultivation immediately. He needed to concoct the snow wing pill before that.
He knew his talent. If he didn't have large sums of pills, it would be very hard for him to progress. If he used too many pills and didn't have snow wing pills to mediate the pill poison, his power would stop growing. EMO spent only a few years in the time formation disc and concocted the snow wing pill successfully. A month later,
EMO concocted 10 cauldrons of snow wing pills and prepared large amounts of abstruse essence pills before going into solitary cultivation.
He had used up all the level 4 and level 5 immortal spirit herbs on him except for some 6-winged purple radishes. This was his most prepared solitary cultivation ever and the solitary cultivation with the most abundant time. As he used the 3 birth chant, large amounts of immortal spirit chi in the immortal crystals were devoured by EMO. They soon formed an immortal spirit chi mist around the bitter bamboo. Even the bitter bamboo seemed extra lush inside this mist, and the small sapling far away also seemed more joyful due to this. Shadowless hid inside a bitter bamboo leaf, sleeping with his feet in the air. Cultivation was really timeless. In this lifeless mountain range, everything was stagnant except for time. As the top-grade immortal crystals were being used, EMO's power also rose slowly. When he used up the last top-grade immortal crystal, the time formation disc stopped and EMO opened his eyes. He was a little disappointed, however. Other than the few hundred immortal crystals he saved for the time formation disc, he had used up nearly 10 million immortal crystals, yet he cultivated for less than 400 years in the time formation disc.
The amount of immortal crystals he used multiplied with the increase of his cultivation level. Just much many immortal crystals would he need to reach immortal emperor? It couldn't even be counted in units of hundreds of millions. For years had passed outside and he only reached from golden immortal middle stage to tertiary stage. There was still a huge distance to golden immortal peak stage. Chapter 1605, Yemo's Weighing Stone. Yemo looked at Jin Bingyu's communication bead. There was no message. So, he put away the time formation disk and brought over all the materials he had collected. He was preparing for forgery. Luckily, despite his cultivation speed being slow, his forgery and pill concoction speed weren't. Half a year later, he could begin to forge level 4 immortal artifacts. A year later, he could forge level 4 immortal artifacts with ease. It was a pity he had too few level 5 materials, or he would even start to forge level 5 immortal artifacts. As soon as he could forge level 4 immortal artifacts, Yemo took out Blue Moon and upgraded it. Flying magic artifacts used little materials. But Yemo didn't worry. He had large sums of shadowless vulture mane feathers. These were the best materials for forging flying magic artifacts. This time, Yemo didn't waste them like before. He took out 2 pairs of mane feathers and fused them into Blue Moon, bringing Blue Moon to a middle-grade flying immortal artifact. Although it was the lowest caliber among middle-grade flying immortal artifacts, Yemo was very happy. He felt his Blue Moon wouldn't be slower than ordinary level 5 flying immortal artifacts. It was too important for Yemo to have a middle-grade flying immortal artifact. He kept using Jin Bingyu's rainbow stamp before, and it was only a little faster than his Blue Moon, while its defensive capabilities were extremely bad. Now that he had his own middle-grade flying immortal artifact, he didn't need to use that woman's flying magic artifact. Yemo really wanted to upgrade Zisu, but he didn't have better materials, so he could only give up. Zisu was his favorite magic artifact and quite possibly would stay with him forever. Without good materials, he wouldn't ruin Zisu. Yemo knew his offensive magic artifact was too lacking, and this affected his fighting quite a bit. In order to have a suitable attack magic artifact, Yemo thought of all the possibilities, and this time he set his eyes on the black rock on the World Mountain. Yemo brought this black rock into Golden Page World with bitter bamboo. He dug this rock off the World Mountain when he found it, but it was very heavy, so Yemo didn't touch it. Thinking about this, Yemo immediately jumped next to the rock that sunk into the earth. When he looked at it again, it had already sunk very deep into the ground. Before he was only a nascent soul state cultivator and couldn't even pick it up. Now he was golden immortal tertiary stage. That rock shouldn't be too much trouble. Yemo waved his wand wanting to lift the rock up, but he found he couldn't lift it up. Thus, Yemo could only go down and grab the rock. What confused him more was that this rock was getting heavier and heavier. When he was nascent soul state, he could move it barely by burning essence blood. But now he still needed to burn essence blood to move it. Just what was it? The World Mountain's rock was this heavy. He thought of the time when he was at the top of the World Mountain. He could only cut off a small piece next to the bitter bamboo. He realized later he could do that because the bitter bamboo recognized him as its master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cut it open. Without the bitter bamboo, the rock became extremely heavy again. Yemo released Mist Lotus Heartfire and burned the rock, but it didn't move at all. His heaven flame was more than 10 times stronger than before. Thus, it was obvious that the World Mountain was countless times harder after leaving the bitter bamboo. Yemo wasn't that insolent small cultivator from before. He immediately knew there was this invaluable treasure in his Golden Page world. In his joy, Yemo used all his effort to move the black rock to the ground and immediately spat a mouthful of essence blood out to try and refine it. Yemo thought if he didn't try to forge the rock into a magic artifact and just tried to refine it, it shouldn't be too hard. But when he tried it, he realized just how hard it was. A month later, he found he hadn't even refined 1% of it. Yemo could only take out the time formation disk again and spent a whole 5 years inside before completely refining the rock. 5 years just to refine a rock. Yemo was speechless. He put away the time formation disk and looked at it happily. This world rock was light as a feather in his hand now. The only thing he didn't like was that it looked like a rock on the side of a scale, not aesthetic at all. Other people had towers and seals, but he had kitchen knives and weighing stones. Yemo put away the things and immediately came out of the Golden Page world. He had spent nearly 7 years on forgery in the Golden Page world and wondered if Jin Bingyu had reached nirvana. Yemo didn't go find Jin Bingyu immediately. He instead released his world rock and smashed it at a huge ice peak. Rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded and Yemo looked dazedly at the mountain that had now turned into a rain of ice shards. He just casually released the stone and it was this powerful?
If he inserted immortal essence into it and let it expand, then that power, Yemo didn't even dare to keep thinking. Didn't that mean he could easily kill an abstruse immortal tertiary stage and not be that much weaker than a great immortal? Realizing this, Yemo was overjoyed. He immediately put away the stone and cursed himself for being an idiot. He had such a good thing in his golden page world and he wasted it for all these years. If he had the stone before, he wouldn't be afraid of that Han Weichen at all. Yemo took a deep breath and put this treasure away carefully. He would rely on this the next time. Compared to slicing things into bloody mist, Yemo preferred to smash things to pieces. It's time to see that ice woman. Yemo felt very satisfied. His cultivation speed was a little slow, but he reached Golden Immortal Tertiary stage. His forgery skills reached Immortal Forgery Great Master. He upgraded Blue Moon, and his pill concoction skills reached Level 5 Immortal Pill Great Master. Most importantly, he got this weighing stone. In less than 3 minutes, Yemo came back to where Jinbingyu was. As soon as he saw her, he knew she was in trouble. She wasn't floating in the air like he was before. She was laying on the ice mountain. There were no more clothes on her body. However, her skin was pale and her eyes tightly shut. There was blood on her chest. Clearly she failed Nirvana and had experienced a heavy backlash. Yemo immediately carried her up. He felt her body was cold, but luckily the body refinement cultivation method was still running on its own. But this wasn't because she was cultivating, this was just keeping her alive. If it stopped, Jinbingyu would immediately be turned to nothing by this terrifying frost. Yemo took her away from here immediately and put multiple pills in her mouth before using a few cleaning spells and taking out a set of clothes from her storage ring. But Yemo hadn't put on such clothes before and had quite some trouble. At this moment Jinbingyu woke up and looked weakly at Yemo. Saying thank you before shutting her eyes again, Yemo breathed easy. As long as she could talk she would be able to recover quickly. How dare you, you shameless bastard! I'm going to kill you. A roar sounded and a rainbow lighting loomed over at Yemo. The ferocious killing intent rushed at Yemo. How could Yemo help Jinbingyu dress? He released Zisu and hacked over. Crack, purple and rainbow colors splashed, illuminating the dull obscure surroundings. The female immortal was shook and studied Yemo. She didn't understand how a golden immortal primary stage had the ability to stop the magic artifact of an abstruse immortal middle stage. Yemo's face went cold. He was ambushed for no reason. This woman looked as good as Qin Nianmei, but she attacked him for no reason. If it was someone else, he would already be dead. You hid your power? The red-robed woman frowned. Yemo said coldly, now isn't the time to be asking about my power. Did I offend you? Why did you attack me for no reason? Chapter 1606, Nirvana Failure. This is too funny. Ambush you? You're a mere golden immortal. Do you deserve my ambush? Shameless bastard, die. The red-robed woman released her flying sword. Yemo sneered and released his lethal weapon, the big weighing stone. This time, Yemo smashed down with immortal essence inserted in it. The world rock instantly turned into a terrifying black mountain, suppressing all the space nearby. Feeling the boundless pressure around her, the female cultivator's FCE changed. What magic artifact was this? The threat of death came and the red-robed female cultivator couldn't care about anything else. She knew that if she didn't run, she wouldn't be able to dodge that black mountain. The huge mountain also had a terrifying pressure with it, as though binding all the space around her. No matter if Yemo hid his power or not, she was no match. Thinking about this, she released her 5-color sword and an umbrella-shaped defense magic artifact. With these two magic artifacts stopping the peak, she barely flew back. Crack, the female cultivator saw her sword and umbrella turn into pieces and couldn't hold in the shock inside her anymore. She released an instant transmission rune without hesitation and disappeared, so powerful. Yemo put the world rock back in his hands and murmured, after being inserted with immortal essence, the rock was this powerful. It easily smashed 2 good quality low-grade immortal artifacts. Just a 20-centimeter rock was this powerful. If a powerful being could control the entire world mountain, then, Yemo shivered, he didn't dare to imagine. If someone's spirit controlled the world mountain, who in this world would be a match for him? If the world mountain was released, even a realm would be smashed to pieces. When he took the bitter bamboo at the Truthfall Palace Forbidden Grounds, the world mountain flew off somewhere. Yemo prayed that no one saw the world mountain, otherwise, even if he reached divine body he wouldn't be able to stop it. If the world mountain was taken by his opponent, there would be nothing he could do. Luckily, one needed to be extremely powerful to control it. With his current state, he might not be able to control the world mountain even after trying for a few 100 million years. Casting these thoughts aside, Emo put away the world rock and wanted to see how Jin Bingyu was. But he saw her open her eyes and say feebly, "Please send me to Extreme Sword Sect, my master will pay you." Then she was about to pass out again. Emo looked at her helplessly. He couldn't leave her here, but it was hard for him to send her back to Extreme Sword Sect. "Is there some other way to treat you? If possible, tell me, I will try to help you," Emo said. Jin Bingyu replied with a coarse voice, "My nirvana failed, my meridians are turning hollow. My spirit roots are going to dissolve and my essence spirit is about to dissipate. Send me to my master." Emo was shook. If it was some ordinary injury, Emo believed he would be able to deal with it. But the hollowing of meridians and dissolving of spirit roots wasn't something he could help with. "Chaos Blue Reed is the best nirvana immortal spirit herb, how did you fail? Plus we're cultivating the same cultivation method." Emo put a level 5 immortal Pilji Cheong pill in her mouth and asked. The pill melted immediately and gave Jin Bingyu some extra life force. She coughed and said, "I used too little of the Chaos Blue Reed and my nirvana didn't complete. There's a jade slip map in my storage ring." Then she fell unconscious again. Emo heard this and felt guilty. They said they would split the Chaos Blue Reed evenly, but in the end she only took a small branch, and because of this her nirvana failed. Emo felt he got the Chaos Blue Reed alone, so he didn't mind, but now that something happened, he felt he needed to be responsible. Emo released Blue Moon and carried Jin Bingyu onto it before taking her storage ring. He looked inside. The contents were very simple. There were just some pills, jade slips, magic artifacts, and a pile of blue robes. They were all the same color and style. There was no pretty goddess dress or accessories. He found a jade slip and scanned his spirit sense inside. It introduced clearly the first 4 levels of the Chaos Star Realm. It seemed her master gave her this, but there was nothing else after level 4. With Jin Bingyu like this, Emo didn't have the mood to find a place to cultivate. He wanted to find that immortal spirit herb mountain at level 4 and then see if he could send her back to Extreme Sword Sect. Although he didn't want to go back there, he couldn't take her around everywhere. Thinking about things carefully, Emo decided to go to level 4. After he left here, he might not come back again. Even if he did, it would be after his power reached a certain level. Otherwise, if Lu Jingchuan calculated that he was in here, it would be over. Plus, Emo also wanted to go to the Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain to collect some level 6 Immortal Spirit Herbs and reach level 6 Immortal Pill Great Master. Then, he would be able to concoct the dual spirit pill. He wanted to do that mainly for Jin Bingyu. She didn't abandon him when he was unconscious. Just because of that, he was going to send her back to Extreme Sword Sect and try his best to help her. Thus, Emo brought Blue Moon to fly towards level 4. He knew his Blue Moon would definitely be much faster than the Rainbow Stamp after being upgraded, but he didn't expect it to be this much faster. On top of that, upgrading Blue Moon with Shadowless Vulture also gave it some stealth attributes. If he activated the stealth formation, Blue Moon was like a weaker version of the Shadowless Vulture. Jin Bingyu stayed in Blue Moon and woke up occasionally, but most of the time, she was unconscious. Half a year later, Emo could kill Shadowless Vultures on Blue Moon easily without sensing with Spirit Sense Domain. He had killed more and more Shadowless Vultures on the way, and eventually they seemed to learn he was powerful and didn't dare to ambush Emo anymore. This made Emo a little annoyed. Without them he would lose a big source of income. On the way, Emo encountered some abstruse immortals and occasionally even great Unity immortal cultivators, but none stopped him. No one dared to underestimate an immortal who flew in the air at full speed. Even a great extreme immortal didn't dare to fly at full speed here. 2 months later, Emo stopped at the entrance to level 4. As soon as he got here, space shook violently. 2 abstruse immortal tertiary stages were fighting here. The 2 immediately stopped fighting when they saw Blue Moon dashing past over, but when Emo landed, the 2 saw Emo was only golden immortal tertiary stage. "Friend, how are you flying so fast in here?" A good-looking abstruse immortal asked, but he was rather polite and saluted with his fists. The other tall-figured person didn't say anything but looked at Emo. Clearly wanting to know too, Emo was confused too. The 2 were just fighting with their lives, but now they were standing together as though they didn't fight before. Emo got off Blue Moon and saluted with his fists. "I can kill Shadowless Vultures, so I can go very fast. May I ask if this is the entrance to level 4? I.e. The red-robed woman released her flying sword. Emo sneered and released his lethal weapon, the big waiting stone. This time, Emo smashed down with immortal essence inserted in it. The world rock instantly turned into a terrifying black mountain, suppressing all the space nearby. Feeling the boundless pressure around her, the female cultivator's FCE changed.
What magic artifact was this? The threat of death came. The red-robed female cultivator couldn't care about anything else. She knew that if she didn't run, she wouldn't be able to dodge that black mountain. The huge mountain also had terrifying pressure with it, as though binding all the space around her. No matter if EMO hit his power or not, she was no match. Thinking about this, she released her 5-color sword and an umbrella-shaped defense magic artifact. With these two magic artifacts stopping the peak, she barely flew back. Crack! The female cultivator saw her sword and umbrella turn into pieces and couldn't hold in the shock inside her anymore. She released an instant transmission rune without hesitation and disappeared. So powerful. EMO put the world rock back in his hands and murmured, after being inserted with immortal essence, the rock was this powerful. It easily smashed 2 good quality low-grade immortal artifacts. Just a 20-centimeter rock was this powerful. If a powerful being could control the entire world mountain, then, EMO shivered. He didn't dare to imagine. If someone's spirit controlled the world mountain, who in this world would be a match for him? If the world mountain was released, even a realm would be smashed to pieces. When he took the bitter bamboo at the Truthfall Palace Forbidden Grounds, the world mountain flew off to somewhere. EMO prayed that no one saw the world mountain. Otherwise, even if he reached divine body, he wouldn't be able to stop world mountain. If the world mountain was taken by his opponent, there would be nothing he could do. Luckily, one needed to be extremely powerful to control it. With his current state, he might not be able to control the world mountain even after trying for a few 100 million years. Casting these thoughts aside, EMO put away the world rock and wanted to see how Jin Bingyu was. But he saw her open her eyes and say feebly, "Please send me to Extreme Sword Sect, my master will pay you." Then she was about to knock out again. EMO looked at her helplessly. He couldn't leave her here, but it was hard for him to send her back to Extreme Sword Sect. "Is there some other way to treat you? If possible, tell me, I will try to help you." EMO said. Jin Bingyu replied with a coarse voice, "My nirvana failed, my meridians are hollowfying. My spirit root is going to dissolve, an essence spirit is about to dissipate. Send me to my master." EMO was shook. If it was some ordinary injury, EMO believed he would be able to deal with it. But the hollowification of meridian and dissolving of spirit root wasn't something he could help with. Chaos Blue Reed is the best nirvana immortal spirit herb. How did you fail? Plus, we're cultivating the same cultivation method. EMO put a level 5 immortal pill Jiqiang pill in her mouth and said. The pill melted immediately and gave Jin Bingyu some extra life force. She coughed and said, "I used too little Chaos Blue Reed and nirvana didn't complete. There's a jade slip map in my storage ring." Then she fell unconscious again. EMO heard this and felt guilty. They said they would split the Chaos Blue Reed evenly, but in the end she only took a small branch, and because of this her nirvana failed. EMO felt he got the Chaos Blue Reed alone, so he didn't mind, but now that something happened, he felt he needed to be responsible. EMO released Blue Moon and carried Jin Bingyu onto it before taking Jin Bingyu's storage ring. He looked inside. The things were very simple. There were just some pills, jade slips and magic artifact, and a pile of blue robes. They were all the same color and style. There was no pretty goddess dress or accessories. He found a jade slip and scanned his spirit sense inside. It introduced clearly the first 4 levels of the Chaos Star Realm. It seemed her master gave her this, but there was nothing else after level 4. With Jin Bingyu like this, EMO didn't have the mood to find a place to cultivate. He wanted to find that immortal spirit herb mountain at level 4 and then see if he could send her back to Extreme Sword Sect. Although he didn't want to go back there, but he couldn't take her around everywhere. Thinking about things carefully, EMO decided to go to level 4. After he left here, he might not come back again. Even if he does, it would be after his power reaches a certain level. Otherwise, if Lu Jingquan calculated that he was in here, it would be over. Plus, EMO also wanted to go to the Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain to collect some level 6 Immortal Spirit Herb and reach level 6 Immortal Pill Great Master. Then, he would be able to concoct dual spirit pill. He wanted to do that mainly for Jin Bingyu. She didn't abandon him when he was unconscious. Just because of that, he was going to send her back to Extreme Sword Sect and try his best to help her. Thus, EMO brought Blue Moon to fly towards level 4. He knew his Blue Moon would definitely be much faster than the Rainbow Stamp after being upgraded, but he didn't expect it to be this much faster. On top of that, upgrading Blue Moon with Shadowless Vulture also gave it some stealth attribute.
If he opened the stealth formation, the blue moon was like a weaker version of shadowless vulture. Jinbingyu stayed in blue moon and woke up occasionally, but most of the time, she was unconscious. Half a year later, Yemo could kill shadowless vulture on the blue moon easily without sensing with spirit sense domain. He had killed more and more shadowless vultures on the way, and eventually, they seemed to know he was powerful and didn't dare to ambush Yemo anymore. This made Yemo a little annoyed. Without them he would lose a big source of income. On the way, Yemo encountered some abstruse immortal and occasionally even great unity immortal cultivators, but none stopped him. No one dared to underestimate an immortal who flew in the air at full speed. Even a great extreme immortal didn't dare to fly full speed in here. 2 months later, Yemo stopped at the entrance to level 4. As soon as he got here, space shook violently. 2 abstruse immortal tertiary stage were fighting here. The 2 immediately stopped fighting when they saw Blue Moon dashing past over, but when Yemo landed and the 2 saw Yemo was only golden immortal tertiary stage.
"Friend, how are you flying so fast in here?"
A good-looking abstruse immortal asked, but he was rather polite and saluted with his fists. The other tall-figured person didn't say anything but looked at Yemo, clearly wanting to know. Yemo was confused too. The 2 were just fighting with their lives, but now they were standing together as though they didn't fight before. Yemo got off Blue Moon and saluted with his fists. "I can kill shadowless vulture, so I can go very fast."
"May I ask if this is the entrance to level 4?
Chapter 1607, Immortal Crystal's Mine. The tall skinny abstruse immortal said, "That's right, this place is the entrance to level 4. You just said you can kill shadowless vultures.
Is this true?"
There was a sliver of disbelief. Yemo being so polite to them probably meant that he wasn't a great immortal, so even if Yemo hid his power he was at most an abstruse immortal. Plus, he was certain that Yemo was indeed golden immortal tertiary stage. "That's right," Yemo answered, thinking if the 2 had some high-level materials or immortal spirit herbs they could trade. "Friend, do you sell your shadowless vulture materials? If you do, then I have some immortal crystals and immortal spirit herbs," the tall skinny abstruse immortal immediately said. Yemo nodded and took out 10 pairs of shadowless vultures he killed at level 2 and said, "There are 10 pairs here. I only want level 5 or level 6 immortal spirit herbs or high-level forgery materials. It really is the shadowless vulture main feather." The other good-looking abstruse immortal called out in shock, "How do you want to exchange?" "I want it, name a price," the tall skinny cultivator quickly said and took out a pile of immortal spirit herbs and materials. Yemo looked at the pile and was a little disappointed. There was only one level 6 immortal spirit herb and mainly level 5 immortal spirit herbs. The forgery materials were mainly level 3, some level 4. It was far from what Yemo wanted. That great Unity Immortal storage ring had more things, Yemo sighed. The 2 really couldn't compare. The other abstruse immortal also took out a pile of things that were about similar in value to this tall skinny abstruse immortal. Yemo knew that the main feathers and beast cores of shadowless vultures were very precious. He really didn't value these things. If it was before his blue moon was upgraded he would exchange it, but now he knew the use of shadowless vulture main feathers. He wouldn't need to set up stealth formations for Blue Moon to have stealth capabilities. How was this something ordinary materials could compare with? "A friend, I know our materials aren't enough to swap for the main feather of shadowless vulture, but I have a piece of news."
"If you think it's fine, then estimate the price," the good-looking abstruse immortal said. Yemo nodded. "Tell me about it." "At level 3 there might be an immortal crystal's mine, we're not certain." The abstruse immortal immediately said, "Immortal crystal's mine?" Yemo repeated in confusion and then asked, "If there was one, why don't you guys go and instead fight here?" Immortal crystals mines were good things regardless of whether they were low grade or top grade, the tall skinny abstruse immortal quickly said. "We're fighting over it because the news was sent over by our friend. They said they only had 3 people and didn't have enough, so they wanted us to go over. I want to go, but he wants to go to another place at level 4. We couldn't persuade each other, so we decided to fight it out and have the winner decide." "It's indeed so, but if you're willing to trade shadowless vulture materials with us I agree to go to the immortal crystals mine," the good-looking abstruse immortal said. Yemo didn't suspect their words. The 2 were clearly fighting a heated battle, but now the 2 didn't seem to be wary against each other. Clearly that meant they weren't fighting with their lives. "How far is the mine from here?" Yemo asked again. If it really was an immortal crystals mine, Yemo would like to go see. Immortal crystals were too important to him.
Immortal crystals mines were just below immortal ranges. There was a myth about immortal crystals mines, and that was immortal crystals had to be dug out to be used, unlike immortal ranges which could be used straight away. Yemo only had a few hundred immortal crystals, even a high-level hollow immortal was wealthier than him. He was golden immortal tertiary stage. If he wanted to reach abstruse immortal it was impossible without immortal crystals. He had seen Jin Bingyu's storage ring and there were 3 million top-grade immortal crystals, but those didn't belong to him. Even if he used them all, he wouldn't be able to reach abstruse immortal. Plus, although Jin Bingyu was unconscious, her body refinement cultivation method was birthed from the 3 birth chance so it could run on its own. With his pills, she would survive for a few decades completely fine. It's not very far away, if you fly over it only takes a day, but we need about 10 days, the tall skinny cultivator answered while wondering if Yemo was abstruse immortal middle stage or tertiary stage. Okay, give me all these materials and I'll give each of you 3 pairs of mane feathers and 3 beast cores, Yemo said. That's fine, the two immediately agreed. They only expected 2 sets. After the exchange, Yemo let the two get on Blue Moon while they flew towards the so-called Immortal Crystals mine. After introductions, the two learned Yemo's name and Yemo knew that the tall cultivator was called Jin Chuanlin and the good-looking one was Konggang. Although Yemo let them get on Blue Moon, he didn't let them go inside since Xinbingyu was in there. Jin Chuanlin was right. In just a day, Yemo arrived at the place they mentioned. As soon as Yemo got off, he saw a narrow valley that extended into the distance. Yemo's spirit sense seemed to be limited so it couldn't scan to the end. It's here? Yemo asked in confusion. The immortal spirit chi was lacking here. There shouldn't be an immortal crystals mine. It's not here. We have to go through the valley for about a day to arrive. There seems to be some formation here or something, so we can't fly, we can only walk, Konggang said. Yemo knew that people couldn't fly here indeed. He glanced at the two and asked, "You two have been here before?" "Yes, the 5 of us got an immortal crystals mine map so we searched here for nearly 3 months with no results. Then, Konggang and I thought the map was fake so we decided to head to level 4. The other 3 thought there was still an immortal crystals mine here so they stayed. As soon as we got to the level 4 entrance, they sent news saying that they found it," Jin Chuanlin said. "Then you're saying that this mine might not exist? Or it's just possible that it exists?" Yemo stared at Jin Chuanlin and asked. Konggang considered Yemo to be abstruse immortal tertiary stage and even a little stronger than them. So now that Yemo asked, he quickly said, "Friend, you've misunderstood me. It's because the friend who sent the message isn't really reliable and I don't really trust her words so I wanted to keep going to level 4, but instead he wanted to come back and see." Yemo nodded. "In that case lead the way, I'll go see too." Then, Yemo carried Jin Bingyu off Blue Moon and onto his back before putting away Blue Moon. Only now did the two realize there was someone inside Yemo's magic artifact and she was an extremely beautiful woman. She seemed to be heavily injured and her chi was almost non-existent, but the two didn't ask Yemo anything. After leading the way for a while, Yemo was impatient. He felt the speed was too slow. He knew that they weren't doing this on purpose and were afraid of getting caught in the void whirlpool, but Yemo still said, "Brother Jin, how about let me go ahead?" As soon as Yemo said this, Jin Chuanlin understood what Yemo meant and moved to the side awkwardly. "Brother Yi, you're stronger than me so it's best that you go ahead." Yemo didn't mind, his time was precious. Yemo didn't worry about the void whirlpools as his spirit sense domain could long sense them beforehand, so with him leading the way the three immediately sped up. Chapter 1608, Flying Magic Artifact Coveted. Jin Chuanlin and Konggang glanced at each other and there was some concern in their eyes. They didn't know where Yemo came from. Not only was he unafraid of shadowless vultures but he could also sense void whirlpools. Under Yemo's lead, they arrived at a crossroad in half a day. Yemo scanned his spirit sense and saw the 3 people in the depths of the crossroad. They were all abstruse immortal power, 2 abstruse immortal tertiary stage and 1 abstruse immortal middle stage peak. There was a huge cave in front of them that had been excavated. This cave was on the side of a cliff and Yemo scanned that there were indeed some immortal crystals inside. They seemed to be low grade and middle grade. Martial Brother Jin, how did you guys get here so quick?" "Who is he?" One rather fiery looking abstruse immortal female cultivator walked up to the 3 and asked. Yemo was just golden immortal tertiary stage and carried a heavily injured woman on his back. Why was he brought here? She immediately saw the woman's appearance. She was some out of this world beauty. If it wasn't that both of them weren't lustful, she would have even thought that Yemo was forced over by them. One gray-robed man exclaimed in shock. his eyes landed on Jin Bingyu, clearly shocked by her beauty. Yemo could tell this cultivator was no good person. Jin Chuanlin and Kong Gang both saw Jin Bingyu but stopped looking after the initial shock, but this male cultivator couldn't take his eyes off Jin Bingyu. Yemo sneered but said nothing. This grey-robed man was abstruse immortal tertiary stage. With his world rock, he didn't fear him at all. Feng Guanlong, this is Brother Yi and his Dao partner. Kong Gang saw what happened and immediately knew Yemo was unhappy, so he came out to warn him. Then, he pointed at the abstruse immortal tertiary stage female cultivator and said, "This is Martial Sister Hurong, the other person is Chen Pei." Chen Pei was an honest-looking male cultivator who never spoke. "Martial Brother Jin, how did you guys come here so quickly?" Hurong asked. Jin Chuanlin quickly said, "Martial Brother Yi's flying cultivation artifact can defend against shadowless vultures, so we got here quickly." He didn't say Emo could kill shadowless vultures because otherwise everyone would want to trade for them. He would wait after Emo left and take out a pair of materials to trade, that way he would earn more. There's such a flying magic artifact? Hurong looked at Emo in shock, and so did the others. Feng Guanlong's eyes flashed with surprise and joy. Emo was a mere golden immortal tertiary stage, but not only had such a beautiful woman but also a flying magic artifact that could defend against shadowless vultures. How was this something a golden immortal deserved to have? Brother Feng, didn't you call us two here because you already found the immortal crystal's cave? How come I don't sense any immortal spirit chi? Did you guys just scatter the immortal crystal shards on the ground yourselves? Kong Gang frowned and asked. Feng Guanlong frowned and waved his hand. Brother Kong, don't worry about that yet. I'll come and greet this martial Brother Yi. Kong Gang could tell that Feng Guanlong was interested in Yemo's flying magic artifact and his woman, so before he could speak to Yemo, Kong Gang's face sunk. Brother Feng, this Brother Yi is my friend. We're here to search for the immortal crystal's mine together. Search for the immortal crystal's mine together? Hurong asked. The immortal crystal's mine was very valuable. Why did the two bring a golden immortal cultivator to help? And this golden immortal carried a heavily injured person. Chen Pei said nothing, but Feng Guanlong walked up to Yemo and casually saluted with his fists. Martial Brother Yi, is your Dao partner injured? It's none of your business, Yemo replied coldly. Feng Guanlong smiled. You don't really know me. I'm friends with Kong Gang and we're similar in character. I like making friends too, so since you can get along with Kong Gang, we can definitely get along too. As soon as Feng Guanlong said this, Hurong and Chen Pei knew what he meant, but none of them said anything. Kong Gang wanted to say something, but Jin Chuanlin signaled him not to. Yemo acted as though Feng Guanlong was non-existent. Feng Guanlong didn't stop there and continued, Martial Brother Yi, I have some experience in treating internal injuries. How about give your Dao partner to me and I'll see if I can help? Fuck off. Yemo roared. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yemo in shock, not expecting him to be this straightforward. Just when Feng Guanlong was about to rage, he saw Jin Bingyu open her eyes. That extremely beautiful face made him daze and his fury was gone. He smiled instead. Never mind then, I just wanted to help. Seeing that Feng Guanlong didn't attack, Kong Gang quickly said, Martial Sister Hurong, what happened with the immortal crystal's mine? Is there one or not? If not, we're going to leave. Hurong was surprised that Feng Guanlong didn't attack Yemo, but then she thought he was concerned due to Kong Gang and Jin Chuanlin. She quickly said, we already found the right place. We're more than 50% certain it's the entrance to the immortal crystal's mine. So you threw some immortal crystals on the ground to draw us here? Jin Chuanlin asked. The news he got from her before was that it was 100% here. We really didn't throw down the immortal crystals intentionally, Hurong said helplessly. This time, Yemo said, she's right, they didn't throw down the immortal crystals intentionally. They fell out when they excavated this cave. Yemo's spirit sense had scanned deep into the cave. The rocks here were extremely tough and even spirit sense couldn't penetrate deeper. Really? Jin Chuanlin felt Yemo was more credible. Look, there are immortal crystal shards on the walls. Hurong quickly said. Jin Chuanlin saw this too and nodded. So that's it. In that case, there really might be an immortal crystals cave here. Yemo sneered. These immortal crystal shards are remnants from a formation, they have nothing to do with an immortal crystal's mine.
Hu Rong clearly knew this already and was shook by Yimo's insight. Is that so? Hu Rong goddess.
Jean Xuanlin didn't even call her martial sister this time. Hu Rong quickly said, "No, listen to me. After we dug into the cave, we found a barrier restriction. It's very powerful and we can't break in quickly, so we invited you guys. We're guessing that after breaking this restriction, we can arrive at the Immortal Crystal's mine." Yimo scanned his spirit sense in and indeed saw a barrier restriction. With this, Yimo really believed her. The intention of this restriction was clear: to stop the immortal spirit chi from floating out. Then let's go see. Jean Xuanlin nodded and went into the cave. Yimo and them followed. After looking at the restriction, Jean Xuanlin sneered.
"I was wondering why you were so nice, remembering us when there was an Immortal Crystal's cave. This restriction isn't so easily broken. Although I'm a level 1 Immortal Formation Master, I can't do anything about this. Sorry to disappoint you, martial sister Hu Rong."
Hearing this, Hu Rong quickly said, "Martial brother Jean, what are you on about?
This restriction can be broken with brute force. If we work together, we can succeed."
Chapter 1609, Smashed to Pieces. Jinpei suddenly said, "Martial sister Hu Rong is right. If we work together, we can indeed break this restriction." This person hadn't spoken before, but Yimo had long noticed this person. He looked very ordinary, but there was a bleak chi around him.
Ordinary cultivators really wouldn't be able to sense it, but Yimo sensed it immediately. This made Yimo not have a good impression of him, but Yimo agreed with what he said. Even Yimo wouldn't be able to break this restriction alone. This was at least level 5 or above. Even if the 5 attacked together, they would need a few days. One less person and the time taken would multiply.
But Yimo felt that with him it wouldn't take that long.
He just needed to smash down with his world rock.
"Wait, I see it." Jean Xuanlin suddenly pointed at a corner. "What do you see?" Hu Rong asked. Jean Xuanlin said excitedly, "This restriction is broken. We just have to attack from this broken formation flag and we might be able to break it in less than 30 minutes.
When Jean Xuanlin said this, Yimo noticed it too. He quite approved of Jean Xuanlin now.
It wasn't easy for a level 1 Immortal Formation Master to find that. There was a sliver of pity in Hu Rong's eyes. If she knew things were like this, she wouldn't have called them over, but then she immediately said joyfully,
"Then let's hurry up and attack the restriction. I want to know if there's something inside too." "I'll do it."
Chen Pei released his magic artifact and smashed on the restriction. Seeing this, everyone released their magic artifacts. Yimo knew that this restriction would be broken in less than 15 minutes, so he didn't bother using his world rock. Yimo was just golden immortal tertiary stage and didn't attack. He was carrying someone on him, so the other 5 didn't let Yimo help. In less than 15 minutes the restriction cracked, and with a few more attacks, it cracked down in front of them, revealing a huge stone hall. "It's broken?"
Kong Gang stared at the hall in disbelief, as though not believing it was this easily broken.
There was nothing in this stone hall, just 3 cave entrances.
Neither spirit sense nor eyes could see what was in there. "There are 3 caves here, what do we do?"
Chen Pei asked. Everyone looked at Hu Rong. Clearly she had some status here. Hu Rong fell silent for a while and said, "I suggest we go in the 3 holes at the same time. We can divide into 3 teams.
Everyone agreed to this immediately, and at this moment Jin Bingyu whispered at Yimo's ear, "What place is this?" Yimo said awkwardly, "This is level 3. I'm here to search for an Immortal Crystal's mine."
"It won't waste much time, don't worry." Jin Bingyu was heavily injured. He didn't take her back to her sect quickly and instead came to find immortal crystals, so he was a bit embarrassed.
"Oh."
Jin Bingyu said no more. Hu Feng Guanglong said, "We'll do this. Martial sister Hu Rong go with brother Chen, brother Kong, and brother Jean go together. I'll go with martial brother Yi."
No one said a thing hearing this.
Clearly they knew what he meant. This guy wanted to kill Yimo and take his flying magic artifact and his woman. Just when Kong Gang wanted to say something, Yimo simply said, "Okay." Hu Rong, who was going to object, saw that even Yimo agreed, so she said nothing. She didn't want to agree, not because she was looking out for Yimo, but since she also wanted Yimo's flying magic artifact. "In that case, let's begin." "I choose the left hole," Feng Guanglong immediately said.
Then he smiled to Yimo. "Friend, let's go."
Seeing Yimo carry a woman and go into the same cave as Feng Guanglong, Kong Gang shook his head and said no more. Feng Guanglong crossed the line. "He's taking everything himself." Hu Rong said coldly. Jin Chuanlin sneered.
Taking everything himself? We don't know who will be the one doing the taking. Kong gang, let's go.
Then they went into the right cave, leaving the middle cave to Hu Rong. What does Jin Chuanlin mean? Hu Rong asked. Junpei frowned for a while and said, I think he means that Brother Yi isn't simple. Everyone knew what Feng Guanlong thought, and so did that Yi guy. Since he's still willing to go on the same team as him,
it's probably because he's not scared of Feng Guanlong at all.
Hu Rong also fell silent.
Yi Mo never seemed to be scared or worried before.
He told Feng Guanlong to fuck off too. He was probably not easy to mess with. Let's go in too. If we can't find anything, we'll go to Feng Guanlong's cave first, Hu Rong said. After Yi Mo followed Feng Guanlong into the cave, he said nothing. He knew Feng Guanlong wanted to kill him and take his things. Everyone else knew too. The cave was completely dark, but it was fine for Yi Mo and Feng Guanlong. Spirit sense was suppressed in here too, but one could still see in a 1,000-meter radius. After walking for about 4 hours, they came to an open place. There were some stone tables and chairs. There was also an illumination formation with faint light emitting. Feng Guanlong stopped. Marshal Brother Yi, let's rest here for a bit. Feng Guanlong smiled at Yi Mo. Yi Mo didn't say anything. He really didn't have the mood to waste time with this guy. Seeing Yi Mo not talk, Feng Guanlong didn't both acting anymore and just said, Friend, I like your flying magic artifact, name a price.
If you give it to me for free, I'm willing to treat your Dao partner.
Fuck off. Yi Mo roared. Feng Guanlong's face turned cold. You told me to fuck off outside and I haven't done anything yet, but now you still dare to be cocky.
I'll count to 3.
Give me your flying magic artifact and your Dao partner. Jin Bingyu wasn't unconscious anymore and she heard what Feng Guanlong said. She was speechless inside. This guy was asking for death. Yi Mo just threw out the world rock. Ever since he got the world rock, he only had one fight. He was itching to use it, and now that this Feng Guanlong challenged him, he immediately used it. The terrifying pressure from space came. Feng Guanlong didn't know what that expanding black rock was, but that immense pressure made him unable to control the horror in his heart. Yi Mo wasn't golden immortal tertiary stage. Feng Guanlong released a red fire, wanting to block the world rock. Rumble, the world rock had already been activated and Feng Guanlong could only release his golden drum in a rush. It was barely a middle-grade immortal artifact, but it wasn't even completely activated. He didn't expect Yi Mo dared to attack first, and due to this he couldn't bring the situation back in his favor. Crack, the golden drum cracked. Chapter 1610, Immortal Nirvana Body Miner. Just one round of attacks and Feng Guanlong's golden drum was shattered. Feng Guanlong was shook on the spot, and before he could understand what was going on, Yi Mo's world rock smashed down once again. Don't, I have something to say. Feng Guanlong said in horror. Yi Mo was contemptuous. This Feng Guanlong was weaker than the abstruse immortal middle stage he and Jin Bingyu killed before. If the two had met, Feng Guanlong would be killed for sure, and yet he still dared to rob him. Feng Guanlong really overestimated himself. Thud, the world rock smashed on Feng Guanlong's body without hesitation, and even though he was abstruse immortal tertiary stage, he was smashed into a meat pancake. After putting away the world rock, Yi Mo waved Feng Guanlong's storage ring over. There were only tens of thousands of top-grade immortal crystals inside and some immortal spirit herbs. As an abstruse immortal tertiary stage, this guy was indeed quite poor. Yi Mo thought that this guy probably only started trouble with low-level cultivators. Seeing Yi Mo kill Feng Guanlong with one move, Jin Bingyu knew that Yi Mo's power increased a lot and that rock that he suddenly had didn't seem ordinary. But then a wave of fatigue came, and although this time she didn't fall unconscious, she went to sleep. Yi Mo knew Jin Bingyu went to sleep and didn't talk to her. He knew she was too weak at this moment. Yi Mo rapidly left this area and sped up. Half an hour later, Yi Mo stopped. He appeared before a restriction that was sort of tattered. There was only some faint immortal spirit chi seeping out, but Yi Mo was certain there were probably things inside. Yi Mo smashed down with the world rock without hesitation. This restriction couldn't take a single hit and cracked completely. Dense immortal spirit chi seeped out. Yi Mo immediately knew that Jin Chuanlin didn't trick him. There really was an immortal crystals mine here, and a top-grade one too. It was a pity he couldn't take away this immortal crystals mine. He could only dig in it. Yi Mo took out his mansion cultivation artifact and then sent Jin Bingyu inside before starting to dig. There had never been an immortal who dug like Yi Mo. While he was digging, he also used the 3 birth chant to cultivate. Never had there been an immortal nirvana body cultivator who used a level 4 immortal artifact to dig. The advantage of a powerful body was fully showcased here. Stacks of top-grade immortal crystals were rapidly sent into the golden page world by EMO. Seeing so many immortal crystals being sent in constantly, Shadowless immediately knew that EMO encountered something good and asked to come out. EMO threw out Shadowless and let it go devour immortal crystals itself. He just needed to keep digging and send the immortal crystals in. A year later, EMO looked at the 50 million immortal crystals in his golden page world and finally stopped. He estimated there to be about 200 million immortal crystals in this mine, but he didn't want to waste time anymore. He felt this way of acquiring immortal crystals was too slow. He had no choice before, but when he was higher power, he wouldn't need to dig mines to get immortal crystals. A year later, none of them came. EMO knew that they probably found something similar, but he didn't know if they found immortal crystals mines or not. EMO didn't plan to go see either. He had decided to leave here and head towards level 4. After putting away Shadowless and picking Jinbingyu up on his back again, he completely hid this immortal crystals mine with a formation before leaving here. He was afraid that he might need to come back in the future in case he couldn't get immortal crystals. EMO left rapidly, but just when he was about to go he stopped. He had a bad feeling as though there was some danger waiting for him at the entrance. EMO trusted his instincts. Cultivating the 3-birth chant gave him this indescribable sense. This meant that there might be people ambushing him at the entrance. EMO released a few spirit sense blades and saw there wasn't a formation outside, but a magic artifact that was blocking his spirit sense. Those ambushing him could only be those who went to the other 2 caves. EMO felt that Kong Gang and Jin Xuanlin weren't the type to ambush, so the only possibilities were Hu Rong and Chen Pei. It wasn't likely to be Hu Rong, so EMO felt it was most likely that Chen Pei. Thinking about the bleak chi on Chen Pei, he knew the best way to fight him was to use Heaven Flame 9 Suns. Thinking about this, EMO released his Heaven Flame at the entrance. The 3 purple suns fused into once and rushed out of the cave. Even a great immortal might not be able to dodge the Heaven Flame that suddenly appeared. A hideous shriek sounded. EMO heard it clearly. It was indeed Chen Pei. The magic artifact lost the ability to block spirit sense due to its master being injured. EMO immediately scanned a black figure running out of the cave. The next moment, EMO appeared in the big stone hall. Chen Pei stared at EMO like he was a ghost. There was extreme shock and fury in his eyes. The black figure must be someone else. It's you indeed. You killed Feng Guanlong and now you want to kill me. Chen Pei's words made EMO feel speechless. There was someone this shameless. He was ambushing him at the entrance. This Chen Pei would ambush whoever came out. This guy was clearly just waiting at the door to ambush whoever came out so he could collect the immortal crystals other people dug. He just didn't know if the 2 had been ambushed already. The other black figure who escaped might be Hu Rong, or someone who conspired with Chen Pei. EMO didn't even have the interest to explain and just smashed down with World Rock. Chen Pei didn't dare to underestimate EMO at all anymore after seeing his Heaven Flame 9 Suns. He immediately released a huge coffin magic artifact, expecting to block EMO's Heaven Flame, but instead EMO didn't release any flame. He used a huge terrifying waiting stone. It gradually turned into a small mountain and fell down. Chen Pei had seen many mountainous magic artifacts, but never once did they make him feel this terrified. Before he could think, all the space around him seemed to have been squeezed together by the huge rock. Not good. The black mountain smashed on the huge coffin and that terrifying pressure instantly made him spit blood. Chen Pei couldn't care about getting revenge now. He spat out a rune which instantly turned into a dark green light that enveloped him. EMO immediately realized this guy wanted to run and inserted more immortal essence into the world rock. Rumble. The coffin was smashed to pieces, but Chen Pei was long gone. EMO put away the world rock in dissatisfaction. These bastards all had ways to escape. These guys all used escape runes. It seemed he needed to get a few runes so that when he lost a battle he could also run. If he learned to make runes, then maybe 100 years later he could become a rune master. But he really didn't want to learn these things. Pill concoction and forgery already wasted large amounts of his time. He still needed to learn formations too. Chen Pei got away and EMO didn't get a single immortal crystal. However, there was nothing he could do. He looked at the stone caves. He didn't know who the black figure was, but he didn't care. He got 50 million top-grade immortal crystals. This was enough to reach Abstruse Immortal. EMO left without hesitation. Chapter 1611, Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain. 2 days later, EMO appeared at Chaos Star Realm Level 4. EMO thought it would be a dull space like the previous 3 levels, but at Level 4 he realized he was completely wrong. There still was no sun here, but there were stars and some light. Yemo believed those specks in the sky were planets. Once you flew to a certain height, you would be suppressed. Yemo knew that with his current power it was impossible to reach those planets. He didn't know if immortal emperors could go there or if someone who left the Chaos Star realm from the void could go there. At level 4, Yemo didn't go anywhere else and went directly to the Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain. The immortals at level 4 were mostly Great Unity immortals or above. Rarely did abstruse immortal come over. Even if they did, it was abstruse immortal tertiary stage cultivators and they didn't dare to go very deep. Even Yemo didn't dare to put blue moon speed at max. He saw on the Jade Slip that the shadowless vultures here were already level 4. Theoretically, they were as strong as Great Unity immortals. Despite them being only good at ambushing and have little battle power, Yemo didn't dare to be careless. A few days later, Yemo didn't encounter any shadowless vultures nor void whirlpools, and only then did he speed up. Today, Yemo just wanted to go inside Blue Moon when he felt some waves at this spirit sense domain. He sliced back with Zisu without thinking. With a shriek, a few feathers fell and there was nothing else. It was a shadowless vulture. The ones here were indeed much stronger than the ones at level 3. Their speed was far superior too. Yemo was certain that the main feathers of these shadowless vultures could even be used to make level 6 flying immortal artifacts. The shadowless vulture might be level 4, but if its position was exposed, its battle power might be weaker than a level 3 immortal beast. Knowing this, Yemo even hoped shadowless vultures would come. Level 4 shadowless vultures were too fast, but Yemo wasn't worried. He had an immortal nirvana body. Even if he was ambushed, he wouldn't be ripped apart like other cultivators. Yemo didn't intend to go inside the ship anymore. Jinbingyu didn't have spirit sense, but she could eat pills herself now. The only pity was that it had been another few days and he was about to arrive at the Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain soon, but there was still no signs of shadowless vultures. Level 4 shadowless vultures were much smarter than the other lower level ones. One mistake and they might run. The shadowless vulture that attacked him was probably heavily injured by his sword ray. Perhaps due to this, other shadowless vultures were scared of him. Maybe he needed to stop waiting and attack. Thinking about this, Yemo slowed down and released his spirit sense outside. In less than 5 minutes he found a stealth shadowless vulture. It was hidden in the void, barely tangible, and even Yemo's spirit sense couldn't sense it, but Yemo's spirit sense domain could. Anything that appeared in his spirit sense domain would be noticed. After noticing it, Yemo kept driving Blue Moon in the same way and casually passed by it. However, when it was behind him, he suddenly attacked. The stealth shadowless vulture clearly didn't expect Yemo would notice him and would be this sly. Bloody light flashed and the level 4 shadowless vulture was killed without resistance. Yemo rejoiced and quickly took the pain of main feathers and beast core before preparing to ambush the next one. 5 days later, Yemo found that there were less and less shadowless vultures. Eventually, he couldn't find a single one. They probably all left, but for Yemo it was enough. He got 11 sets of main feathers and beast cores. This was quite a small fortune. On the 9th day, Yemo came to the outskirts of the Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain and he realized why it was hard to find. It wasn't at a place with dense immortal spirit chi, it was in a desert with no immortal spirit chi at all, plus, one needed a jade card to go in the mountain. Yemo didn't know where Jinbingyu's master got the jade card from, but he was certain she must have had a great encounter in here. After entering the desert, Yemo soon found the entrance to the Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain. If Jinbingyu didn't tell him, he wouldn't be able to see the entrance formation at all. He was certain this stealth formation was beyond level 6. He patted the jade card in the air and a faint yellow ring expanded. Soon, a formation door opened. Yemo put away the jade card and entered the formation door. Then, the formation door disappeared. The dense immortal spirit chi inside made Yemo realize why immortal spirit herbs could grow here. A moderately tall mountain appeared before him. The slope was very steady. It was more like the staircase farms he had seen before. There were immortal spirit herbs everywhere from level 1 to level 6. They were distributed evenly. Each level had its own region. Clearly, someone intentionally planted these, or else wouldn't there be some natural immortal spirit herb mountain? Plus, this wasn't a few hundred like Jinbingyu said before, there were tens of thousands of immortal spirit herbs. There were even thousands of level 5 and level 6 immortal spirit herbs. Yemo was certain that there was more than one immortal range below here, so many immortal spirit herbs. Even Jinbingyu was shocked. How many do we collect? Yemo looked back at her and asked, although these immortal spirit herbs were not necessarily grown by her master, they still belonged to her master. If Yemo found this himself, he would move everything including the immortal range into this golden page world without hesitation, but clearly he couldn't do this now. Collect however many you think you need, Jinbingyu said without hesitation. Regardless whether she could recover, it was due to Yemo she could live until now. Although she said Yemo could only collect a small part. She couldn't resist at all now, so Yemo didn't even need to ask her. Yemo felt his chin. I'll only collect a part and I need to cultivate here for a while. He was indeed a bit embarrassed. That's fine, Jinbingyu said without hesitation. She knew her failure in Nirvana didn't have much to do with Yemo. It was more because she didn't prepare well enough. She saw that Yemo could succeed and thus wanted to try as well, but in the end she failed. Yemo took out the cultivation artifact mansion and sent Jinbingyu inside. Then, he began digging the level 5 and level 6 immortal spirit herbs. He didn't even touch the level 4 ones except for a few that were useful to him. Chapter 1611, Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain. 2 days later, Yemo appeared at Chaos Star Realm level 4. Yemo thought it would be a dull space like the previous 3 levels, but at level 4 he realized he was completely wrong. There still was no sun here, but there were stars and some light. Yemo believed those specks in the sky were planets. Once you flew to a certain height you would be suppressed. Yemo knew that with his current power it was impossible to reach those planets. He didn't know if immortal emperors could go there or if someone who left the Chaos Star Realm from the void could go there. At level 4, Yemo didn't go anywhere else and went directly to the Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain. The immortals at level 4 were mostly Great Unity immortals or above. Rarely did abstruse immortal come over. Even if they did, it was abstruse immortal tertiary stage cultivators and they didn't dare to go very deep. Even Yemo didn't dare to put blue moon speed at max. He saw on the jade slip that the shadowless vultures here were already level 4, theoretically, they were as strong as Great Unity immortals. Despite them being only good at ambushing and have little battle power, Yemo didn't dare to be careless. A few days later, Yemo didn't encounter any shadowless vultures nor void whirlpools, and only then did he speed up. Today, Yemo just wanted to go inside Blue Moon when he felt some waves at this spirit sense domain. He sliced back with Zisu without thinking. With a shriek, a few feathers fell and there was nothing else. It was a shadowless vulture. The ones here were indeed much stronger than the ones at level 3. Their speed was far superior too. Yemo was certain that the main feathers of these shadowless vultures could even be used to make level 6 flying immortal artifacts. The shadowless vulture might be level 4, but if its position was exposed its battle power might be weaker than a level 3 immortal beast. Knowing this, Yemo even hoped shadowless vultures would come. Level 4 shadowless vultures were too fast, but Yemo wasn't worried. He had an immortal nirvana body. Even if he was ambushed he wouldn't be ripped apart like other cultivators. Yemo didn't intend to go inside the ship anymore. Jinbingyu didn't have spirit sense but she could eat pills herself now. The only pity was that it had been another few days and he was about to arrive at the Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain soon, but there was still no signs of shadowless vultures. Level 4 shadowless vultures were much smarter than the other lower level ones. One mistake and they might run. The shadowless vulture that attacked him was probably heavily injured by his sword ray. Perhaps due to this, other shadowless vultures were scared of him. Maybe he needed to stop waiting and attack. Thinking about this, Yemo slowed down and released his spirit sense outside. In less than 5 minutes he found a stealthed shadowless vulture. It was hidden in the void, barely tangible, and even Yemo's spirit sense couldn't sense it, but Yemo's spirit sense domain could. Anything that appeared in his spirit sense domain would be noticed. After noticing it, Yemo kept driving Blue Moon in the same way and casually passed by it. However, when it was behind him, he suddenly attacked. The stealth shadowless vulture clearly didn't expect Yemo would notice him and would be this sly. Bloody light flashed and the level 4 shadowless vulture was killed without resistance. Yemo rejoiced and quickly took the pain of main feathers and beast core before preparing to ambush the next one. 5 days later, Yemo found that there were less and less shadowless vultures. Eventually, he couldn't find a single one. They probably all left, but for Yemo it was enough. He got 11 sets of main feathers and beast cores. This was quite a small fortune. On the 9th day, Yemo came to the outskirts of the Immortal Spirit Herb Mountain and he realized why it was hard to find. It wasn't at a place with dense immortal spirit chi, it was in a desert with no immortal spirit chi at all. Plus, one needed a jade card to go in the mountain. Yemo didn't know where Jin Bingyu's master got the jade card from, but he was certain she must have had a great encounter in here, after entering the desert.
Yemo soon found the entrance to the immortal spirit herb mountain.
If Jin Bingyu didn't tell him, he wouldn't be able to see the entrance formation at all. He was certain this stealth formation was beyond level 6. He patted the jade card in the air and a faint yellow ring expanded.
Soon, a formation door opened. Yemo put away the jade card and entered the formation door.
Then, the formation door disappeared. The dense immortal spirit chi inside made Yemo realize why immortal spirit herbs could grow here. A moderately tall mountain appeared before him. The slope was very steady. It was more like the staircase farms he had seen before. There were immortal spirit herbs everywhere from level 1 to level 6.
They were distributed evenly. Each level had its own region. Clearly, someone intentionally planted these, or else wouldn't there be some natural immortal spirit herb mountain?
Plus, this wasn't a few hundred like Jin Bingyu said before, there were tens of thousands of immortal spirit herbs. There were even thousands of level 5 and level 6 immortal spirit herbs. Yemo was certain that there was more than one immortal range below here, so many immortal spirit herbs.
Even Jin Bingyu was shocked. How many do we collect?
Yemo looked back at her and asked. Although these immortal spirit herbs were not necessarily grown by her master, they still belonged to her master. If Yemo found this himself, he would move everything including the immortal range into this golden page world without hesitation, but clearly he couldn't do this now. Collect however many you think you need, Jin Bingyu said without hesitation. Regardless whether she could recover, it was due to Yemo she could live until now. Although she said Yemo could only collect a small part, she couldn't resist at all now, so Yemo didn't even need to ask her. Yemo felt his chin. I'll only collect a part and I need to cultivate here for a while. He was indeed a bit embarrassed. That's fine, Jin Bingyu said without hesitation.
She knew her failure in Nirvana didn't have much to do with Yemo.
It was more because she didn't prepare well enough. She saw that Yemo could succeed and thus wanted to try as well, but in the end she failed. Yemo took out the cultivation artifact mansion and sent Jin Bingyu inside. Then, he began digging the level 5 and level 6 immortal spirit herbs. He didn't even touch the level 4 ones except for a few that were useful to him. Chapter 16:13. What divine damnation is this? Jin Bingyu shook her head and said no more. Yemo took out the jade card and left the immortal spirit herb mountain again, returning to the desert of level 4. Looking at this boundless desert, he had to admit that whoever set this formation up was quite powerful. He could set up such a formation, but hiding such a huge immortal spirit herb mountain in the formation would only be possible once he reached level 5 or level 6 immortal formation grade master. Most of the times when Yemo had his divine damnation, he didn't set up spirit gathering formations as he could devour lightning source. He didn't care if there was the immortal spirit chi was plentiful or not, but in this desert almost devoid of immortal spirit chi, Yemo set up a spirit gathering immortal formation. Last time when he had his golden immortal divine damnation, he was almost ambushed by the divine damnation. Luckily he reached golden immortal at the last moment, so this time he set up an abundant immortal spirit chi gathering formation. As for lighting attraction and storage formations, Yemo couldn't be bothered setting them up. He knew with the current power of the divine damnation, the formations wouldn't be able to store it even if he set them up. Seeing Yemo set up so many immortal spirit chi gathering formations, Jin Bingyu was speechless. To be honest, Yemo was just having an abstruse immortal divine damnation. Why did it seem like he was having his great immortal divine damnation? And he even said his favorite things were divine damnations. Yemo was already using the 3 birth chant in the formation at this moment, ready to draw down the divine damnation. Jin Bingyu hadn't seen Yemo's cultivation scene, but now that she saw all the immortal spirit chi of the immortal crystals around Yemo gather and form a mist, she was shocked. No wonder he cultivated so fast. The impact of his cultivation was this huge. Soon, she saw 8 huge immortal spirit chi whirlpools spinning above Yemo's head. They grew bigger and bigger until they combined into one. There were about 10 million immortal crystals outside. That seemed a lot, but not for someone who cultivated like Yemo. To be honest, if an ordinary golden immortal used so many immortal crystals to cultivate, he might not be able to use them up within a few thousand years, but with Yemo's speed, Jin Bingyu was certain they wouldn't last him even 100 years, thinking that Yemo needed 100 times more immortal crystals than others. Jin Bingyu took in a cold breath. She had seen some prodigies in the sect, but none of them has such a grand cultivation scene.
Yimo's heritage was too powerful.
Jinbingyu shook her head. She also benefited from Yimo's heritage, or she would have turned to dust from nirvana already. However, no matter how powerful Yimo's heritage was, he wasn't going to give it to her. If she didn't save his life, she might not even have the body refinement cultivation method. Yimo ate the abstruse clear pill. 15 minutes later, the dim sky got darker and Jinbingyu knew Yimo's divine damnation was here. Rumble rumble, 9 faint red lightning arcs fell down.
Jinbingyu dazed on the side. What was going on? Since when was the first wave of abstruse immortal divine damnation 9 bolts? Usually there were at most 3.
Abstruse immortal divine damnations were usually 18 bolts. If there were 9 in the first wave, then wouldn't that mean there would only be 2 waves? Plus, no matter how powerful the golden immortal peak stage was, he wouldn't be able to stop 9 bolts at the same time.
These 9 bolts were extremely thick too. How could GMO survive that? And what was this faint red lightning bolt?
She had never seen it before. Crack, the 9 bolts all blasted on Yimo's body, but what Jinbingyu didn't understand was that Yimo didn't even release a defensive magic artifact. Did he not have one, or did Yimo think he could take it head-on because he had an immortal nirvana body? It might be that Yimo really didn't have a defensive magic artifact. She had been with Yimo for quite long and she had never seen him take out a defensive magic artifact. When the 9 bolts struck him, Yimo knew these lightning arcs were so much stronger than his golden immortal divine damnation. Yimo's 3 birth chant ran and he devoured the lightning source incessantly, converting them all to immortal essence. He could clearly feel that the red lightning was much stronger than before, but he was damaged less. Only his skin cracked open. Only now did Yimo feel the benefits of body refinement immortal body. Seeing Yimo easily survive the 9 bolts, Jinbingyu was completely dumbfounded. This was the first time she had seen an abstruse immortal divine damnation this powerful and someone pass it so easily. No wonder Yimo didn't release a defensive magic artifact. He was prepared. Was an immortal nirvana body really this powerful? More than 10 cracks sounded in the air again. 18 bolts of lightning fell at the same time and they seemed thicker and more ferocious than before. What's going on?
Jinbingyu looked at the divine damnation in confusion.
This was 27 bolts already. Only an extremely rare few golden immortal cultivators would have 27 bolts. Thinking about how Yimo could kill abstruse immortals as golden immortal, Jinbingyu seemed to realize something, but even 27 bolts didn't come in just 2 waves. But Yimo didn't fear them at all. He charged up against the wave. He felt he was lucky he finished his nirvana before this divine damnation, or else this time he wouldn't have it so easy. Rumble, the lightning bolt struck him, but he used 3 birth chant to devour the lightning power.
The faint red lightning was rapidly devoured by Yimo and turned into lightning element immortal essence, increasing his cultivation level. He's actually fine? Jinbingyu was dazed again.
The 18 bolts didn't even heavily injure Yimo. Rumble, 2 more bolts fell down.
Jinbingyu was completely bewildered now.
This was beyond 27 bolts. However, Yimo's power began to rise rapidly now.
It didn't stop at the 2 bolts, more fell.
2 more, 3 more, 2 more. Lightning arcs fell down nonstop and grew thicker and thicker until Yimo was completely immersed in red lightning bolts. Jinbingyu looked dazedly at this. She didn't understand at all just what kind of divine damnation Yimo was having. How could there be so many bolts of abstruse immortal divine damnation? Suddenly, Yimo let out a long howl and charged up while releasing black lighting to fight against the pink lightning in the sky. He was crazy.
Bingyu finally realized why Yimo said he loved divine damnation.
She had never seen someone have divine damnation like this. This was attacking divine damnation. Was he trying to show off his power or trying to anger the divine damnation? Jinbingyu didn't know that Yimo was long past the angering divine damnation phase. He charged up to fight divine damnation so his lightning sword would improve. Each time he used lightning sword against divine damnation, its power would increase a level. Now that he had completely finished divine damnation and reached abstruse immortal, how could he waste such an opportunity to improve his lightning sword? Rumbling sounds were incessant in the air. Yimo's black lightning sword clashed with the red lightning bolts. 5 minutes later, the lightning slowly dissipated and the immortal spirit chi cloud finally came. Yimo put away his lightning sword and started devouring the immortal spirit chi cloud. This divine damnation was too easy, but Yimo knew that the abstruse immortal divine damnation was the easiest divine damnation among all of the immortal divine damnations. Feeling the power of abstruse immortal essence and spirit sense, Yimo was very happy. It was indeed too hard to kill abstruse immortals as a golden immortal. If it wasn't that his cultivation method was so absurd, it would be impossible. Chapter 16:14, Premonition of Danger. At this moment, Yemo thought of the words of that blue dress status immortal: "You will forever be a golden immortal for the rest of your life." It had only been a few years and he was already abstruse immortal, even though Yemo knew this wasn't due to him but to the three birth chant, yet he still felt very satisfied. Yemo cleansed himself and changed into a new set of clothes before putting away the extra immortal crystals. Then, he came to Jinbingyu. "Let's go, we can go back to the extreme sword sect." Yemo released Blue Moon and said. Jinbingyu sighed. She realized that even though she doubted Yemo to be bluffing, it turned out he was telling the truth. When she thought she knew a lot of secrets about Yemo, she only in fact knew less than 1%. Yemo carried Jinbingyu on a Blue Moon and released it. Flying towards the entrance of level 3, he was abstruse immortal primary stage now and his immortal essence was many times stronger. His spirit sense also increased greatly. The speed with which the level 4 flying immortal artifact Blue Moon was going was unfathomable. The level 4 shadowless vultures seemed to know that Yemo wasn't easy to mess with, so not a single one came to stop Yemo. In a short 3 days, Yemo was back at level 3. He realized that even if one had a good flying magic artifact, it needed someone good to use it. If he wasn't an abstruse immortal and was still a golden immortal, he wouldn't be able to make Blue Moon go this fast no matter what. Before he flew across level 3 for a year, but now when he flew to the second level entrance, he took less than half a year. When Yemo went into level 2, he immediately became careful and stealthed Blue Moon. There was the corner soul domain at level 2. Yemo didn't know if powerful beings were here checking it. If he encountered a status immortal and they pressured him with spirit sense, he really wasn't sure if he could keep Golden Page World a secret. Just in case, Yemo hid his power back to Golden Immortal Primary Stage. After all, he came here as a Golden Immortal Primary Stage, but in just 10 years he was Abstruse Immortal Primary Stage. Yemo could have come to the entrance of level 2 in 3 months, but he was very careful and went around. However, Yemo felt it was strange that level 2 was so calm. He didn't meet many immortals on the way. Seeing that he was about to leave level 2, Yemo finally couldn't resist it and stopped 2 golden immortals. They were both Golden Immortal Peak Stage. The two weren't worried that a Golden Immortal Primary Stage stopped them but instead studied Jinbingyu a few times. "Two friends, I've been in solitary cultivation and I just came out. I want to go to the corner soul domain but I haven't been able to find the direction. May I ask where it is?" Yemo saluted with his fists. "You want to go to the corner soul domain?" A golden immortal asked in confusion. "Yes, my martial sister's spirit sense is injured." Yemo answered. The two looked at Jinbingyu and didn't suspect and then immediately said, "You don't need to go anymore. The corner soul domain is actually a small world and was taken away by someone 10 years ago. The person who took it away is very evil. He didn't let a single person who went inside out. Now it's non-existent." Yemo was a little confused. Was he the only one who predicted that the soul corner domain was a sea of consciousness? Did no one check it out? Yemo asked again. The golden immortal said plainly, "Of course, 3 immortal emperors from the grand heaven domains came. They found that the small world had been spirit controlled and the owner took away all the immortals in it. The 3 immortal emperors were furious and immediately locked up the surroundings of the corner soul domain, not allowing any more to get near. They're trying to calculate whose spirit controlled the small world." Yemo quickly thanked them and saluted with his fists before flying off. After he was outside of the 2 spirit sense range, he released Blue Moon and flew rapidly towards level 1. He was very clear that the 3 immortal emperors must have noticed something strange about the corner soul domain and might have even guessed it was Wuxuan immortal emperor's sea of consciousness. Calculate whose spirit controlled the small world? Immortals who were great immortal and above wouldn't believe such a lie. Even if all the people in a low heaven domain died, probably not a single immortal emperor would come to care, much less a small world and a few thousand immortals. Small worlds were valuable to ordinary people, but each immortal emperor probably had quite a few. If it was some truth spirit world or chaos world, those immortal emperors would come check, but it was impossible. They came for a small world and a few thousand low-grade immortals. So, Yemo had to leave as quickly as possible in case he was involved. Luckily, what Yemo worried about didn't happen, or perhaps he overestimated himself. He was only a golden immortal. When Yemo came back to the level 1 entrance, he found that Marketplace was still there. But there were all strangers. Only a few familiar faces were there. Before they could recognize him, Yemo left with Jinbingyu rapidly.
2 months later, EMO brought Jin Bingyu to the asteroid door. EMO couldn't be bothered finding a group, so he just flew into the void himself. This time, his luck was much better. He only encountered an asteroid flow and a void storm group, nothing else very threatening. Even so, EMO just took 11 days to come back to Far Star Castle. 10 years was really nothing in the immortal realm. It passed in the blink of an eye. EMO didn't want anyone to notice him, so he immediately used the teleportation formation to Gonghua Heaven. Coming out of the teleportation formation, EMO used Blue Moon at full power. Flying towards Extreme Sword Sect, EMO had long planned to immediately leave Gonghua Heaven after sending Jin Bingyu to Extreme Sword Sect and head towards the Middle Heaven domains. In just a few days, EMO neared the land of Extreme Sword Sect again. Seeing that he would arrive in just 3 hours, EMO suddenly stopped Blue Moon. What's wrong? Jin Bingyu was excited too. She really wanted to know if her master could save her, so she had been constantly noting the distance to Extreme Sword Sect. EMO frowned. I have a feeling we can't go too fast. It's not very safe ahead. Chapter 16:15, Sect Annihilation. It's Extreme Sword Sect. How can it be not safe? Jin Bingyu looked at EMO in confusion and seemed to have realized something and added, "Don't worry, I definitely won't allow my master to attack you nor let the sect do anything to you. My injuries have nothing to do with you." EMO didn't doubt her words and believed she could do it. Her master's status was very high, seemingly just below the sect leader. Even so, he felt uneasy. EMO had always trusted his sense for danger. This sense had never been wrong ever since he cultivated 3 burst chant. EMO stopped and instead changed directions and left. Jin Bingyu frowned and stared at EMO asking, "Why?" "Very sorry, I can't go to Extreme Sword Sect. I keep sensing there is danger ahead. If you must go, you can release your rainbow stamp. But if you trust me, then I suggest you to not be in a rush to go back." "Wait until I find out why I feel uneasy," EMO answered heavily. Jin Bingyu stared at EMO for a long while and remembered that when she was with EMO he never seemed to have lied, so she said, "Okay, I choose to believe you. If you don't find out why, I hope you can send me back as soon as possible." EMO ignored her. That sense of danger was getting denser. He left the nearby area of Extreme Sword Sect rapidly. Jin Bingyu thought EMO would go to nearby cities and ask about the sect. But she was soon disappointed. EMO instead went to further places. Jin Bingyu knew resistance was futile, so she said no more. She had doubted EMO many times, but it always ended up with her being wrong, so she chose to believe EMO this time. She knew that if she really wanted to go back herself, EMO would agree. A month later, EMO came to a rather distant city from the sect, Xian Kuei Immortal City. "You had best cover your face." EMO put away Blue Moon and carried Jin Bingyu on his back and said, "Jin Bingyu could be said to be the prettiest woman in Gonghua Heaven. People would definitely notice such a woman." He didn't want her to expose her identity. "Okay." Jin Bingyu took out a face veil and covered her face. EMO carried Jin Bingyu to the city gates and found there was a huge statue of an immortal. That's Xian Kuei Great Emperor, the only immortal emperor to have ever come from Xian Kuei City. The city was built by him, Jin Bingyu said. EMO knew about great emperors. One must be immortal emperor peak stage and be revered by other immortals to have such a title. Yu Miaodan didn't expect the low heaven domain that rarely had an immortal king would have an immortal emperor, but he didn't have the mood to ask about this emperor. The magnitude of this city seemed even better than by Immortal City. Immortals came flowing by. EMO took out 100 middle-grade immortal crystals and made 2 temporary jade cards at the city gates and took Jin Bingyu in. He also recovered his power to be abstruse immortal primary stage. With Jin Bingyu's guidance, he came to the most popular immortal rest tower in the city. He came here to find news, of course. There were rooms, but they didn't go. He took Jin Bingyu to one corner in the lounge and ordered 2 cups of immortal spirit tea. Many people came here, and quite a lot of people came here to search for news. But most of them were here for cultivation resource related news. There was a huge display formation at the front of the lounge showing news of forming teams and exchanges. EMO signaled to Jin Bingyu and was prepared to find someone to indirectly ask about Extreme Sword Sect when they heard people on the right discussing about it. There were 2 golden immortal cultivators, and even though they weren't loud, Jin Bingyu could hear them clearly. If something didn't happen to Minghua, us 3 could have formed a team for this. It's a pity her entire sect has been annihilated. Sigh, the Extreme Sword Sect did nothing to deserve this. Who did they offend? They were just straight up annihilated. They are a sect passed down from the ancient times.
Even in the low heaven domain, sects without a status immortal are insects. Yeah, a great eternity immortal sect is high up there in Gonghua heaven, but it was so easily annihilated.
Let's find someone else. Yemo frowned. He didn't expect his sense of danger was extreme sword sect being annihilated.
They were first grade power in Gonghua heaven, who had the power to dare to annihilate them.
Did the Gonghua heaven's heaven lord not say anything?
Why were they annihilated? Jin Bingyu's face was pale. Although she was focused on the Tao, she was only abstruse immortal primary stage. Extreme sword sect was where she grew up and her master was there. Now that the sect was annihilated, how could her master be safe? At least she knew Yemo's premonition was right. Yemo was silent.
The sect annihilation wasn't what made him feel endangered.
He could still go in after the sect was annihilated, but the reason he felt danger meant that there was someone waiting for something there.
Let's go. Yemo got up.
He knew staying here was pointless. This place was 1 month away from the sect, but that was just to him. For some powerful beings, it might just be a few hours. Jin Bingyu was numb. For the first time she lost a sense of direction. Even though she was heavily injured, she wasn't lost like this because she could at least go back to her sect. Now that her sect was gone, where could she go? She didn't know what to do at all now. Yemo told her to leave, so she could only go with Yemo plus, she could only rely on Yemo. An immortal ship flying towards Tangyao Heaven Domain will be passing by here in a day. A golden immortal suddenly said in shock.
Isn't Tangyao Heaven a middle-grade heaven domain? Why would a ship going there stop at Xin Kuei Immortal City? It has nothing to do with the city.
Heaven Domain flying ships stay to earn immortal crystals.
That's true. If that's so, then this is really good news. Good news, my ass. Look at how many immortal crystals are needed. Can ordinary immortals afford that? 15 million top-grade immortal crystals for a low-grade seat? Oh my god, this is too terrifying.
Chapter 1616, Expensive Ticket. Yemo saw this news too and immediately carried up Jin Bingyu.
Tangyao Heaven was a middle heaven domain. Now that he had such an opportunity, he must go.
Ever since he left the Chaos Star realm, he had been feeling uneasy. Lu Jingchuan was like this huge mountain blocking in front of him. He felt danger in the 11 low heaven domains. This place wasn't good to stay. He must leave the 11 low heaven domains. Even if he couldn't get to the grand 11 heaven domains, the middle 11 heaven domains were good.
Yemo was planning to go the middle 11 heaven domains anyways. Yemo left the immortal rest tower with Jin Bingyu.
If Jin Bingyu was to go too, then the ticket would cost 30 million top-grade immortal crystals, and Yemo happened to have that much. I want to go to Tangyao Heaven. Are you coming with me or going somewhere else?
Yemo asked.
If she wanted to go somewhere else, he would be happy to send her over, but only if he could get back on time. Jin Bingyu was still lost. Ever since she was born, her goal was straightforward: cultivate and turn extreme sword sect into a status immortal sect. After she reached status immortal, she would seek to become an immortal emperor and achieve Tao, but half of her life goal has been destroyed. Even after countless years, when she reached status immortal, extreme sword sect wouldn't be able to be what it used to be. I have nowhere to go. Jin Bingyu shook her head. Since you have nowhere to go, come to Tangyao Heaven with me.
It's a middle heaven domain. Perhaps we can find a way for you to recover there. Yemo said. Yemo had thought of another way to heal Jin Bingyu, but he wouldn't do that.
He had the small sapling in his golden page world. If he gave her to eat it, she would definitely recover. He was injured by that sword tip back in the cultivation realm and his injuries couldn't recover. However, the small sapling easily healed him when he just got near it. Plus, Lu Jingchuan used so much effort just to cultivate that small sapling. One could see how precious it is. He definitely wouldn't take it out unless someone close to him was about to die. Thinking about that sword tip, Yemo thought of Yemo. He inserted his spirit sense Tao will into it and gave it to Yemo. The notice on the immortal rest tower was clear. Those who wanted to go on the immortal ship would need to go to city management and sign up. When Yemo brought Jin Bingyu over, there were more than 10 immortals already, ranging from golden immortal to great extreme immortal. But most were abstruse immortals. No one noticed Yemo, an abstruse immortal primary stage. but people immediately started to watch when EMO carried a heavily injured woman inside. Most immortals in the immortal realm were shrouded in rainbow clouds and appeared like gods, but selfishness was embedded in their bones. Behind their glamorous looks were robbery and ambush. With the limited cultivation resources, if one didn't compete for them, they would be disqualified in the endless pursuit of immortal Tao. Relatively, those sect members of big sects had greater morals. At least with a big sect, they wouldn't easily kill unless there was something truly valuable. These people were confused seeing EMO carry a heavily injured woman. Most of them were golden immortal and above and could easily tell Jinbingyu couldn't cultivate anymore. Some people saw the perfectly beautiful body of Jinbingyu and how EMO was carrying her. They believed that EMO loved this woman too much to be willing to take out an extra 15 million for her. An abstruse immortal primary stage could take out 30 million top-grade immortal crystals. This was very shocking. Most great immortals wouldn't be able to take out even 10 million top-grade immortal crystals. Just how wealthy was he? This wasn't a middle or grand heaven domain. All the immortals here saved countless years of immortal crystals or were helped by their heritage. At the sign-up place, EMO paid 30 million top-grade immortal crystals without hesitation and got 2 tickets. Then he sat on the side waiting for the immortal ship. Now EMO had less than 100k immortal crystals, but he wasn't worried. He would have his way when he went to Tangyao Heaven. The other immortals immediately respected EMO's ability to pay 30 million top-grade immortal crystals, and some even moved away from the window seat to let EMO sit down. "Friend, are you from Gonghua Heaven?" one abstruse immortal middle stage asked. EMO said, "No, I'm from Extreme Wind Heaven. I heard there was a Heaven Domain flying ship here, so I came wanting to try my luck at the Middle Heaven Domain." EMO also carefully watched this abstruse immortal. He wore a grey immortal robe and looked very ordinary. But EMO didn't feel he had any bad intentions. He probably came to talk to him because he easily took out 30 million top-grade immortal crystals. That's right, the immortal spirit chi in the low heaven domains is too scarce and there aren't enough cultivation resources. It doesn't work at all to fully rely on immortal crystals for cultivation. So I gritted my teeth and took out all my savings to check out the middle heaven domains. I might even be able to reach Great Immortal there, the grey-robed immortal said. EMO nodded and smiled but said nothing. This grey-robed immortal was very talkative and said again, "Friend, it's quite amazing you could get news of this ship ahead of time. I only got this news by luck. If I got this news at Extreme Wind Heaven, I wouldn't be able to make it for the immortal ship. I'm Lan Disheng, I heard it takes a few years to fly there. We're all from low-grade heaven domains. We should get to know each other so we can take care of each other out there," Lan Disheng said. "I'm EMO, this is my martial sister," EMO said, but didn't say Jinbingyu's name. Soon EMO got to know Lan Disheng and the 2 others on the side also joined the conversation. One was a female cultivator. She was abstruse immortal middle stage power and called Tan Xiaolian. Another abstruse immortal tertiary stage man was called Xiang Qilin. They all wanted to reach Great Immortal in the middle heaven domain. EMO's power was the lowest, but no one dared to underestimate him. Tan Xiaolian couldn't compare with Jinbingyu in terms of looks, but she was rather good looking. Xiang Qilin looked ferocious like EMO when he had just reached immortal nirvana body. But EMO knew he wasn't a body refinement cultivator. His ferocious temperament was probably natural or due to his trial experiences. Nonetheless, he spoke very amicably. Jinbingyu said nothing and no one asked about her. The 3 were all from Gonghua Heaven and were solo cultivators, so they spoke casually. The conversation was very pleasant. There were a few times EMO wanted to ask about the Extreme Sword Sect, but he resisted the urge. He knew this wasn't a suitable time to ask about it. He could ask when they got on the ship. Nearly 20 more people came and EMO realized just how much the ship was earning. They could earn this much just by passing by this city. How much could they earn for the entire trip? These immortal crystals are too easy to earn. Tan Xiaolian sighed in admiration. There were 40 people here, and this could bring the immortal ship a few hundred million. How much could they earn for this entire ship? Plus they were only getting low-grade seatings. What about middle grade, top grade, and special grade? Lan Disheng shook his head. Not anyone can earn these immortal crystals. Heaven domain ships can't be obtained by ordinary people. An ordinary one would require a few immortal forgery grandmasters to forge for up to 100 years. The running and maintenance costs of the immortal ship are also quite hefty. On top of that, The immortal ships heading from low heaven domains to middle heaven domains have at least 3 immortal king guards. If that was the case, even if an immortal king was given a heaven domain ship, he wouldn't be able to run it. I heard there is also a teleportation formation from low to middle heaven domains.
Tan Xiaolian said. Lan Dishing said, I've heard of it too, but no one knows where the teleportation formations are. Perhaps they don't run or can only be opened during times of emergency. Chapter 1617, Scam Ship. A day passed quickly and the heaven domain ship arrived in time. It stopped at the outskirts of the immortal city. The ship was almost half the size of the city. When Yemo and them left the city with the management, they entered the ship from below. It took only a few minutes for the ship to begin flying again once Yemo and them entered. After the management left, a great Unity Immortal led them on the ship. He scanned them and said, Welcome to the Tangfong Heaven Domain ship. Because you bought low-grade tickets you can only stay at the low-grade deck. The rent of each room is 100k immortal crystals a year. One abstruse immortal tertiary stage was shocked and asked, Chen Bei, we've already paid the ticket, why do we need to pay rent? The great Unity Immortal frowned and his tone suddenly went cold. You mean that after you paid those few immortal crystals you can stay here for free and use the immortal spirit chi for free? The abstruse immortal tertiary stage shivered and didn't dare to say anything else. Everyone including Emo realized that they were scammed. The plane ticket didn't include a place to stay. What sort of logic was this? But no one dared to say anything. It was asking for death starting trouble with management here. Emo fell silent. Luckily Jinbingyu had some immortal crystals in her storage ring. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a place to stay. Seeing the rest of the people stay silent, the great Unity Immortal nodded. Now you can buy room jade cards with me. As for other costs, they will be in each room. Hearing this, everyone realized this was no immortal ship but a scam ship. However, most of the people had decided to stay in their room no matter what. This way, even if other places needed immortal crystals, it wouldn't be their problem. Most people took out immortal crystals to buy a room other than a few individuals. Yemo just bought one room, firstly because Jinbingyu couldn't even move and protect herself, and secondly since he didn't have that many immortal crystals. He paid for 10 years, 2 rooms would cost 2.4 million. He didn't have that many immortal crystals in his storage ring, only Jinbingyu's storage ring still had a few million. After getting a room number, the familiar people greeted each other and went to find their own rooms. The low-grade deck was at the lowest part of the ship in the middle. The immortal spirit chi was lacking here and there was no spirit gathering formation. It was just a place to stay. As for rooms on the side, they were top-grade decks. The rooms at the top were special-grade decks. Yemo got low D298. He told Lan Xingdi and them before quickly going into his room. When he went in the room, he was speechless. 100k immortal crystals a year got him a place was less than 10 square meters. If they weren't cultivators, ordinary people wouldn't be able to stay here at all. They weren't just staying for a year or two but for decades. This place seemed not much better than the corner seat he got on the ship from Blackweed Forest. Yemo took out some daily items and placed Jinbingyu down. He just noticed that the room was covered with signs full of prices. Go to the top deck and watch the void for a day, 10,000 top-grade immortal crystals. Go to middle-grade deck exchange social. Marketplace, 10,000 top-grade immortal crystals a day, top-grade marketplace 30,000 a day. Rent a stall place at middle-grade marketplace, 100,000 top-grade immortal crystals a day. The price list was very long. Yemo was speechless, he couldn't even be bothered looking. It cost 10,000 immortal crystals a day just to watch the view. This was the biggest scam he had seen. You're planning to keep taking me with you like this? Jinbingyu saw Yemo turn around and suddenly asked. Yemo said plainly, when I was heavily injured and unconscious you didn't abandon me, so I should take you. Plus I'm going to Tangyao Heaven anyways. In fact, I really want to know what you plan to do. Jinbingyu had woken up from that lost state and frowned. After a while, she said, if possible I want to ask you to help me. As long as my wounds and spirit roots can recover, I can leave myself. Yemo nodded. I don't know what immortal spirit herb is needed for your injuries, but I can definitely tell you I will help you. I'm planning to cultivate and undergo trial at Tangyao Heaven. I will also watch out for how to recover from nirvana failure.
Actually, if there is another chaos blue reed I can definitely recover, but I know it's not something common, Jin Bingyu said helplessly. Other than Emo, there was no one else to help her. She really wanted to know why Extreme Sword Sect would be annihilated. It was a big sect, and even the greatest sect in Gonghua Heaven or the Heaven Lord Estate wouldn't be able to annihilate them so easily. Emo looked around the room. There was no surveillance formation or restrictions. Then he took out some immortal crystals and started to set up a spirit gathering formation. After Emo set up the formation, he immediately realized why it cost 10k immortal crystals to go watch the view. There was a higher level formation here. Most of the immortal spirit chi he gathered would be sucked away. Emo was furious. How could one cultivate on this ship? But soon he knew being angry was pointless. He could only say to Jin Bingyu, I'll go ask Lan Disheng about the situation. You can cultivate first. Take me too, I want to know how Extreme Sword Sect was annihilated, Jin Bingyu said firmly. She knew why Emo was going to Lan Disheng. Just when Lan Disheng was cursing as well, Emo came over. Brother Yi, why did you come over? Lan Disheng felt it was strange that Emo carried his martial sister over. Emo saluted with his fists and said, Brother Lan, I indeed need you for something. Lan Disheng took out 2 chairs and let them sit down before asking, what do you need help with, Brother Yi? Emo nodded. I won't hide it from you, Brother Lan, my martial sister and I came from Extreme Sword Sect. What? Lan Disheng almost got up hearing this. But soon he realized what was going on. No wonder Emo said it now. If others knew they were from Extreme Sword Sect they wouldn't have a life left. I really didn't expect Brother Yi could escape from that disaster. But Extreme Sword Sect, sigh. Lan Disheng clearly felt pity for Extreme Sword Sect. Emo thanked him and said, Brother Lan, we didn't escape from there. We went out for trial a decade ago and only just got back. But when we were there we realized the sect was long gone. So you came to ask why the sect was annihilated? Lan Disheng realized. Yes, please tell me, Brother Lan, Emo said. Lan Disheng sighed. I'm not too certain what happened. I got this news from somewhere else. I can't guarantee if it's accurate or not. It's fine, just tell us, Brother Lan. Emo nodded. Okay. Lan Disheng said, you know the Freedom King, right? Yes, Emo said. Lan Disheng nodded. 2 years ago, that Freedom King suddenly headed towards Extreme Sword Sect. It should be a happy thing that an immortal king was visiting them, and indeed the entire sect was very happy. They even invited him to preach the Tao there, but what the sect leader and the elders didn't expect was that he suddenly asked the sect leader to marry Jin Bingyu to him as his concubine. Jin Bingyu's face changed. She pulled down her veil. Her eyes were full of guilt. She never expected things to have happened due to her. She remembered when she stopped Emo and was scanned by Freedom King's spirit sense. The trouble had begun there. So your martial sister Bingyu. Lan Disheng quickly got up and saluted with his fists. Did martial sister Bingyu's master not agree, and so Freedom King used this to annihilate the entire sect? Emo asked. Emo was sneering. Emo didn't believe an immortal king would annihilate a sect for something as trivial as this. If he really wanted Jin Bingyu he could have easily taken her before. Why would he wait till now? Chapter 16:18. Help! Lan Disheng looked at Emo in surprise, not knowing if he heard something or guessed it himself, but he immediately nodded. Yes. Freedom King was furious and attacked on the spot. A while after the Extreme Sword Sect was annihilated, I heard some other news that Qin Shanbei got Pingyu Immortal Fruit. Pingyu Immortal Fruit? Emo stared at Lan Disheng in shock. How could there be Pingyu Immortal Fruit in a low heaven domain? Even if there were, it would probably have to be in the depths of the Blackweed Forest. Even if an immortal king went there he might not survive. Qin Peifu dared to go? Pingyu Immortal Fruit was a level 7 immortal spirit herb and could be used to concoct E-King pills. Pingyu Immortal Fruit was top grade level 7, not even ordinary level 8 immortal spirit herbs were as valuable as it. Lan Disheng smiled awkwardly. This is just what I heard. I heard that Freedom King heard that Qin Shanbei got Pingyu Immortal Fruit and wanted to buy it from him. Qin Shanbei wasn't willing, so Freedom King used this excuse. Emo frowned and Lan Disheng said again, I heard another piece of news saying that sect leader Qin's daughter brought back a Tao partner. That Tao partner was an immortal pill master and had missed Lotus Heartfire. Emo didn't expect he was involved too. Lan Disheng continued, the Freedom King has a heaven flame called South Abyssal Hollow Flame. it's purple Nirvana level 3, so he really wanted the Mist Lotus Heartfire, but he was told the Pill Master was nowhere to be seen.
Yemo knew the flames a lot. South Abyssal Hollow Flame was ranked 7th of the 108 types of flames.
It had a special attribute, and that was when it was purple Nirvana level 3, it needs to devour a 9 clear flame to reach level 4 Immortal Flame. Mist Lotus Heartfire was a type of 9 clear flame. I don't know for which reason it is exactly, Lan Dishing said, and also realized why Emo was so wealthy. He came from a great Eternity Immortal sect. Brother Lan, may I ask if everyone in the sect was killed or whether some people escaped? Jin Bingyu worried about her master the most. Lan Disheng shook his head.
That I don't know.
I heard some escaped, but I didn't even dare to get close to the Extreme Sword sect with my power.
So I don't know the specifics. Thank you, Brother Lan.
Emo was very grateful to Lan Disheng. It was quite amazing that he knew this much. The sect wasn't annihilated for a simple reason.
Otherwise, he wouldn't sense danger after it was annihilated.
Someone was still waiting there, Lan Disheng quickly said. It's a small thing, no big deal, I've only heard about it on the way. Then he said angrily, this ship is too greedy, we paid 15 million top-grade immortal crystals and now we need to pay 1.2 million to stay for 10 years.
They're robbing us of immortal crystals.
I don't know what there is in this room, it's just an empty room, and this costs a 200,000 immortal crystal deposit. I'm certain that in the end they will say the room was damaged a little and the 200k won't be given back, Emo said. We're under a roof, so we have to keep our heads low. We may have paid a lot of immortal crystals now, but once we get to Tang Yao Heaven we might earn more. Not everyone has the opportunity to go to a Middle Heaven domain.
That's true, we can only think that way now, Lan Disheng said.
Emo carried up Jin Bingyu and said, then I'll be going first, we'll chat again when we're free. Lan Disheng agreed and sent the two out of his room. Although the Extreme Sword sect was annihilated, it was still a great Eternity Immortal sect.
There were foundations, who knew when it would rise again?
So after knowing the two were from the sect, Lan Disheng was very polite. For the first time, Jin Bingyu didn't have the mood to cultivate.
Emo didn't talk to her either.
He was thinking about that Freedom King. He had seen him before and could remember his cheek. If he stayed at Gonghua Heaven, he might one day be found. Thinking about this, Emo rejoiced that he made the decision to come here. A few days later, Emo felt bored.
Jin Bingyu was patient and could still go cultivate. Emo couldn't take it. He couldn't cultivate in this small room, nor concoct pills, nor forge.
Even if Jin Bingyu knew he had the Golden Page world, he didn't dare to go into it. He was asking to die if he went into the Golden Page world when near an immortal king. He almost exposed everything when the Freedom King just suppressed him with spirit sense. Although he was just a golden immortal at the time, he didn't feel he could withstand it just because he was abstruse immortal now. I want to go out. Emo looked at Jin Bingyu and said. Jin Bingyu stopped cultivation and asked Emo, do you want to ask where you can earn immortal crystals?
Emo nodded. That's right, we have just 2 million immortal crystals combined.
This scam ship isn't so simple. If we run out of immortal crystals and they kick us out, it will be no good.
Okay, be careful. For the first time, Jin Bingyu told Emo to be careful.
It seemed she also knew that their fates were entwined together.
This ship was like a moving immortal city. Although one couldn't see the entire shape of the ship from here, Emo knew the ship was huge. It was hard to believe that this was a ship.
One could only imagine how many materials were wasted on this ship that couldn't change size nor be taken into a storage ring. In the low-grade decks, spirit sense couldn't be scanned out, and Emo didn't dare to scan his spirit sense out anyways. Emo walked forward in the narrow corridor for a few thousand meters before seeing a huge exit sign. There were two arrows, one pointing to the exit of the low-grade deck and one pointing towards the marketplace. Emo didn't know if it would be middle-grade deck going out from here, but he wouldn't go to middle-grade deck now. He turned and chose the marketplace. Emo saw a few more diverging paths on the way. Emo knew they were all residential areas. Emo sighed again, wondering just how much this ship was making. As he walked onwards, there were more and more people. Many of them were planning to go to the marketplace like Emo. There were many people here. When he saw that even for the low-grade marketplace he needed to pay 1,000 immortal crystals to go in, he was speechless. It seemed going anywhere in this ship cost money. Just when he wanted to go in, he saw an abstruse immortal primary stage explain something to the marketplace management. No, the great Unity immortal manager rejected.
What's going on? Yemo asked the cultivator on the side. The cultivator shook his head.
He doesn't have 1,000 immortal crystals, so he was stopped. If you don't hand over the immortal crystals or take out something in exchange of value, I will take you to law enforcement, the great Unity immortal reproached. Seeing that abstruse immortal cultivator so desperate, Yemo knew he really didn't have 1,000 immortal crystals. He quickly walked over and gave 1,000 immortal crystals to the great Unity immortal.
I'll help him pay, let him out.
The great Unity immortal glared coldly at Yemo and took the immortal crystals, but his eyes were full of contempt, seeing Yemo pay for someone else. All the immortals shook their heads. Yemo was poor, but 1,000 immortal crystals were nothing to him. Plus, when he was at the Immortal City's gates, he didn't have immortal crystals to go in. Finally, the abstruse immortal could come out of the marketplace and he thanked Yemo greatly. It's a mere 1,000 immortal crystals, nothing to be thankful about.
But since you don't have enough immortal crystals, why come to the marketplace? Yemo asked. The abstruse immortal sighed. Friend, you must have been here only for a short while, right? Do you think you can stay inside the house and not come out so you don't have to pay immortal crystals?
If that's what you think, you'll soon end up like me. Chapter 16:19. No reason at all. Hearing this, Yemo knew this abstruse immortal had been here for at least a few years. Yemo immediately changed his idea of going on and pointed at a spirit rest tower not far away. Friend, if you have time, let's go in and have a talk. The abstruse immortal knew what Yemo meant and nodded. Yemo knew that even the best immortal rest tower in the Immortal City wouldn't cost more than 100 immortal crystals for 2 hours. Ordinary rooms only cost 10 immortal crystals or even just a few immortal crystals, but when they entered a birdcage-sized room, it cost 500 top-grade immortal crystals for just 15 minutes, seeing Yemo pay 1,000 immortal crystals for half an hour.
The abstruse immortal's heart ached.
If it was him, he wouldn't dare to spend this much in here. Yemo knew the value of immortal crystals on the ship, but he thought differently. In a place like this, if immortal crystals were limited, then there was no use in just saving. It would only delay using up your immortal crystals by a few days.
It couldn't solve the problem from the root.
The biggest problem was how to earn immortal crystals on the ship. Yemo knew pill concoction and forgery, but this was an immortal ship. Even if materials weren't limited, people needed to have the immortal crystals to buy them. Yemo asked for 2 cups of immortal spirit tea. The abstruse immortal drank this extremely low-quality tea and yet moaned in satisfaction. Clearly he hadn't been using immortal crystals for cultivation for a long time. I'm Wu Li Song. Thank you for helping me, friend. However, I will definitely be sent to do labor soon, the abstruse immortal said apologetically. Yemo waved his hand. I'm Yemo. I believe you know why I came to you. I want to ask about the situation here. Can you tell me what doing labor is?
Wu Li Song sighed.
The Heaven Domain immortal ship sounds good, but it is disgusting. Going anywhere here requires immortal crystals. If you use up your immortal crystals, you will be kicked out of your place and sent into the lowest or refinery deck.
Immortals without immortal crystals are kicked down there. Thousands of immortals stay in one big deck refining void secret silver.
Many immortals refine void secret silver endlessly in a place without immortal spirit chi, so eventually they die.
Void secret silver was refined from void asteroids. It was a top-grade material for forging immortal artifacts.
Depending on its quality, it could range from a level 4 to level 6 immortal material. The top grade might even reach level 7. Void secret silver could be used to set up long-distance teleportation formations or forge void element magic artifacts. It was highly valued, but the only drawback was that it was too hard to refine. Because these things only existed in void asteroids. Even a mountain-sized asteroid wouldn't have much void secret silver. The ship flew in the void, so of course people could get the asteroids, but then they needed people to refine them. Realizing this, Yemo's heart went cold. They were so cruel. After the immortals of the low-grade decks have been stripped of their immortal crystals, they could only go refine the void secret silver, where they wouldn't even have an opportunity to survive. Because I have no immortal crystals, I took out the only pills I had left to sell off at the marketplace. But the thing was that no matter how low I set the price, I was unable to sell them and instead owed 1,000 immortal crystals for the entrance fee.
The people here want me to have no immortal crystals, so I will have to go refine ores. Now that you helped me pay the immortal crystals, the great Unity Immortal Manager would definitely hate you. You need to be careful, Wu Litsong said. Yemo nodded and asked again, why is it that even if you stay in your place and not go out you still have to pay immortal crystals? Wu Litsong sighed. Because there will often be heaven domain storms or even more terrifying natural disasters flying in the void. Every year, people come and take ship maintenance fees. Hearing this, Yemo almost wanted to curse. This wasn't an immortal ship, this was hell. One couldn't earn immortal crystals in the ship, and each day they would be spending immortal crystals. Even the wealthiest person would be drained. How do the immortals here earn immortal crystals? Yemo asked. There are places to earn immortal crystals, but they are mostly at the top deck. In the lower deck, one can only seek some opportunities in the marketplace. Of course, you can ask to refine ores and can earn immortal crystals by refining asteroids, but that depends on how much you can refine. Sometimes, you might refine an entire asteroid and not find a single drop of void secret silver, Wu Litsong said. How do you earn immortal crystals at the top deck? Top grade decks are where the wealthy people are at. You can sell things of value at the marketplace, but the stall price is too high and the standards of those immortals there are also too high. You can't sell ordinary things. Other than that, you can also contribute when the ship encounters natural disasters, but the contribution and the immortal crystals you receive aren't equal. Of course, you can find asteroids outside the ship and sell it to the ship, just that. It's said that there are also gladiator arenas in the middle and top grade decks. If you go in and win, you can earn immortal crystals. Casino, pill concoction, forgery, as long as you have the capability or the money to go to the top and middle grade decks to do business, you have an opportunity to earn immortal crystals. But I've always been at the lower decks, so I don't know. Seeing that Yemo was interested, he quickly said, don't go to middle grade and top grade decks so easily, that's an endless drain. Many people want to get a stall to earn immortal crystals, but in the end they lose out and can only go refine ores. By the way, I heard there were immortal kings on the ship. Will we be able to see immortal kings? Yemo asked. Wu Litsong looked at Yemo speechlessly. Immortal king masters are all at the top grade cultivation rooms of the special deck. How can they come out? They're all in solitary cultivation. Unless there are special circumstances, they won't even be seen at special grade decks. Yemo breathed easy. As long as he didn't see immortal kings, it was good. I understand, thank you. Yemo got up. Wu Litsong shook his head. He knew this abstruse immortal probably wouldn't listen to him. When he suffered, he would know he didn't lie to him. Yemo and Wu Litsong went down the stairs. Just as Wu Litsong thought, he indeed wanted to go to the middle grade area or top grade area to have a look. Seeing Yemo about to leave, Wu Litsong added, Brother Yi, try to not have conflict with people here. Wu Litsong explained, that's because this is a place where you can kill. Power is reason. The managers won't say anything. If there is conflict between two immortals, one of them can challenge the other. If you don't agree, you must compensate with immortal crystals. If you don't have immortal crystals, then your opponent can tell you off to the managers and your storage ring will be taken and you will be sent to a refinery. There's no reason at all? Yemo frowned and asked. No reason at all, Wu Litsong answered. If you agree to the challenge, you will have to go to the battle arena. Usually only one returns. Wu Litsong added, Brother Yi, if you offend someone, then it's pointless to even stay at where you live. People can break into your place to challenge you and not be held responsible. You will have to pay for the damages. If you were killed, he can get all your belongings and can pay the damages too. The immortal ship doesn't care. As long as they get compensation, it is fine by them. Hearing this, Yemo realized it was very wrong of him to help Wu Litsong pay immortal crystals today. Wu Litsong felt bad and thus told him that much. Him paying for Wu Litsong meant he was wealthy. According to what he said, anyone could look for trouble with him. There was no reason at all. Thinking about this, Yemo said goodbye and quickly left. After walking for a few hundred meters, Yemo knew he was being followed, but he didn't stop. Moments later, Yemo came to his room, but he was furious to see an abstruse immortal smashing the room's restrictions. Chapter 16:20, Challenging 3 people. The immortal smashing the restrictions saw Yemo come back and stopped. He felt it was strange. He should have long broken the door,
but it had been this long and the restriction only just started to loosen. Emo looked coldly at this cultivator. He was abstruse immortal tertiary stage and looked very ferocious. There were some people hiding to the side, but no one dared to get close. Hee, you're back, perfect, the abstruse immortal said without any worry. If it was before, Emo would be furious and even ask for the low-grade deck manager. But now he didn't think of that at all. You want to ask me to go to the battle arena, right? Emo asked without any anger. The abstruse immortal tertiary stage was dazed. He didn't come to Emo for a fight, he just wanted to scam some immortal crystals and then take Emo's female cultivator for a few days. You dare to fight me? The abstruse immortal tertiary stage seemed to have heard of the funniest thing in the world. Wait. Before Emo could answer, the two abstruse immortal cultivators following Emo also came. One was abstruse immortal tertiary stage and one abstruse immortal middle stage. You have no right to challenge someone, I've challenged you already, I'm Hanbu. It was the abstruse immortal tertiary stage who followed Emo. He had an average build but his eyes were very fierce. He wasn't planning to fight with Emo, but seeing Emo challenged by someone he would have no chance if that happened. So, he said it quickly, what about you? Emo looked plainly at the abstruse immortal middle stage cultivator. The abstruse immortal middle stage smiled. Of course I'm challenging you, but since Brother Han has already done so I have no business. Seeing this, the ferocious abstruse immortal immediately realized what was going on. He quickly said, Subukan, came first. Are you going to go against the rules? Hanbu was an abstruse immortal tertiary stage just like him. Emo said with annoyance, shut up. I'll take my martial sister from my room first and then we'll go to the arena. I'll challenge all three of you, and you, what's your name? Hearing this, Hanbu and Subukan were dazed. The abstruse immortal middle stage didn't dare to believe his ears. A mere abstruse immortal primary stage dared to challenge two abstruse immortal tertiary stage and one abstruse immortal middle stage? The immortals watching this were all shocked too. After dazing for a while, the abstruse immortal middle stage subconsciously answered, I'm Xia Jingdao. But then he wondered why he answered. Emo ignored the two and opened the door's restriction. He saw Jin Bingyu sitting inside worriedly. What happened? Jin Bingyu saw Emo come back and immediately breathed easy. Emo carried Jin Bingyu on his back and took everything in the room and said, a few blind people want to fight me. We'll go to the battle arena now. This isn't a place to stay for long. After the talk with Wu Li Song, Emo had decided to leave the low-grade decks. He believed he could get a place in the middle grade or even top grade deck. Unlike other immortals, he was an immortal pill great master and an immortal forgery great master. Why are you fighting? Jin Bingyu asked. Emo explained, people can be killed here and they can smash your place. If your fist is bigger than others then you can go to the battle arena and kill people. There's such a thing? Jin Bingyu was shook. Seeing the three still look at him dazedly, Emo said coldly, lead the way, we'll go to the battle arena. You're going to challenge us three? Su Bucheng asked in disbelief. This wasn't some other place where if you agreed you could still trick them and run away. This was the immortal ship. If you agreed you would have to go. Do you want to fight here then? If you do, I can stay with you but I need to tell the low-grade deck manager first. No, I don't dare to fight here. Su Bucheng was lost for words. Yeah, I thought so. Emo carried Jin Bingyu out and asked a golden immortal peak stage on the side, where is the battle arena? The golden immortal peak stage quickly pointed at a tunnel. That way Qian Bei, there's a sign at the end of the passage. Thank you. Emo nodded and then looked back at the three. I'll be waiting for you three at the battle arena. If you don't dare to come then I'll report you to the manager. Seeing Emo quickly disappear, the three looked at each other. They were here to force Emo to give immortal crystals but now they were really fighting. He's a mere abstruse immortal primary stage, can I be afraid of him? I'm taking that female immortal. Su Bucheng snarled and followed. At the end of the tunnel there was indeed a sign for the battle arena. After going past it, Emo came to a huge square. There was a stage in the center. Emo looked at this stage speechlessly. This immortal ship was really eerie. The places people lived in were like bird cages, but this battle arena was insanely big. We're going to middle grade deck after the battle? Jinbingyu asked, knowing that Yemo had no pressure killing them. Yes, we must leave here, there's no opportunity to survive in the low-grade decks. You saw it, even if you stay in the room there will be people smashing your door. Such things won't occur if you go to the middle grade or top grade decks. Plus, the ship often taxes immortal crystals. The few immortal crystals we have aren't even enough for them, Yemo said. Jinbingyu nodded, her fate was tied with Yemo's. If Yemo was killed, she might as well commit suicide. She knew the cruelty of the immortal realm and knew there wouldn't be another person on this ship who would treat her like Yemo. When Yemo got here, there was no one at the battle arena. When Yemo entered, immortals soon rushed in. News of Yemo challenging the three quickly spread out. Wu Litsong stood at one corner guiltily. Those people came to Yemo due to him. What was more shocking was that Yemo was still carrying a woman on his back while fighting. Did the two ought to die together, or could the woman help him? While people were discussing, Yemo took out a chair and placed Jinbingyu on the chair and moved it not far below the stage. Yemo knew that even if he carried Jinbingyu he could easily beat them, but the rules here were determined by the managers. If the manager insisted that he fought with help, he would be punished. Seeing Yemo put her down, the immortals breathed easy. They thought the abstruse immortal primary stage was really so powerful to dare to fight while carrying someone. Many people saw Jinbingyu now. Her immaculate beauty and perfect figure immediately caught the attention of many immortals. The days on this ship was definitely boring. If one had such a beautiful female immortal to accompany them, it would be very good. I'll come, Su Buqing said first and went on the stage before the other two could talk. Chapter 1621, Lucky Kill. Yemo guessed Su Buqing would come up first. Kid, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Su Buqing snarled and released his magic artifact. It was a middle-grade immortal artifact, a metal gourd. As soon as it came out, the battle arena froze. With Su Buqing's immortal essence, it formed a gourd-shaped binding space. He wanted to use his gourd's frost and immortal essence to suppress Yemo. Yemo was an immortal forgery great master, and he could tell that this metal gourd was good material made with trash technique. This was definitely extreme-grade deep-sea frost metal, but the forgerer's capabilities were lacking. Yemo released Zisu and hacked out with illusion cloud formation kill strike. Countless purple sword rays formed a trap formation that locked the rapidly expanding metal gourd. His immortal essence and spirit sense were far higher than Su Buqing's, but he was truly helpless now. If he wasn't on the battle arena, he would just smash down with his world rock. Even 100 Su Buqings would be killed. Even if he didn't use the world rock and used multiple lightning arcs or use an illusion cloud Hua mountain strike, he could kill Su Buqing, but he didn't dare to take out the world rock unless he was in a life and death situation. He wouldn't use the lightning sword either. He knew if he was to kill an abstruse immortal tertiary stage as abstruse immortal primary stage, he would have to fight evenly and barely kill him in the end. If he came up and instantly killed Su Buqing, then no good would come to him on this ship. Crack! Yemo's purple sword rays clashed with the metal gourd, but it didn't trap the gourd and instead splashed out. Su Buqing was quite shocked that Yemo's sword rays stopped his metal gourd. Then, he immediately felt that his immortal essence was about to lose control of the gourd. Luckily, the purple sword rays came and went quickly and soon were at the end of their momentum. Su Buqing breathed easy. Yemo's immortal essence wasn't potent enough. Su Buqing sneered while Yemo retreated. Just this power and he dared to challenge two abstruse immortal tertiary stage cultivators? At this moment, he inserted more immortal essence into the gourd and multiple frost rays shot out of the gourd, cracking the space nearby. Yemo took tens of steps back with a pale face and barely stood. Su Buqing pressed the attack and completely charged at Yemo with his gourd. The frost chi loomed over Yemo. All the people below the stage looked disappointed. They thought that since Yemo dared to challenge the three, he should be quite strong, but now Yemo was about to be defeated. Han Bu and Xia Jingdao regretted greatly. They would have gone up already if they knew things would be like this. Han Bu looked at Jinbingyu sitting on the side and regretted. This female immortal crystal was an extreme beauty. Even if he sold her to the immortals of the top grade deck, he would get at least a few million immortal crystals. Only Jinbingyu knew what Yemo thought. She knew Yemo didn't dare to fight at full might. To the thud, the metal gourd smashed on Yemo's chest and Yemo was sent flying by the metal gourd. Su Buqing chased up and snarled, "You know, you're the weakest abstruse immortal primary stage I've seen. Just this power and you dare to challenge me." He knew his metal gourd had heavily injured Yemo. At the same time, he locked onto Yemo and reached for Yemo's neck. At this moment, he suddenly saw a smirk on Yemo's lips while a cold voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. You know, fighting with you is very annoying. I can't even use 10% of my real power. I need to pretend to fight evenly with you, idiot. Before Su Bucheng could react, he immediately felt his immortal essence cripple. That purple sword was already in his dantian and sucked his essence spirit, shattering it. There was extreme terror in Su Bucheng's eyes. He wanted to ask how Yemo did it, but he couldn't say anything anymore. His meridians were being torn by Yemo's immortal essence that was immensely stronger than his. There was a thud and Su Bucheng fell down with extreme dissatisfaction. Yemo took Su Bucheng's storage ring and gourd before burning Su Bucheng to dust with inner fire. At this moment, the immortals below the stage reacted. Just when they all thought Yemo would be killed by Su Bucheng, instead it was Su Bucheng who died. People couldn't believe this sudden turn of events. Yemo clearly had the lower hand throughout the battle, so how was Su Bucheng killed? Brother Pan, what do you think? At the corner, two low-grade deck managers watched. The one asking was the great Unity Immortal who gave Yemo and them jade cards. The Immortal next to him thought for a moment and said, if that Su Bucheng didn't underestimate him, he should have been able to win. That Yemo isn't simple either. Although he's no match for Su Bucheng, he's much more cunning than him. He took a hit from the metal gourd purposely and ambushed Su Bucheng. The great Unity Immortal nodded. He probably has immortal armor to protect him from injury. Otherwise, he would be heavily injured from that blow. He's already heavily injured. Didn't you see him secretly eat pills? His footsteps seem weak too. He won't have such luck in his next fight with Hanbu, the other person said. Hanbu was dazed too. He was regretting he didn't go up earlier before, but now Su Bucheng was killed. If he went up, would he be killed too? Although he saw that Su Bucheng was killed due to his carelessness, he began to fear a little. Yemo seemed to be recovering and stood on the stage resting for a long while. Then, he said to Hanbu coldly, Hanbu, why don't you come up? Are you going to fight me from below the stage? The immortals laughed. Hearing such laughter, Hanbu immediately flew up to the stage. You're quite lucky, you killed an abstruse immortal tertiary stage. If you hand over your storage ring now and go to the refinery deck, I can let you go. Hanbu sneered. Yemo hacked out with Zisu straight up. Cut the bullshit, hurry up and fight. Hanbu's magic artifact was a red band. He was much more careful than Su Bucheng. He also released a huge shield at the same time. The red band turned into a ravaging ocean of blood, turning the battle arena red. Yemo's purple sword rays seemed like a boat that was about to be sunk at any time. So you only have such power and you dare to be cocky? Hanbu, who was a little scared of Yemo, saw that his purple sword rays were completely wrapped by his red band and immediately breathed easy as he inserted more immortal essence into it. The redness became more volatile and rolled non-stop. Yemo was completely invisible now, as though being flooded by this sea of red. Even the immortals outside the arena could feel the fierce killing intent of the Red Sea. Brother Pan, who do you think will win? The great Unity Immortal Manager asked again. Chapter 1622. Barely won again. Brother Pan frowned and said, theoretically Yemo will be killed for sure, but why do I have a strange feeling? Brother Pan, you're right. Although Yemo is enveloped in the red band, he can protect himself, at least for now. It looks like he's having trouble, but if Hanbu makes any mistakes he will be in danger too. But with his abstruse immortal tertiary stage power, he should have experienced quite some battles. It's not very likely for him to make a mistake, so Yemo is dead for sure. The great Unity Immortal nodded. The other immortal nodded in agreement. This Yemo must have experienced a lot of battles to be able to stay alive despite having weaker immortal essence and spirit sense than his opponent. He's no simple character. Let's see if he can survive this barrage of attacks. If he makes one mistake, he is finished today, the great Unity Immortal said, but the possibility you mentioned exists. If Hanbu makes one mistake, he might be ambushed by Yemo, Brother Pan said. Yemo was having a hard time right now, but not to stay alive. If he really wanted to fight, 10 Hanbus would be dead, but he had to endure it as he felt two spirit senses watching him from beyond the square. These two spirit senses were on par with his spirit sense. Clearly they belonged to Great Unity Immortals. Usually, Great Unity Immortal rarely lived at low-grade decks. Even if they did, they would soon move to the middle deck. Even if they didn't move, they wouldn't come and watch mere abstruse immortal battles. This meant that these two great Unity immortals were probably the managers of the ship, thus, he didn't dare to expose his real strength at all. The battle turned into a stalemate. Most immortals thought Yemo was dead for sure, but half an hour had passed and the Red Sea was still ravaging, meaning that Yemo wasn't dead. Hanbu attacked with full power, but he found that many times he was about to kill Yemo, yet he was fine. Did he really have such power? Thinking that Yemo might really not be scared of him, Hanbu was shook. If Yemo was waiting for him to use up his immortal essence and spirit sense and then attack, he would be finished. Just when he lost his focus, he felt his body go cold. Not good. Before he could release his shield, he felt his dantian go cold. He thought of how Su Bucheng died and realized he was now in the same predicament. Hanbu was much smarter than Su Bucheng and instantly realized that Yemo was acting weak and purposely fought with him for a long while. Yemo seemed to know what he thought and sound transmission to him coldly. You guessed right. Thanks for the storage ring delivery. No, I can go to the refinery deck. Hanbu really wanted to say this, but Yemo wasn't going to give him the opportunity. Zisu twisted and his essence spirit dissipated. Hanbu knew he was done for. The ravaging blood sea fell down and turned back into the red band. The next moment, the stage was dead silent. Yemo suddenly killed Hanbu. What was going on? What happened? The great Unity Immortal Manager asked in shock. He knew Yemo had a chance to win, but that chance was close to zero, yet now Yemo really won, the pan-immortal side. Just as I guessed, if Hanbu lost focus for just the slightest moment, he would be killed by Yemo. If Yemo heard this, he might go up and shake his hand and say, "You really know me well, thanks for appreciating my act." The great Unity Immortal frowned. He felt this was strange, but he saw the battle with his own eyes. The stage fell silent for a few seconds before the audience bursting out into a clamor. Xia Jingdao's face was pale like paper. He was the weakest amongst the three, and now the two people stronger than him were killed. How could he stay alive if he went up? He really regretted following them now. While he was still worried, Yemo suddenly looked coldly at him. Xia Jingdao, it's your turn. Hurry up and fight. After the fight, I'm going to the middle grade deck to buy things. Xia Jingdao shivered. Go up and die, many immortals said. Xia Jingdao quickly said, I admit defeat. I'll give my storage ring and go to the refinery ore. There was only life and death in the arena, but if one person was willing to forfeit his storage ring and go to the refinery ore, then his opponent could choose to let him go. Xia Jingdao quickly handed his storage ring to Jinbingyu and looked at Yemo. Piss off. Yemo couldn't be bothered with killing such a person. There were two great Unity immortals watching him. His fights didn't feel satisfying. Yes, I'll piss off. Xia Jingdao quickly fled. Everyone knew he was finished. An abstruse immortal middle stage without a storage ring could only go to the ore refinery and would never be able to get out. When Yemo got off the stage and carried Jinbingyu again, the nearby immortals were all fearful of him and moved aside. At this place, power was respect. If you had power, people would respect you. Without power, even if you made friends with everyone here, you would find you were by yourself when trouble occurred. Seeing Yemo carry Jinbingyu out, Wu Litsong was still in shock. He completely didn't expect Yemo to be this powerful. Brother Yi, you're powerful indeed. Lan Disheng raised his thumb and said. Yemo nodded. Thanks for supporting me, Brother Lan. I'm going to leave the lower deck and go to the middle deck to do some business there. If I can survive, Brother Lan can come to me. Ha! Lan Disheng was dazed. Yemo's foresight was much higher than his. He was planning to hide in his room for a few years. Brother Lan, I heard that even if you don't go out of the room, they will collect immortal crystals from you. You need to be prepared, Yemo reminded. Lan Disheng's face looked bad. I've heard about this, and that's why I wanted to find you and the others and discuss what to do. Then he sighed. One can't survive in the lower deck indeed. More than 70% will go to ore refinery. It's correct that you want to go to the middle deck. You go first, I'll discuss with the rest and might follow after a while. Okay, in that case I will say goodbye for now, Yemo said and quickly left the arena with Jinbingyu. He felt that offending that marketplace manager wasn't a good thing. He wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Chapter 1623, Renting a Stall, You're going to the middle deck? The immortal at the entrance glanced at Jinbingyu on Yemo's back and asked. Yes, do I need to make any applications? Yemo asked calmly. No, how long are you going to stay at the middle deck?
If it's 2 people, it will be 20,000 immortal crystals a day. Are you sure it's 2 people? You need to confirm how long are you going to stay there, the immortal continued. Don't you only pay immortal crystals if you go to the marketplace? Yemo asked. The immortal threw a jade card at Yemo. Go back to your room and check the pricing again.
I'm only responsible for taking immortal crystals, not responsible for teaching you.
Yemo knew he didn't look at the pricing table properly.
He didn't expect them to truly take immortal crystals for going anywhere.
I'm going in for a month. How much for 2 people? Yemo asked. He didn't need to argue such a thing with them, he wouldn't win. Oh? 1 month? The immortal looked up and said, for 1 month you get a discount, 500,000 immortal crystals for 2 of you. Yemo just took out 500,000 immortal crystals and gave them to the manager. Seeing Yemo being straightforward, the manager nodded and took Yemo's jade card to write some information inside before handing it back to Yemo. You need to pay for more if you don't plan to leave in 1 month. Otherwise, there will be heavy punishment. Yemo nodded and carried Jin Bingyu away. He didn't want to talk to this guy at all anymore.
Interesting, an abstruse immortal primary stage carrying a heavily injured female immortal dares to go to the middle deck. I'll wait for you to come back crying with your sexy Dao partner to go to the ore refinery.
The immortal sneered. Not long after Yemo left, 2 immortals came.
It was the Great Unity Immortal and the Manager Pang. The Great Unity Immortal immediately asked, Manager Pang, did an abstruse immortal primary stage carrying a female immortal just go to the middle deck?
That's right.
The manager wasn't very hospitable to the Great Unity Immortal. The Great Unity Immortal looked back at Pan.
Brother Pan, what do you think?
Never mind, we have to pay immortal crystals to go to the middle deck.
Plus, it's pointless if we go to the middle deck.
We can't bring him down here.
He will come back eventually.
When he comes back we can still ask him, Pan said. The Great Unity Immortal nodded. That's true, a mere abstruse immortal primary stage dares to go to the middle deck.
We'll go back and wait for him.
At this moment, Yemo saw that the middle deck immortal spirit chi was many times better than in the lower deck.
He could at least cultivate in ordinary places. No wonder so many people wanted to come to the middle deck.
He would go ask later how much it cost to live in the middle deck. The top deck must have even better immortal spirit chi.
Jin Bingyu sighed. Yemo said heavily.
If there are only 10 years then we don't need to go to the top deck. If there's too much time, we'll still go to the top deck.
The immortal spirit chi here isn't enough for us to cultivate. We don't even have a place to stay. Where do we go?
Jin Bingyu asked. I checked those 3 storage rings. There are only about 7 million immortal crystals altogether. With our immortal crystals, we barely have 8 million.
This is our starting money in the middle deck, Yemo said heavily. What if we fail in the middle deck?
Jin Bingyu asked. I won't go to the ore refinery after we use up our immortal crystals. I will go to the void before we use them up.
Yemo hadn't been to the ore refinery, but he could guess that was pretty much a place of no return. Jin Bingyu nodded.
If you go to the void, please take me with you. Without Yemo, she might as well die on this ship.
Yemo sighed. He would rather go to the void alone.
He had the golden page world and he wouldn't die in there, but it was very hard to say he could remain safe if he took Jin Bingyu. However, he knew that if he didn't take her, her fate on this ship would be tragic. When Yemo brought Jin Bingyu all the way to the residential area, he realized how big of a difference there was between this place and the lower deck. The streets were the same size as ordinary immortal city streets. Many cultivation homes were protected by high-level formations.
There were big and small, luxurious and ordinary cultivation homes.
Also, one didn't see immortals fighting so frequently. There were rarely commercial buildings in the residential area, but there were some immortal rest towers and bars. Yemo guessed the commercial places were probably all gathered in the marketplace. Yemo stopped an abstruse immortal peak stage immortal and asked politely, Martial brother, may I ask where the marketplace is?
The immortal looked strangely at Jin Bingyu and immediately said, 3 kilometers down the main street, you'll be able to see it. Yemo thanked him and sped off even faster. Spirit sense control was even stricter than the lower deck here. After 3 kilometers, Yemo saw a huge marketplace.
Yemo breathed easy seeing this. There were quite a lot of people here. Yemo took Shinbingyu to the marketplace and realized that middle and top deck immortals didn't need to pay immortal crystals to go into the marketplace.
That was only for the lower deck. You came from the lower deck?
The manager scanned Yemo's jade card and asked with contempt. He had seen too many low-deck immortals come wanting to get wealthy in the middle deck and settle down here, but only a rare few succeeded, less than 1 in 1,000. That's right, I want to rent a stall.
May I ask how many immortal crystals for a month?
Yemo asked. The immortal said scornfully.
Friend, I suggest you stay at the lower deck. You only just came up, right? Save your immortal crystals while you still have them and you might be able to last till the end.
If you go into the marketplace now, you will most likely end up broke.
Yemo still asked, may I ask how many immortal crystals a month?
The immortal stared at Yemo for a long while before saying, okay, I have no choice, I've alerted you already. The cheapest stall is 100,000 a day, 1 month is 3 million immortal crystals. A middle grade stall is 5 million a month.
Better stalls are 8 million a month. What stall do you want?
Yemo took in a cold breath. He didn't dare to rent a good stall here.
Are you going to rent or not?
The manager was getting impatient. Yemo took out 3 million immortal crystals and said without hesitation, I'll rent for a month. 1 month is 4 million, 1 million is a deposit. If you finish renting and the stall is fine, we'll return it to you, the immortal said expressionlessly. Yemo had no choice but to take out an extra 1 million and received a jade card. It was really easy for them to take the deposit. Chapter 1624, Pay with Your Life for Pill Concoction Failure. Yemo could only rejoice because renting a stall at least meant that he had a place to stay. The jade card said 569.
5 minutes later, Yemo and Jinbingyu came to their stall.
Although it was just a low-grade stall, it was only the location that wasn't good. At the corner, the immortal spirit chi was quite nice. It was many times better than the low-grade deck.
This stall had its own level 1 defense immortal formation.
There were also 2 levels. There were 2 rooms next to each other on the second floor. This was perfect for Yemo and Jinbingyu. There was also a defense immortal formation at level 2, but Yemo didn't trust it. He added a defense and barrier formation to level 2 but didn't touch the original defense formation and restrictions. Although these couldn't block the spirit sense of immortal kings, they could at least let Yemo know when people scanned with spirit sense.
Yemo had seen the middle deck marketplace. There were quite some people here.
At least the immortals used immortal crystals in a completely different way than the immortals at the lower deck.
When they saw something they needed, they wouldn't mind buying it.
Yemo also noticed there were mostly great unity immortals and abstruse immortals here. There were a rare few great extreme immortals and not a single great eternity immortal or golden immortal. Every second meant immortal crystals in this marketplace. As soon as they came here, they were ready to open. Jinbingyu was too heavily injured, so Yemo didn't ask her to help and let her rest at level 2.
With just half a day of preparation,
Yemo hung up the sign reading MOU Pill Tower. It said pill concoction was available for level 3 and level 4 immortal pills and that level 3 and level 4 pills were sold as well. Most of the people here were great unity immortals and abstruse immortals, but even if there were a lot of great extreme immortal, Yemo didn't dare to easily say he could concoct level 5 immortal pills. After half a day, not a single person came. Now, Yemo realized how important the stall's location was. Many people wouldn't even walk to this corner. There were many pill towers in the market and MOU was very ordinary. These corner pill towers were pretty much all lower deck immortals coming to resell pills. They didn't entice the middle deck immortals at all. A day passed like this, not a single person even came to his stall. Now he realized why the manager looked at him with contempt. He knew that no one would come to visit his stall. Now, Jinbingyu's essence spirit had pretty much recovered and she could use some spirit sense. Yemo helped her make a simple flying chair magic artifact, allowing her to fly a short distance. She flew down to level 1. I have a way, Jinbingyu said immediately. What way?
Yemo asked in confusion. We can be proactive, make some flyers that state clearly you can concoct level 4 immortal pills.
Then send them out in the market and soon people will come.
Jinbingyu said. Yemo shook his head speechlessly. That's because you haven't done business before. We came from the lower deck. Do you see anyone sending out flyers in the market?
I think what we'll be getting from the flyers is trouble, not business. Jinbingyu immediately realized that if EMO dared to go to other pill towers and steal their business, they wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. What do we do then?
Jinbingyu was worried too. Wait, EMO said heavily.
He knew he could only wait. The two didn't wait for long. Someone came on the second day. He didn't come to buy immortal pills but to collect the stall tax. It wasn't much, but it meant EMO had to pay another 3,000 immortal crystals. From the immortal collecting tax, EMO knew that in order to live at the middle deck, one had to pay 5 million immortal crystals a year. It seemed he was far from being able to live at the middle deck, and EMO could tell from his tone that it was just the theoretical price. Those immortals from the lower deck wouldn't be able to simply stay here with just immortal crystals. They would need connections. There was no business on the second day either. Jinbingyu said nothing, seeing EMO remain silent, but she didn't go to cultivate. EMO was thinking what the chances of survival were if he went into the void with Jinbingyu.
EMO couldn't just leave her behind. When should he enter the void? Should he last till the next void storm or use the opportunity to collect asteroids?
These were the only two opportunities of reaching the void on this ship. He could also spend immortal crystals to go to the top deck and watch the view, but EMO could guess that he would only be able to look there. If he could easily jump off, then the defense formation of the ship would be too garbage. If we really don't have a way, then I'll give my body to you. Jinbingyu sighed and said. Upon seeing EMO contemplate for many hours, EMO was roused by Jinbingyu's words and looked at her in confusion.
You like me?
No, there's only the Tao in my heart.
I've never thought about anything else.
Jinbingyu shook her head but continued, but I'm very grateful to you.
You saved me and never gave up on me.
I'm thinking that if I'm going to die anyways, then the Tao would be out of reach.
Since you like lust, I don't mind giving it to you.
EMO said plainly. I couldn't be bothered explaining to you before, but now that you said it, I'll tell you.
To me, it's not lust. That thing can only be done between people who like each other. You never liked me and I never liked you, so you don't need to bring this thing up again. What is the feeling of liking someone? Do you have someone you like? Is it Nianmei?
Jinbingyu didn't get angry at all. EMO stood up and said, I only discuss these things with people I like. I would rather discuss the Tao with you. As for Qin Nianmei, I won't explain the things between her and I.
It's pointless. At this moment, a one-eyed immortal came to the door. A great unity immortal primary stage. You can concoct level 4 immortal pills here? The great unity immortal asked immediately. EMO saluted with his fists.
That's right, Qianbei. What level 4 immortal pills do you need to concoct, or what pill do you want to buy? The immortal scanned EMO's loosely filled racks and frowned but didn't leave. I have only one all heaven star, it can't go to waste. You want to concoct the refined star pill?
EMO asked heavily. The immortal nodded approvingly.
That's right, but it has to succeed and must be a middle grade pill or above.
If you fail, your life will be taken.
Then he looked at EMO's face. EMO's face didn't change at all. Of course EMO was calm. He could concoct level 6 immortal pills. A mere level 4 immortal pill was all too easy, but he didn't answer immediately.
I guess you've been to other pill towers and no one dares to take it, right? In great immortal cultivation, one might be poisoned with heart demons.
The immortals plagued with that would gradually lose their bodies and essence spirits and completely dissipate into thin air. But refined star pills could remedy this. It was only a level 4 immortal pill, but it was very hard to concoct. Chapter 1625, Holy Hand Immortal Nun. That's right, I bought this all heaven star with a hefty price from the top deck.
I only have this one.
If you can't concoct it, tell me, and I'll find someone else.
The immortal glared at EMO. EMO smiled.
A mere refined star pill won't trouble me, but I want to ask, what price will you pay if I can concoct it for you? If you can give me a middle grade refined star pill, I'll give you 500,000 top grade immortal crystals, the immortal said without hesitation. EMO was shook. The refined star pill was hard to concoct, but its price was far below a great unity pill. Usually, a great unity pill could sell for 300,000 to 500,000 top grade immortal crystals, and there was always a lack of supply. A refined star pill would only usually be worth 20,000 top grade immortal crystals. This immortal offered such an insane price. the immortal ship was indeed a good place for business. If you think the price isn't good enough, I can add more as long as you can concoct the refined star pill, the immortal added. Emo waved his hand. No need, but I have one condition: I can concoct 6 pills. Give me 500,000 top-grade immortal crystals and then I'll give you 3 pills and I'll keep 3 for myself. Ordinary immortal pill great masters could indeed concoct 6 pills, better immortal pill great masters could concoct 9 pills. Emo could completely do 12 pills. On this ship he was poor. This immortal could go to top deck to buy things, so clearly he wasn't ordinary. Plus, he wouldn't need that many pills. The rest of the pills would be perfect for him to open up, that's fine. The immortal nodded without hesitation and said, as long as you can give me 3 pills, you can get the rest and I'll pay you 500,000 top-grade immortal crystals. Okay. Emo nodded and said, give me the herbs and I'll do it now. Hearing this, the immortal didn't hesitate at all and threw out a pile of herbs. Seeing Emo take them, the immortal warned again, if you fail, I will take your life and that of your Tao partners. Emo knew that people couldn't kill so easily in the middle deck. But they could form contracts. If one repudiated a contract, the other could kill him. Emo had no pressure at all when concocting level 4 immortal pills and signed his name without hesitation. Seeing Emo go up to concoct pills, the immortal didn't sit down nor go see Jinbingyu. He just stared at the stairway without blinking. Clearly, the pills were very important to him. Emo only needed 5 minutes for level 4 immortal pills, but he purposely took 15 minutes making 3 special grade, 8 top grade, and 1 middle grade. He could make them all special grade, but Emo felt it was unnecessary. He only needed to give 1 middle grade and 2 top grade pills to this immortal. This would only mean his skills were rather good amongst level 4 immortal pill grade masters. If there was a special grade, then it would mean he was a level 5 immortal pill grade master. 2 hours later, Emo came down. The main was still at the stairway, and when he saw Emo come down he immediately asked nervously, how did it go? It's alright. Emo handed over a jade bottle. The great Unity immortal desperately opened the bottle and when he saw there were 2 top grade and 1 middle grade refined star pills, he was overjoyed. Thank you, master, thank you. There are even 2 top grade pills. Great. Emo could tell by this person's attitude that the person plagued with heart demon poison was very important to this immortal. Emo smiled. I'm just a businessman. The great Unity immortal was very excited and tore the contract before taking out 700,000 immortal crystals and gave them to Emo. Great master, can you sell another refined star pill to me? 1 refined star pill is enough for the worst heart demon poison? Emo asked in confusion and only took 500,000, that's right, but because I have a lot of friends on board and because the ship is flying in the void between realms, there is a lack of universe law. Cultivating here is susceptible to heart demon poison. It's good to have backup, the immortal quickly said. Emo thought and realized that this immortal seemed to know a lot of people here. Thinking about this, he took out 1 more refined star pill and gave it to him. No need for immortal crystals, you're my first customer so you can keep this pill. Wanbei only wants Qianbei to bring some business over. The great Unity immortal took the pill and raised his thumb. Okay, I approve of you as a friend. You probably came from the lower deck, right? Just with your immortal pill grade master skills you can survive stably in the middle deck and maybe even the top deck. Don't worry about business. I'll introduce my friends to you. And, we're friends now, so no need to call me Qianbei and stuff. Pang will be needing you quite a lot in the future. Emo rejoiced. He didn't expect to get a long-term customer for his first business transaction and quickly said, I'm Emo, I'll be troubling Brother Pang in the future. No problem, but I just got the refined star pill so now I have to go. After I save the person I'll come find you, Pang Gondang said. Emo sent Pang Gondang to the door and said, Brother Pang, I just want to survive, I'm not asking to be famous. Pang Gondang immediately knew what Emo meant by this and said, Brother Yi, don't worry, the friends I will bring are good friends. They won't go around telling everyone you can concoct top grade level 4 immortal pills. Emo approved of Pang Gondang and saluted with his fists. In less than 3 days, Emo earned 500,000 top grade immortal crystals and 8 refined star pills. According to Pang Gondang, refined star pills were quite a hot item on this ship. Seeing Emo finally start getting business, Jinbingyu breathed easy too. She didn't fear death,
but if she could avoid it, why would she want to die? Zhen Bingyu went back upstairs to cultivate again, leaving Emo downstairs to practice his formations and watch over business, but only Pang Gandang came. The next few days, no one came to ask for pill concoction. Emo could only choose to study formations. His formation skills were very low, he only had level 2 immortal formation skills. This was far from enough for Emo now. On the 6th day, Pang Gandang brought 2 immortals over. One was a female immortal who seemed very ethereal. Emo kept notice of this female immortal and saw she was stronger than Pang Gandang. She was great extreme immortal tertiary stage. The male immortal behind Pang Gandang was very ordinary. He was just a great unity immortal, but Emo felt this Han Changjin wasn't as ordinary as he seemed. Brother Yi, I brought 2 friends over for you to see. This is Holy Hand Immortal Nun Kai Yi and this is my friend Han Changjin. The refined star pill was for him, he came over just to thank you, Pang Gandang said. Emo quickly greeted them. He didn't know what cultivation method Kai Yi used, but it made him respect her. Brother Yi, Holy Hand Immortal nuns usually don't come out casually. But because you saved Brother Changjin she came. Seeing Emo was very polite but didn't understand what he meant, Pang Gandang said, Holy Hand Immortal Nun cultivates the Tao of medicine, she's also a level 3 immortal pill master. I brought her to help you this time. Help me? Emo was confused. Holy Hand Immortal Nun smiled and said, I heard Great Master Yi can concoct top grade level 4 immortal pills so I came to learn. I also heard your Tao partner has injuries, I wanted to see if I could help. Her tone was soft and had a serene sensation to it, making Emo calm down. Emo immediately had respect for her, she was a great extreme immortal and yet still said she came to learn. Clearly she had quite good manners. Chapter 1626, Flying Snow in the Void. Thank you Holy Nun Qianbei, Wan Bei will bring Martial Sister down now. Emo quickly went up and brought Jin Bingyu down. He knew what he lacked, his cultivation method was good but his knowledge wasn't that great. Jin Bingyu was also excited that a medical Tao immortal was willing to check her up. She was also beginning to get desperate after not finding a way to cure her injuries for so long. Bingyu greets Holy Nun Qianbei. Jin Bingyu greeted. The Holy Nun smiled and went up to help Jin Bingyu walk and led her to a soft seat. You failed Nirvana. As soon as she held Jin Bingyu's hands she called out in shock. She couldn't not be shocked. Preserving the body after Nirvana failure was extremely rare. She knew that usually, only essence spirit would remain after Nirvana failure and the essence spirit would slowly dissipate, yet this woman failed but not only did her essence spirit not dissipate, her body was fine too. Just from what she said, Emo and Jin Bingyu knew how capable this Holy Nun was. Her hands only just touched Jin Bingyu. Yes, Holy Nun Qianbei. Jin Bingyu quickly answered in excitement. Hearing this, Holy Nun fell into silence for a long while before saying, theoretically one can rebuild the body after Nirvana failure, but it's actually extremely hard. For your situation, you can use the 9-color lotus in the cultivation realm, but even after you use it, your power will be all gone and your spirit roots will become ordinary. Without a few 100,000 years, don't even think about reaching great immortal. Plus, your situation is your spirit roots dissolving, not even the 9-color lotus might be able to recover it. Another way is to find the chaos blue reed to rebuild the body or find the clear mind lotus to repair the spirit roots. The Holy Nun sighed before continuing, but both of these aren't things ordinary people can get. Not even immortal emperors will be able to get such immortal spirit herbs easily. Jin Bingyu's heart sunk. She didn't expect her situation to be this bad. How could she find another chaos blue reed? But it's very amazing you can keep your body and essence spirit. Ordinary immortals wouldn't be able to keep their body and essence spirit, but not only did you preserve your body fine, your essence spirit is very stable too. Then she looked at Emo on the side. Unless there is an extreme grade body refinement cultivation method and one used an extreme grade immortal spirit herb such as the chaos blue reed, one wouldn't be able to be in your condition. But how can one fail Nirvana with the chaos blue reed? I'm very shook. I can't even imagine why the essence spirit isn't dissolving. Emo and Jin Bingyu glanced at each other. Only now did they realize they thought of Nirvana too lightly. They thought the greatest danger of failure was losing one's body, but now it seemed that even the essence spirit would slowly start to cripple. Seeing Emo and Jin Bingyu not speak, the Holy Nun knew these two probably wouldn't say why she could keep her body and essence spirit. She didn't ask and said, this martial sister's body and essence spirit are fine,
but her spirit roots are beginning to dissolve and it's getting worse. If you don't stop this, in time even the clear mind lotus won't be able to repair it.
Please teach us, Holy Nun Qianbei.
Yimo quickly bowed. Holy Nun nodded and said, "My method will only work if you're a level 4 immortal pill great master.
Otherwise you wouldn't be able to do it. Even though it's still dangerous, it's better than no hope at all. We're flying in the void between realm domains.
The ship will stop every half a year, and at this time many immortals would go collect asteroids. You can apply to go too."
Hearing this, Yimo breathed easy.
From her tone, the higher the pill master level, the easier things would be. He was a level 6 immortal pill great master now. There's an immortal spirit item in the void called Void Flying Snow.
It's extremely rare and is a level 7 immortal spirit herb. It's extremely hard to find and catch.
The holy nun was sighing to herself. She could tell this immortal pill great master really wanted to help treat his Tao partner. But how could the Void Flying Snow be so easily found? Holy Nun, you're asking Brother Yi to collect Void Flying Snow?
Pang Gondang couldn't resist asking. The Holy Nun nodded.
It's very hard to collect it indeed, but if her spirit root is to be preserved, there's nothing else that can help her.
Yimo quickly said, "Holy Nun Qianbei, Wanbei is very grateful. Even if I can't find it, I will know the way to treat Marshall's sister."
Holy Nun quite approved of Yimo. He was an immortal pill great master and had such a beautiful martial sister.
However, he didn't take her virginity and never gave up on her.
This was very rare. On this ship, there were too many instances of Tao partners abandoning each other. Even if Xin Bingyu wasn't heavily injured, some selfish person would have already taken her virginity and then sold her off. She had seen too many of these things on the ship. If she knew that the two weren't even Tao partners, perhaps she would be even more shocked. The Void Flying Snow is shaped like a snowflower. It appears in the void and is as fast as a top-grade flying immortal artifact flying at full speed.
Some higher quality ones fly even faster.
The Holy Nun sighed and continued, "It's because of this that it's so highly valued, more valuable than level 7 and even level 8 immortal spirit herbs." Yimo thought of the corner soulweed. It was like this when he was capturing it. The corner soulweed was extremely fast and couldn't simply be caught, but after trying for a long time and using his spirit sense cultivation method, he even caught it. He wondered if the way he caught corner soulweed would be useful against that Void Flying Snow. "Please teach me the method to catch Void Flying Snow. Wanbei will be extremely grateful," Yimo said respectfully again. Holy Nun signaled Yimo not to bow and said, "The main use of Void Flying Snow is to purify spirit roots. If you consume pills made from it on a regular basis, it can even purify immortal spirit roots. There are two types of pills I know that can be made from Void Flying Snow. One is called Void Spirit Pill. Another is Flying Snow Pill. Both of these pills can stabilize spirit roots and purify them."
Then, she passed a jade slip to Yimo.
"There's the concoction method of these two pills on it. You're a level 4 immortal pill great master, so you should be able to understand."
Yimo quickly looked at the jade slip.
There were indeed two pill recipes. One was for the Void Spirit Pill, a level 5 immortal pill. Flying Snow pills were level 6 immortal pills which had all the effects of the Void Spirit pills. The Void Spirit Pill was clearly for level 5 immortal pill great masters. Yimo was a level 6 immortal pill great master. Of course he was going to concoct the Flying Snow Pill. The Jade Slip also mentioned that the Flying Snow Pill could reduce heart demons. This was a huge enticement for cultivators. Chapter 16:27, rejecting the invitation. The pity is, even the Flying Snow Pill can only stop her spirit roots from worsening. It can't completely repair her spirit roots unless you find the Clear Mind Lotus.
Plus, if you want to find Void Flying Snow, you have to go to the Realm Domain Void.
In there, even immortal kings might die if they're unlucky. The Holy Nun looked at Yimo. She didn't know how determined Yimo was to save Jinbingyu, so she waited for his response. If Yimo wanted to go, she could only tell him that with his power, even if he saw the flying snow he wouldn't be able to get it. She shouldn't have told Yimo about the Void Flying Snow, but Yimo was a level 4 immortal pill great master, and seeing his pills, it didn't seem impossible for him to reach a level 5 immortal pill great master. If one day he missed the opportunity of getting Void Flying Snow, it would be unfair for him. Brother Yi, even great eternity immortals find it very difficulty to capture Void Flying Snow. The Holy Nun just wants you to know there is such a thing.
With your power, it's impossible to find void flying snow, Pang Gandang said. I know, thank you Holy Nun Qianbei and Brother Pang. Yi Mo got up and thanked them again. There was a sliver of despair in Jin Bingyu's eyes. She didn't expect her spirit roots to be continuously dissolving. If it wasn't suppressed, her spirit roots would eventually turn to nothing. Even if nothing happened to her sect, her master wouldn't be able to help her. Thank you Holy Nun Qianbei. Wan Bei knows that not only are my spirit roots dissolving but even my meridians have shattered completely. It's useless even if I get the void flying snow. Jin Bingyu thanked. She had made up her mind that she wouldn't allow Yi Mo to go risk his life in the heaven domain void again. She was bound to her. It was meaningless for Yi Mo to risk going to the heaven domain void. Plus, she felt she owed Yi Mo enough already. If she owed him more, she wouldn't be able to die peacefully. No, your meridians will automatically heal if your spirit root is recovered. For us immortals, this is no serious injury. Then the holy nun said to Yi Mo, today I came over also wanting to ask a few questions from Master Yi. When I was concocting level 4 immortal pills, there were many times when I was about to succeed but I couldn't control the immortal flavor of the pill and thus I couldn't pull the pill. Every time I feel it should be fine to pull the pill, but after I pull it the pill will automatically crack. Yi Mo knew her problem. He had encountered it as well but only once and he quickly corrected it with his 3-birth chant. Her current problem was due to the fact that she couldn't control her spirit sense and pill spell when she pulled pills. Since she was at this step, it meant that she was about to enter level 4 Immortal Pill Great Master. She just needed a little bit of guidance. Yi Mo took out a jade slip and then imprinted why she failed as well as some things to take note of in and then gave the jade slip to Holy Nun. Holy Nun Qianbei, after you read this jade slip you should be able to concoct level 4 immortal pills. Seeing the holy nun take the jade slip, Pang Gandang asked in disbelief, Brother Yi, isn't that a bit of an overstatement? Looking at your jade slip will allow her to reach level 4 immortal pill great master? Even the great unity immortal looked at Yi Mo in confusion. He could tell Yi Mo wasn't someone who liked to bluff, but what he said was illogical. If one was to reach level 4 immortal pill great master so easily, then there would be too many level 4 immortal pill great masters. The holy nun was quite skeptical, but with her mannerisms she didn't show any expression and just accepted the jade slip calmly before scanning her spirit sense and, moments later, her face was excited, half joyful and half frowning. Seeing this, everyone immediately knew that the jade slip Yi Mo gave her was very useful. She had immersed her mind into it and no one went to disturb her. 5 minutes later, Holy Nun suddenly put down the jade slip and closed her eyes to think. Then, she immediately took out a pill cauldron and was about to concoct pills on the spot. Pang Gandang and Han Changjin glanced at each other, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Was it really as Yi Mo said? His jade slip could allow Holy Nun to reach level 4 immortal pill great master immediately. She was beginning to refine herbs as she threw the immortal spirit herbs into the cauldron one by one. Half an hour later, Holy Nun suddenly started using pill pulling spells. Yi Mo nodded. The holy nun had completely grasped the places that the pill-pulling spell needed to change if the pills couldn't be pulled. After the pill-pulling spell, she swept up 6 pills and put them into a jade bottle. Yi Mo's spirit sense already scanned the 6 low-grade Qianfan pills and he immediately congratulated. Congratulations on reaching level 4 Immortal Pill Great Master, Holy Nun Qianbei. She really succeeded? Pang Gandang and Han Changjin looked at the jade bottle dazedly in disbelief. Was it really this easy to become a level 4 Immortal Pill Great Master under Yi Mo's tutelage? Holy Nun was calm-mannered but she couldn't resist the joy in her heart right now. She didn't expect the problem that has troubled her for many years was easily pointed out by Yi Mo and given such a precise resolution. She heard Yi Mo's words and bowed to Yi Mo. Master Yi, your pill concoction skills are far superior to mine, please take me in as your disciple. Seeing this, Pang Gandang and Han Changjin were struck again. Yi Mo quickly got up and said, Holy Nun, my name is Kai Yi, please call me by my name master. If you call me Qianbei I won't be able to take it. Holy Nun truly respected Yi Mo now. She was certain that Yi Mo wasn't a level 4 Immortal Pill Great Master. She didn't know what level Yi Mo's pill concoction skills were, but she was certain that not even an Immortal Pill Grand Master would be able to know her problem after just listening to a few words from her and let her reach level 4 Immortal Pill Great Master on the spot. Yi Mo let Kai Yi sit down and said, in that case I'll call you Martial Sister Kai Yi. I won't take in disciples. I'm still learning myself.
No need to mention about being my disciple, but of course you can come and discuss the pill Tao with me frequently. Yemo was pretty much teaching her in another sense, and Kai could tell this, of course. She felt pity, but she got up and thanked him. Seeing that Pang Gondang was about to say something, Yemo quickly stopped him and said, "Brother Pang, thanks for bringing Marshall's sister Kai today to help."
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
I came to invite you to the Top Deck Pill Master Social. If you show your skills there will be plenty of opportunities for you to earn immortal crystals.
Pang Gondang quickly said, "Brother Pang lives at the top deck?" Yemo was truly shocked. Pang Gondang smiled with embarrassment.
Yes, I was too worried about Changjin brother's injuries, so I didn't have time to tell you.
Don't worry, you will have so many immortal crystals you wouldn't even be able to use them.
Even if you don't go to the social, you can still earn large sums of immortal crystals. Then Pang Gondang subconsciously looked at Han Changjin. "Brother Yi, I came to thank you for saving my life. Don't worry about a residence, you can come with us to the top deck now.
We can get your identity and room sorted."
Han Changjin saluted with his fists and had a sliver of desperation in his eyes. But Yemo felt this person wasn't as worthy of a friend as Kai and Pang Gondang. Clearly, he made his decision to invite him to the top deck on the spot after seeing him let Kai reach Immortal Pill Great Master so easily. He could tell that this Han Changjin wasn't simple. Even Pang Gondang seemed to look at him for decisions. "Thank you, Brother Han and Brother Pang. I feel the middle deck is great, so I won't go to the top deck. Plus I don't like to stay with too many people," Yemo said politely. Chapter 16:28. Get a foothold. Yemo was very happy with the middle deck. As for top deck, it would at most be more spacious.
That was unnecessary for Yemo.
He couldn't cultivate on this ship, and the nearer he was to the special deck,
the higher the chances he would be exposed.
As for going to the Immortal Pill Master Social, he didn't even think about it. Han Changjin was a little disappointed, but he didn't say much. The few chatted together for a while before getting up and leaving. Han Changjin mentioned taking Yemo to the top deck again, but Yemo rejected. After the few people walked away, Jin Bingyu asked strangely, "Marshal Brother Yi, why did you reject them? You helped them, so it's fine for you to go to the top deck." Yemo waved up some restrictions and said heavily, "I suspect they're not immortals from the low heaven domains, they come from a middle heaven domain."
Although that Han Changjin doesn't speak much, I feel those few people treat him as the leader. A middle heaven domain? You're saying they went from middle to low and then back to a middle domain? Do they have too many immortal crystals? Jin Bingyu asked in confusion. That's what I don't understand. They seem to have substantial origin and they're not cultivation orientated. We just need to know them, no need to connect deeply with them, Yemo answered. Jin Bingyu nodded.
I understand, but I hope you won't go find the void flying snow.
Yemo smiled.
Don't worry, I have confidence that I won't die.
Can you tell me about your past in the cultivation realm?
Of course. In this expensive stall, Yemo and Jin Bingyu just chatted for a whole day. Just when they thought another day would pass like this without any business, the immortal who collected tax came to Yemo's pill tower again. Yemo knew he was called Yu Liansong. He was a great Unity Immortal primary stage but was very mature and easy to talk to. But this time, he brought another great Unity Immortal along with him. "Great Master Yi, I heard you're going to settle at the middle deck. I'm here to help you do the procedures," the other great Unity Immortal said. Seeing Yemo's confusion, Yu Liansong quickly explained, "Great Master Yi, this is the immortal manager responsible for the residential area of the middle deck, Huang Yajing.
If you want to settle in the middle deck, you just need to go to him."
Yemo said in confusion, "But I don't have immortal crystals. You said last time that even the most ordinary place in the middle deck will cost 5 million immortal crystals a year."
Huang Yajing smiled. "Great Master Yi, don't worry.
You just need to give me your original card and I'll help you switch it." Yemo immediately realized that one of the three helped him. Why did they come to him for pill concoction then? Theoretically, with their power they would be able to find a better immortal pill great master on the top deck. Yemo still rejected. "Thank you, Manager Huang, but I plan to trouble you after I get enough immortal crystals myself."
Hearing this, Huang Yajing immediately knew Yemo didn't want to owe anyone.
He was contemptuous but didn't say anything. "Pang Gondang seems like a good person," Jin Bingyu said after the two left.
She felt Yemo could take the offer. Yemo waved his hand. Did you notice Pang Gandong's words before?
When he came, he said if I get famous at the Immortal Pill Master Social, I can earn large sums of immortal crystals, but after seeing I let Holy Nun reach a level 4 Immortal Pill Great Master, that Han Changjin exchanged glances with him and he immediately said that even if I don't go to the social, I can still earn large sums of money.
You're saying? Jin Bingyu asked. Yi Yamo shook his head. I don't know about them, but I'm certain there's some secret. If I accept their goodwill, then they will treat me as one of their own and tell me the secret.
Jin Bingyu was very smart and immediately realized. If we know their secret, we have to be with them, or else we have to die. With their power on this ship, it's all too easy to kill the two of us. Plus, I'm certain there are more powerful immortals behind them, Yi Yamo said. That Holy Nun seems very nice, Jin Bingyu said. Yi Yamo didn't answer. He felt Kai Yi was a good person, but he didn't know them well. Yi Yamo rejected their goodwill, and indeed in the next few days they didn't come again. However, Yi Mo's business grew well. Some immortals knew that top deck immortals and even manager Huan went to Yi Mo's shop. So they came too. With this, MOU Pill Tower's fame grew. All their level 4 immortal pills were top grade, below level 4 were special grade. Such quality was top-notch even in the market here. In a short 2 weeks, Yi Mo earned nearly 6 million immortal crystals. A month's rent was about to come. Yi Mo spent another 3 million to stay an extra half a year at the middle deck and extended his stall's lease by 2 months. He spent all of his immortal crystals again, but Yi Mo wasn't worried. The name of his shop grew and immortal crystals flowed in non-stop. At this moment, Yi Mo knew that at the middle deck, one could stay in the market, but you must rent for 10 years. The 10 years rent was a steep price, but Yi Mo didn't feel it was expensive. He needed to rent a stall in the market. He didn't need to go find another place to settle. 2 months had passed, only Pang Gandang came to him one more time. Even he just chatted with him a few times without focus and left quickly. Yi Mo still hadn't gotten the right to settle at the middle deck, but he got his foothold now. In the middle deck market, MOU's Pill Tower had become the best place to get level 4 and below immortal pills. The pills were very high quality but were limited to level 4 immortal pills. Today, Yi Mo just sent off a customer and was studying formations when Yu Liansong quickly ran over. Although he was just a small immortal for collecting tax, Yi Mo still helped him quite a bit. He pretty much didn't charge him anything for pill concoction. In time, the two became familiar. They weren't friends, but Yi Mo could get lots of news from him. Why did brother Yu run over so desperately? Yi Mo put away the formation materials and saluted with his fists. Great Master Yi, the ship stopped today. Many people are going to collect asteroids to earn immortal crystals. Are you going? Yu Liansong quickly said. For some small managers like them who had no real power, it was very lucky that they could connect with a level 4 immortal pill great master. Yi Mo thought that it would Pang Gandang would be coming to tell him. But he didn't come. Now that the ship stopped, of course he would go, but not for the asteroids. He was going for the void flying snow. Thank you, brother Yu. I plan to get some asteroids. How do I get there? Yi Mo saluted with his fists. Yu Liansong didn't expect an immortal pill great master would go get asteroids. He called Yi Mo just to go view the void scenery and connect with him better. No problem, I can take you over. When the immortal ship stops, all the areas will open the deck to the void. You just need to go into the void from the deck, but the void is very dangerous and the ship only stays here for half a year. If you don't come back on time, the ship won't wait. Yu Liansong said. Yi Mo quickly said, I know, thank you brother Yu, I'll tell my martial sister and we can go now. But Jin Bingyu already came down. She sighed. She knew she couldn't change Yi Mo's mind of going to search the void flying snow, but she didn't want Yi Mo to go in like that. I'll go with you, Jin Bingyu said. Chapter 1629, Realm Domain Void. Jin Bingyu was planning to argue if Yi Mo wasn't going to let her. However, Yi Mo agreed without even thinking and replied, okay. Seeing Yi Mo carry Jin Bingyu on his back and about to go enter the Realm Domain Void, Yu Liansong was more confused. Jin Bingyu was clearly heavily injured and couldn't even walk by herself. Why did Yi Mo take her to the void? Brother Yu, please lead the way. There should be more asteroids the earlier we go, Yi Mo said. He was planning to leave a message for Pang Gandang. He felt the guy was mysterious but was a nice person. If something happened to him in the void and he couldn't get back, he would let Pang Gandang take Jin Bingyu to Tangyao Heaven. But their relationship was only ordinary, he couldn't care about it. The reason he planned to ask was because he was the only one who could help Jin Bingyu if he couldn't make it back. Since Jin Bingyu wanted to go with him now, then would go together.
He understood what Jin Bingyu meant.
The realm domain void was so dangerous that even an immortal king might die if he was unlucky.
Much less an abstruse immortal.
If he didn't come back, Jin Bingyu would be dead for sure. Yu Liansong heard this and knew Emo had made up his mind.
He quickly took out a round disc and gave it to Emo.
Great Master Yi, there's no direction in the void, this void disc can clearly locate the ship, you can have it.
Emo quickly thanked Yu Liansong and took the disc. When Emo carried Jin Bingyu and followed Yu Liansong to the balcony of the middle deck, the place was full of immortals.
They ranged from Golden Immortal Peak Stage to Great Eternity Immortal, but there were only a few Golden Immortal Peak Stage and not many Great Eternity Immortals.
There were mainly Abstruse Immortal and Great Unity Immortal.
They were all waiting for the restriction to open. Those immortals selling location discs had great business, but GMO already had one. Gazing into the distance, there was just emptiness.
It seemed like an endless black hole with a few occasional asteroids darting past, further accentuating the emptiness of this place.
Emo had been in the void fissure at a lower realm and felt it was normal, but Jin Bingyu was shook.
If it wasn't that she couldn't stop Emo from going in, she definitely wouldn't want Emo to go in for the void flying snow.
Even she was scared seeing this place. She had been to the heaven domain void, but compared to the void here, it was nothing. When she scanned her spirit sense out here,
it felt like she was searching a vast ocean. Martial Brother Yi, can you change the soft seat on your back to a rope?
This way I can lay on you and reduce the space between us, Jin Bingyu said. Emo knew that Jin Bingyu meant if there was too much distance between the two it would increase the power of the void storms and one of them might be taken away. Okay.
Emo knew it was better to stay closer in the void.
It was very dangerous to get separated, Jin Bingyu might even be torn apart. As soon as Emo said this, he heard the manager yell, "The restrictions are open, everyone go in slowly. Please come back to the ship within half a year." All the restrictions were open and it made people feel edgy. It was as though there was a bottomless cliff outside. The howls of the void wind seemed scary. Rumble, two asteroids clashed in their spirit sense, creating a huge explosion. The void flow instantly took an abstruse immortal at the border into the void. Yu Liansong took a few steps back and said, "So powerful. Brother Yi, I'll be standing at the back, be careful."
"I know, thank you Brother Yu,"
Emo said and then took out a low-grade immortal artifact rope and tied Jin Bingyu tightly to his back. The two balls of softness made him subconsciously shiver. No matter what, Jin Bingyu was extremely beautiful and her body was perfect, although Jin Bingyu couldn't gather immortal essence. Her spirit sense was still there and her senses were acute. Yemo's back muscles shivered and his body temperature rose a little and she immediately felt it. She couldn't help but sigh. If he had a Dao heart like hers, his future would be boundless. Why was lust so mesmerizing for immortals? Thinking about how she offered to give herself to Emo, Jin Bingyu sighed. She couldn't be completely heartless either. If she was completely heartless, she wouldn't even say that. Suddenly her heart shook. If she was completely heartless, would Emo save her? She had been with Emo for a while now and knew Emo's character. He definitely wouldn't save a heartless person. The reason he helped her till now was because when he was in his most vulnerable moment, she didn't abandon him. If she really heartlessly abandoned Emo and he happened to survive, what would happen? The result would be obvious. Jin Bingyu was extremely beautiful, but Emo really didn't think much of it. There were a few reasons Emo saved her. They were on the same team and she didn't abandon him when he was vulnerable. Plus, she was in this state due to him. The more Jin Bingyu thought, the more her heart was confused. Yemo's body heat passed to her chest, making her feel an indescribable sense of fulfillment and joy. She had never felt this way for a long time. Just when Jin Bingyu was still thinking, the space nearby suddenly cleared up and an emptiness struck her. She subconsciously held Emo tighter. She knew that the two had gone into the void and it was as though she could only find a sense of existence if she stuck closer to Emo. Emo released Blue Moon and proceeded slowly. At the beginning there were many immortals, but the void was too big and Emo only flew for 5 minutes before he couldn't see any more immortals. Some asteroids flew past them but Emo dodged them in time. As Blue Moon went further and further from the ship, there were more and more asteroids and even asteroid clusters. There would be the occasional space storm, but Emo avoided them. A month later, Emo stopped. Even if he was to capture the void flying snow, he couldn't go too far. You're not going to collect some asteroids to sell? Jinbingyu looked and reminded Yemo. Just when Yemo wanted to speak, he saw dense clusters of asteroids howling past and instantly locked the space ahead of them. There was no time to retreat as Blue Moon wasn't as fast as them. Before Jinbingyu asked what to do, Yemo released his octagonal cauldron and smashed out with the world rock while putting away Blue Moon. Jinbingyu was confused. They weren't fighting, so why did Yemo use that waiting stone? Rumble. The black rock smashed a path out in the asteroid clusters. All the asteroids that touched the world rock was smashed apart. Even Jinbingyu was shaking upon seeing this. Even great Unity Immortals would at most have such power. Chapter 1630, Void Flying Snow caught in net. She believed that if Yemo fought with that fatty at the corner soul domain, that great Unity Immortal would have been no match for Yemo's waiting stone. After paving a path, Yemo charged through it. The rubble smashed on the octagonal cauldron, making dense smashing sounds, and although an occasional few struck Yemo, he didn't feel much. Just when Yemo was about to pass through this asteroid cluster, he saw a white flashing light fly past rapidly in the asteroid clusters. It was many times faster than the asteroids and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A void flying snow? Yemo saw the white flash and immediately felt it was void flying snow. Not only was it shaped very similar, but its chi was also very similar. Seeing this void flying snow, Yemo wasn't very happy. His heart sunk instead. The void flying snow was this rapid, countless times faster than the corner soulweed. How could he catch it? There were so many corner soulweed in the sea corner, so he didn't have to worry about finding them. But now the flying snow was extremely rare and this fast. So what if he saw it? How could he catch it? You saw the void flying snow? Jinbingyu asked on Yemo's back. Yemo said heavily, yes, I saw it, but unfortunately with my current ability I probably won't be able to catch such a thing. But don't worry, I'll think of a way. Yemo didn't lie. He believed he could find a way. It was just a matter of time. Jinbingyu's heart shook a little and she said after a while, never mind then. Then she said after thinking for a while, if one day you can meet my master, tell her. Before Jinbingyu finished, she said, never mind. Yemo could understand her feelings. It was best not to talk to her at this moment nor explain anything to her. Silence fell amongst the two. The asteroid cluster was gone and Yemo put away the octagonal cauldron. He sped up Blue Moon wanting to find another asteroid cluster. Marshal Brother Yi. A day later, Jinbingyu broke the silence. MHM? I think I understand why Nianmei likes you. You don't understand. Yemo said plainly. Nianmei didn't like him, but he didn't need to explain to her. He felt Jinbingyu had become more talkative recently. Ever since she was checked by the holy nun, Jinbingyu felt she couldn't calm down and cultivate like before. If she couldn't cultivate, she thought about a lot of things. Many of the times she wanted to chat with Yemo, but he was always either cultivating, concocting pills or studying formation. Every time Yemo left the pill tower she felt worried as though she was losing something. Every time Yemo came back, she felt calm again. Sometimes, she felt that her Tao heart was being lost bit by bit ever since she stopped her cultivation method. She was very worried, but even if she cultivated she could only cultivate the body refinement cultivation method Yemo taught her. She had never had such a feeling. In her worry, she realized why. It was because she couldn't cultivate. Sometimes, she thought, were those mortal cultivators also like this? Another half a month had passed. Yemo had seen many asteroid clusters but not a single void flying snow again. Today, Yemo stopped Blue Moon again. He sat before Blue Moon contemplating while extending his spirit sense out. He knew that the void flying snow was different than the corner soulweed. He had many corner soulweeds to trial and experiment with in the sea corner. But here he didn't have such an opportunity. That void flying snow might be the only one he would see in here. Jinbingyu felt Yemo extend his spirit sense out. She knew what Yemo thought and felt very grateful. At this moment she sighed a little and didn't disturb Yemo anymore as she proceeded with thinking the things she never would have thought about before. Yemo used spirit sense cultivation method to capture the corner soulweed at the sea corner. Here he could only use it as well to capture the void flying snow. As Yemo extended his spirit sense out and tested on the small asteroids flying by, using spirit sense sever, spirit sense barricade, and even spirit sense domain, but it was of no use on those asteroids. Yemo knew the asteroids were different than the void flying snow, so it might still be useful for the void flying snow. His purple eye soul sever was at level 5 now. He could form a commandable spirit sense blade in his spirit sense domain. The void flying snow was too fast. Even if his spirit sense scanned it, there wasn't enough time to stop it with spirit sense. With his current spirit sense power, the only way was to set up a spirit sense domain before the void flying snow came, and Once the void-flying snow flew over, he would stop it immediately with the spirit sense domain. EMO didn't know if spirit sense domains were useful against void-flying snow, but the main thing was they were very taxing on their spirit sense. If used for long periods of time, he wouldn't know what would happen. EMO tried to expand his spirit sense domain, but the depletion of his spirit sense made him feel he couldn't take it. He ate a dual spirit pill and remembered Gu Zhou, who he met at the sea corner. He used a net-shaped magic artifact to capture corner soul weed. Instead of using a spirit sense domain, he might as well use a spirit sense net that was much less taxing on spirit sense, and it was more targeted. It could close quickly as soon as he noticed the void-flying snow flying over. Days passed and Jinbingyu could clearly feel Yemo's spirit sense getting weary. She was worried that if Yemo used spirit sense this much, his sea of consciousness would suddenly cripple one day. However, Yemo found in surprise and joy that if he used spirit sense like this in the void and then used dual spirit pills, his spirit sense would improve many times than when he cultivated it. The void was suitable for spirit sense cultivation? In just a few days, Yemo felt his spirit sense go beyond that of a great unity immortal primary stage. As his spirit sense grew stronger, Yemo started to expand his spirit sense range. Then, another white flash like the one he saw before appear in his spirit sense. When Yemo scanned this white ray, it was 100 kilometers away, and when Yemo reacted, the white light had charged into his spirit sense net. It shivered a little and instantly broke his spirit sense net. Yemo excitedly put away Blue Moon. When the white ray broke Yemo's spirit sense net, it slowed a little, and that was enough for Yemo to reach out with a second spirit sense net. The white light finally slowed for the second time. This time, Yemo saw it clearly. It was a snowflower-shaped void-flying snow. The second slow only lasted half a second, and it broke Yemo's spirit sense net again. But Yemo breathed easy. He knew this void-flying snow wasn't going to get away. Yemo wanted to charge over, but suddenly a few asteroids came flying at Yemo. Yemo felt very strange. They happened to come here too coincidentally. But he couldn't move aside. He didn't even have the time to release his magic artifact. He would lose this void-flying snow if it recovered its original speed. Chapter 1631, Melancholic Scene. Thud thud, two heavy strikes landed on Yemo's chest and Yemo spat a mouthful of blood. Even his immortal nirvana body couldn't take a blow from the asteroids. If he hadn't reached immortal nirvana body, he would have been smashed to pieces already. But Yemo didn't pay the price for nothing. His hand grabbed the fleeing void-flying snow. A sense of coolness rose up to Yemo's head, making his heart feel serene. This is the void-flying snow? Yemo looked at the void-flying snow with a sliver of blood. He was a bit excited. It was said that even great eternity immortals found it hard to catch these things, but he actually caught one. He paid a price, but to Yemo it was worth it. The void-flying snow was shaped like a snowflower. It had a cool sensation, making people feel peace and comfortable. Jinbingyu looked at the blood-covered void-flying snow but didn't feel happy. She felt worried. She began to fear that she would owe Yemo too much. She even feared that one day she didn't persuade Yemo to cultivate her Tao heart, but instead she would accept Yemo's emotional Tao. The more she was dependent on Yemo, the more she didn't want this martial brother to go take risks or see him heavily injured. Was this the premonition of her liking him? She had never liked anyone before and didn't know if this was it. Yemo immediately felt Jinbingyu shiver on his back. Just when he didn't want to say to not worry about the void-flying snow, he heard a shocked voice. Void-flying snow? A figure landed extremely quickly before Yemo. Then this figure said with even more excitement, "It really is void-flying snow." Yemo saw who this person was. It was that great Unity immortal manager of the lower deck. Seeing the fire in his eyes, Yemo knew this guy wanted his void-flying snow. Yemo put the void-flying snow in a jade box, put it in his storage ring, and ate a dual spirit pill before looking at this great Unity immortal primary stage manager. He seemed to be heavily injured. What Yemo didn't understand was why this great Unity immortal manager came to the realm domain void. Did he not have enough immortal crystals? It's you? I guessed you weren't ordinary, and now it seems so indeed. You can even catch void-flying snow. The great Unity immortal said in shock and confusion. An abstruse immortal primary stage carrying a heavily injured woman could catch void-flying snow. There definitely was a huge secret on him. He thought that Yemo would be coming down from the middle deck soon, but he never came back down again. He asked the other people who got in with Yemo, but no one knew who Yemo was. He was certain they didn't lie to him because he had pretty much taken all of their immortal crystals. He wants you to give the void-flying snow. We'll give it to him and go back, Jinbingyu whispered in Yemo's ear. Jinbingyu knew how hard it was for Yemo to get this void-flying snow.
He waited a few days using spirit sense and finally got it after being injured. But faced against a great Unity Immortal, EMO probably was no match for him. This place didn't limit immortal essence. There were very small limits on spirit sense, but it didn't affect great Unity Immortal Masters. EMO said calmly, "You're wrong, he won't ask me to hand over the void flying snow. He suspects there are secrets on me, so he wants our lives." The great Unity Immortal heard this and smiled. "That's right. You're smart. No wonder you can stay at the middle deck. But I've tortured your friends at the lower deck enough, in about 1 or 2 months they will be going to the refinery." Then the great Unity Immortal released his power. A powerful killing intent loomed over EMO. A huge hand reached out from the void and slowly patted against EMO. "I know you're strong, you can kill abstruse immortal tertiary stage. If you were at my power level, perhaps even I wouldn't be a match for you. But today, you can stay here." Then his hand grew even bigger and EMO couldn't feel the flow of time under this palm. What cultivation method was this? EMO was shook and hacked out with Zisu. Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike. The purple sword beam was a vibrant ray of purple in the void and hacked towards the great Unity Immortal palm. Rumble, mountains, and rivers birthed from this great Unity Immortal's palm. The palm turned into a lively world. At this moment, EMO even felt the calling of this world as though wanting him to go into this world and stay quiet. "Marshall brother, let's go in, it's so beautiful there. I want to go in and rest," Jinbingyu murmured. EMO shivered and instantly woke up by using the 3 birth chant. This was an illusion, he definitely couldn't go in. His spirit sense blade severed the intense desire to go in and hacked onto the mountains and rivers without stopping. However, Zisu was blocked by all the things in the world. Zisu hummed and EMO received a backlash from this strike. He spat a mouthful of blood and flew out, but at this moment, EMO saw that the palm was the illusion while the painting of the world was real. It easily blocked EMO's strike and shocked him instead. The great Unity Immortal was greatly astonished seeing that EMO wasn't mesmerized by his small world painting and instead hacked out with his magic artifact. An ordinary abstruse immortal wouldn't be able to resist at all under it and would be sucked in. Then he would slowly deal with him. Such a powerful magic artifact. EMO ate another dual spirit pill and condensed his spirit sense and immortal essence. This painting was very extraordinary. He knew his world rock only had one chance to succeed. If this opponent knew the power of his world rock, he would be wary. Moments later, EMO decided to ignore the painting and focus on this great Unity Immortal. "Go in." The great Unity Immortal roared as he inserted his immortal essence and spirit sense into the painting like crazy. The painting rose drastically, turning from a small village to a town with lots of people in it, fancy restaurants, brothels, immortal feasts. There was a small bridge over a stream, an ancient road, and the setting sun. A scene of extreme beauty showed before his eyes. It was as though if he walked in, he would be able to experience that beauty. EMO sneered. He didn't fall for it the first time, so how could he fall for it now? Seeing the confusion in EMO's eyes and how EMO even put away his magic artifact, the great Unity Immortal sneered. "A mere abstruse immortal primary stage could last so long, that's quite hard for you. I want to see how many secrets you have, hurry up and go in." The great Unity Immortal roared and the painting opened up completely. EMO walked towards the painting but his footsteps weren't fast. They were even a little slow. The great Unity Immortal frowned. He rarely saw people who wanted so slowly while being enchanted by his painting, just when he wanted to use more power to make EMO go in faster. A black asteroid suddenly appeared. It seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, but also seemed as though it was only getting bigger because it was getting closer. The great Unity Immortal frowned and wanted to slice apart that rock, but he found it turned a corner as though forced away by his power. The great Unity Immortal nodded. It seemed his power rose again. But before he could focus his attention on the painting, that asteroid smashed back like lightning and was instantly before him. Chapter 1632. There's no way I wouldn't dare to kill you. Not good. Even an idiot would realize that there was something wrong with this huge black asteroid now, much less this great Unity Immortal. Even though he was ambushed, the great Unity Immortal wasn't too worried. The magic artifact of a mere abstruse immortal primary stage couldn't do much to him. Rumble. As soon as he released his shield, the black asteroid smashed against it. Crack. A terrifying power came. But this definitely wasn't the power of an abstruse immortal primary stage, it seemed to be the power of nature. The force didn't slow or weaken due to hitting the shield, instead exploding with even more terrifying power. The partially activated shield was instantly smashed to pieces.
Before the great Unity Immortal could see clearly what the black rock was, it smashed into his chest. Crack. The great Unity Immortal clearly heard the cracking of the bones in his body. Multiple purple blood arrows shot out and were devoured by the endless void. The great Unity Immortal realized he completely underestimated Yemo's battle power. He didn't kill an abstruse immortal tertiary stage by luck, he was completely an absurd abstruse immortal that was no weaker than him. What terrified him was Yemo's weighing stone magic artifact. He had never seen such a magic artifact. He had seen many small mountain magic artifacts, but none absurd as this black rock. Its weight was like a boundless mountain, but that power didn't seep out at all and was all focused on him. If he didn't think of a way to run, this would be where he would die today. The great Unity Immortal Spirit sense swept out and completely surrounded him. He was going to run away by burning his sea of consciousness. He didn't even care about his painting treasure. Can you get away? Yemo sneered. Shadowless darted out from the side. He smashed out with the world rock again while expanding his spirit sense net to trap this great Unity Immortal. You dare to kill me? I'm the immortal ship manager. If you kill me, your essence spirit will be burned. Seeing this spirit sense net and Shadowless come at the same time, he knew Yemo had too many lethal blows. The fighting power he showed on the stage was only the tip of the iceberg. He suspected that Yemo was hiding his true strength, and this was indeed the case. When the rock smashed down again, he knew there was no point in resisting. Even if there wasn't this world rock, he might not be able to beat this absurd abstruse immortal primary stage. I don't dare to kill you. Yemo's words made him rest easy a bit, and just when he was about to make promises, the world rock kept coming and smashed on his head. No way. Endless darkness befell him. His body was squeezed into a meat pie and his essence spirit fell into Shadowless' mouth. There was no use in regret, but he can only regret now. He regretted not setting up a plan to kill Yemo. Yemo breathed easy and instantly took the storage ring of this great Unity Immortal and that floating painting. Jinbingyu only came back to her senses after Yemo took the painting away. She immediately realized what had just happened and blushed, feeling a little awkward. With her Dao heart she wouldn't lose her mind so quickly, but she had lost her immortal essence and was thinking about things before. If her mind wasn't drifting, she wouldn't lose her mind that quickly. Let's quickly go. Yemo packed up things and changed directions. Didn't you just kill that manager? Jinbingyu asked while admiring Yemo extremely. Yemo was an abstruse immortal primary stage, but he could kill a great Unity Immortal. This was just purely insane. At least she had never heard of anyone who was able to kill great Unity Immortals at abstruse immortal primary stage. That manager came over heavily injured. His injuries weren't from fighting, they were probably due to a void storm or something more powerful. That manager attacked us immediately, wanting to kill us quickly. Clearly there are other people. Yemo spoke while Blue Moon sped up. Jinbingyu immediately understood and said, You're saying his friend might come over? Not might, definitely will. The manager has some status and would definitely be able to contact his friend, but I'm too weak. Otherwise, if I kill them both I can get rich, Yemo said helplessly. Just when Jinbingyu wanted to ask if there would be a problem with the storage ring, she saw an overwhelming whirlpool of asteroids arrive. That terrifying storm was enough to devour the entire void. Space collapsed before it even arrived. She was dazed. What person could stop such a terrifying whirlpool? Even immortal kings would be dead if they charged in. It's an asteroid storm whirlpool. Jinbingyu heard these 4 words and immediately felt Yemo pat her back. Then, she fell unconscious. When the whirlpool was before Yemo, he just put away Blue Moon. The terrifying suction power of the whirlpool was so powerful that not even immortal kings might be able to get away, much less these two. He put away Blue Moon and went into the Golden Page world. The 5 elements of the Golden Page world weren't complete, so he wouldn't be able to bring Jinbingyu in for more than 5 seconds. Yemo could only hope that after these 5 seconds the storm would have passed. He knew that they came fast and left even faster. If the storm wasn't gone after 5 seconds, he would go in the Golden Page world again. Indeed, he only lasted a few seconds with Jinbingyu inside before he was pushed out again. Thud, Yemo just flew out and was struck by the remnant whirlpool that just passed. Yemo breathed easy and cursed himself for being naive. Facing such a terrifying asteroid whirlpool, he wouldn't have the chance of going in the Golden Page world after coming out. Luckily the 5 seconds saved him this time. Yemo spun like a twirl in the void, just when Yemo was getting dizzy. The power finally slowed down.
Yemo forcefully controlled himself and ate a pill before patting Jin Bingyu awake. We're dead?
Jin Bingyu said immediately and realized she asked the wrong question.
They were still in the void. How did you escape? Jin Bingyu asked shakily. Yemo said, by luck.
We'll stay here and catch the void flying snow.
I checked, the void location disk can still find the immortal ship. If it wasn't for Yu Liansong, we would be lost by now. Jin Bingyu nodded and said nothing. Yemo treated her well, but that was because it was who he was. In the depths of his heart, he was still wary of her, but she didn't feel uncomfortable. She felt what Yemo did was right. There was no relationship between them, MHM.
Jin Bingyu agreed. Yemo released Blue Moon and immediately took out that Great Unity Immortal storage ring. The Great Unity Immortal had been collecting so many immortal crystals at the lower deck, even if he had to hand some over, he would definitely have a lot on him. Chapter 1633, Seeking Help. Even though Yemo knew the Great Unity Immortal Manager's storage ring would have a lot of immortal crystals, he was still shocked once he saw the amount. The immortal crystals were stacked up like mountains inside. There were also large amounts of immortal spirit herbs and forgery materials. He finally became wealthy now. Yemo breathed easy. There were at least 50 million immortal crystals in here, and there were also immortal crystals cards. They were like bank cards but for storing immortal crystals. But these immortal crystal storages were all at the top deck. Yemo didn't dare to go there. He didn't know if these cards had identity attached to them, but even if they didn't, he didn't dare to go take the crystals. If he suddenly took so many immortal crystals, even an idiot would suspect him. After putting a part of the immortal crystals in his storage ring, Yemo tipped the rest of the things in the Golden Page world. I'm scared there will be marks on the storage ring. It's best to throw it away, Jin Bingyu reminded.
It's fine.
Yemo waved his hand. If someone could scan into his Golden Page world with spirit sense, he would have been long dead. Seeing Yemo so confident, Jin Bingyu didn't fuss over the matter. She saw Yemo take out that painting again and frowned. What painting is this? It's so powerful. Yemo looked at it and shook his head. It's not a simple thing, but it's not the original. It's probably a copy. I don't have time to look at it now. Then, Yemo threw the painting into the Golden Page world. In the next 2 months, Yemo and Jin Bingyu stayed here capturing void flying snow. Yemo had encountered void flying snow 3 times, but he only caught 1. Even though he was more proficient with his spirit sense net, he couldn't capture them all. The void flying snow didn't all fly at the same speed, some were slower but some were simply too fast. When half a year's time was about to be up, Yemo brought Jin Bingyu back to the ship quietly. He earned quite a bit during this half year. Not only did he get 2 void flying snow, but he also got large sums of immortal crystals. Yemo lacked a few immortal spirit herbs for concocting flying snow pills, but the Great Unity Immortal Manager's storage ring solved this problem for him. When Yemo and Jin Bingyu went back to their pill tower, they didn't open up immediately. Yemo kept concocting pills. He had a lot of immortal crystals and wasn't in a rush to do business. Kai didn't lie indeed. In less than 2 weeks Jin Bingyu felt different. She knew that after eating the flying snow pill, her spirit roots stopped dissolving. As long as she found the clear mind lotus, she would be able to recover. A month later, the immortal ship shut the restriction for flying out and set off again. Yemo's pill tower opened business as well. The first to come was Yu Liansong. Yu Liansong immediately saluted with his fists. Great Master Yi, congratulations on making it back safely. Nearly 1,000 people didn't come back this time. Yemo was shook. So many immortals died with 1 stop, this was too shocking. But Yemo tried the danger in the void. If he didn't have the Golden Page world, he wouldn't be able to come back this time. As soon as I went out I knew that I couldn't stay in there for long with my power, so I came back quickly, Yemo quickly said. Yu Liansong nodded. It's good to be back. You don't even need to go to the domain realm void with your capabilities. Yu Liansong chatted with Yemo for a while and then spoke about some of the things that happened during this stop and then asked Yemo to help concoct a cauldron of pills before leaving. After he left, Jin Bingyu asked in shock, so many died with 1 stop. If the ship stops a few more times, then how many more will die? This isn't a good place, Yemo said heavily. Yemo felt this ship didn't take the lives of the immortals on board seriously at all. The only creed of this ship was collecting immortal crystals. Luckily the ship has some principle and doesn't rob immortal crystals from immortals. If we have enough immortal crystals we can last, Yemo comforted.
Who do you think Pang Gondang and them are? They seem to be very wealthy. How do they have so many immortal crystals?
Jin Bingyu was very confused. Yi Mo waved his hand.
Martial sister Bingyu, we shouldn't discuss about them anymore.
I'm certain they're not ordinary, but not matter what their plans are, it has nothing to do with us. Before Yi Mo finished, he stopped talking, as moments later, Pang Gondang appeared before his shop. He, Great Master Yi.
As soon as Pang Gondang came to the door, he saluted with his fists and greeted.
Ever since Yi Mo rejected Han Changjin's offer, he changed from Brother Yi to Great Master Yi. Brother Pang, please sit. Yi Mo quickly got up. There was a sliver of guilt in Pang Gondang's eyes. Great Master Yi, I said I was going to help you introduce some business from the top deck, but people don't really trust me. I'm very sorry. If you owe immortal crystals, I can. Yi Mo quickly waved his hand.
No need, thank you, Brother Pang. Business isn't so good here, but I can manage to survive.
After hesitating for a while, Pang Gondang suddenly gave a firm look.
Brother Yi, if one day you're really in trouble, come find me at the top deck. Even if I lose face, I will help you. Yi Mo laughed. Thank you very much, Brother Pang, perhaps I will soon be coming to find you.
At the same time, Yi Mo sneered on the inside. This Pang Gondang was speaking nonsense.
If he really wanted to help him, it would be all too easy. Yi Mo didn't believe his words.
If he couldn't find people to come to his pill tower, he wouldn't say those words. The main reason he came today was probably because he knew he went to the realm domain void to see if he was willing to join them. This only meant one thing: they really needed a level 4 immortal pill great master like him. Yi Mo didn't want to know what they were doing nor join them.
Just when it was awkward between the two,
3 abstruse immortals rushed in. Seeing Yi Mo get up immediately, Pang Gondang said goodbye. He knew from Yi Mo's face that he knew the 3, Brother Lan, Xian, Martial Sister Tan.
Yi Mo immediately knew why they came.
Just looking at them, they were probably about to go to the refinery. Brother Yi, we didn't expect that we wouldn't be able to last even a year, sigh. Lan Dishing saw Yi Mo had his own pill tower inside. The weakest among them was Yi Mo, and he had a burden with him, yet he was doing the best. Yi Mo knew from the Great Unity Immortal that the 3 were in this state partly due to him. Brother Yi, if the Great Unity Immortal manager didn't die at the void, we wouldn't even be able to come find you. We had nearly 10 million immortal crystals altogether, but they were all taken by that Great Unity Immortal, Xian Qiling said. In Gonghua Heaven he was an abstruse immortal and had some status, but on this ship he was nothing. Seeing Lan Dishing about to say something, Yi Mo waved his hand.
We all come from the same place.
I'll lend some immortal crystals to you guys. When I have the capability, it will be easy for you all to come to the middle deck.
Thank you, Brother Yi.
Lan Dishang and them quickly said. Immortal crystals were too precious on the ship. They would be hugely grateful if Yi Mo could lend them 100,000 immortal crystals. Yi Mo took out 3 storage rings. I'll take out 15 million immortal crystals first.
5 million each.
Chapter 1634, Tao Vindication Seed. The 3 glanced at each other. They just wanted to borrow some immortal crystals from Yi Mo, but they didn't even ask yet, and Yi Mo gave them this much. Brother Yi, this is too much, Lan Dishing quickly said. Yi Mo waved his hand with a smile. It's not much, I still have something I want you guys to help me with. Of course, it's up to you. Just say it, Brother Yi, as long as it's something I can do, I definitely won't object, Lan Dishing quickly said. The other 2 also said the same, thank you. Yi Mo saluted with his fists and said, since my magic artifact is too low grade, I need some top grade forgery materials. If anyone in the lower deck is selling these top grade materials, please keep an eye out for me. There were so many immortals in the lower deck, there was bound to be someone to have good things. But they just hide it very well. If they didn't have immortal crystals, they would sell the best things they had, and he needed such materials. As his power level kept increasing, Zisu couldn't keep up anymore. He needed to find top grade materials to upgrade Zisu and at least make sure it could keep up with his world rock. No problem, don't worry, Brother Yi.
I will definitely look out for it. But what requirements do you have for the materials?
Lan Dishing said gratefully, the higher level they are, the better. The best would be if they're beyond level 4 immortal material, Yi Mo replied. Brother Lan, Yi Mo opened a pill tower here, he's at least a level 3 immortal pill master, right?
Tan Xiaolian asked. No, I think Brother Yi is a level 4 immortal pill great master, did you not see his sign? He can concoct level 4 and below immortal pills. Lan Dishing said inside, any level 4 immortal pill great master would be very honored in Gonghua heaven, but in this middle deck marketplace, there are quite a few of them. Brother Yi doesn't have it easy here. He probably used the immortal crystals he saved up before to help us. I must help him find the high-level materials he needs. Me too, Tan Xiulian and Xiang Qilin said without hesitation. After the three left, the pill tower returned to being calm. Other than Yu Liansong, who came over to chat with EMO a few times, Pang Gandang never appeared again. Besides paying the exorbitant rent, he still had some extra immortal crystals left each month. Although there were always immortals asking EMO to concoct level 5 immortal pills, EMO rejected them all. After Jinbingyu's spirit roots stopped dissolving, she started cultivating again and thus didn't think too much. But EMO could only study formations each day. He didn't dare to go into the golden page world and thus could only do this in this boring environment. Time flew by quickly. Another year passed like this. During this time Lan Dishing came to EMO twice and brought him a level 4 immortal material extreme firewood and a level 5 immortal material wind lightning metal. But neither of them helped EMO much. The things needed for Zisu's upgrade were very specific. If they weren't up to par, EMO would rather not upgrade Zisu. Today, EMO was studying level 3 immortal formations when Pang Gandang appeared in the pill tower again. Unlike before, he seemed very troubled. Brother Pang. EMO was as hospitable as ever, but Pang Gandang didn't even sit down and looked at EMO for a while before saluting with his fists. Brother Yi, the immortal ship is going to stop in the void for half a year again. I'm going to the void. Just when EMO thought Pang Gandang was going to invite him to go, Pang Gandang stared at EMO seriously and said, Brother Yi, I know your future will be limitless. You helped me and I wanted to help you some, but instead I've brought trouble to you. It's a pity this isn't a heaven domain. There's not much I can do. EMO frowned and said, Brother Pang, just be straightforward. To be able to stay here, you helped me quite a lot. In that case I will. Then Pang Gandang grabbed at his eye and pulled it out. EMO was shocked but didn't stop him. Pang Gandang dug out the eye that was damaged. From it, Pang Gandang dug out an extremely bright gemstone. Then, he ate a pill, and with the use of immortal essence, his eye quickly recovered. My eye can be cured, but I don't want to cure it. That's because I damaged it myself. The reason is this. Pang Gandang pointed at the peanut-sized gemstone as he spoke. EMO stared at the gemstone and asked in confusion, What is this? Pang Gandang asked, Brother Yi, you're an immortal pill great master, but do you know what the extreme of cultivation at the immortal realm is? Isn't it immortal emperor? EMO said. Pang Gandang shook his head. No, immortal emperor isn't the extreme. After immortal emperor, Tao vindication is the extreme. Only immortals who have vindicated Tao are at the true pinnacle of the immortal realm. Since ancient times, there were many immortal emperors and many talented ones. Over the countless years, there was never a lack of prodigies, but it's extremely hard to hear about Tao vindicators. Do you know why? EMO shook his head. I don't, please tell me Brother Pang. Pang Gandang said seriously, because the world is incomplete. If an immortal emperor wants to vindicate Tao, he needs a primordial chaos seed. These seeds are born with the universe. There may only be at most 9 Tao Vindicator immortal emperors. Each Tao Vindicator's power dominates the universe. He can destroy the entire 33 heavens with a flip of his hand. So, to all immortals, primordial chaos seeds are the most precious thing. When a Tao Vindicator immortal emperor dies, the primordial chaos seed won't disappear, it hides itself in the universe waiting for the fated person. This was the first time EMO heard this. He was certain most immortals didn't even know about this. He didn't know why Pang Gandang told him this. Was that peanut-sized thing a primordial chaos seed? Seeing EMO's surprised look, Pang Gandang set up a few restrictions and said heavily, you guessed it, inside the small gemstone is a primordial chaos seed, but the gemstone has to be opened. It can't be opened now though, or the chaos chi would spill and no one would be able to save us. He then looked at EMO and saw EMO just had a frown but wasn't lured by the seed. He immediately had an approving look. He thought rightly of EMO indeed. This abstruse immortal primary stage was no ordinary person. Now I will give you this primordial chaos seed, Pang Gandang said. EMO didn't even reach out his hand to take it.
He never believed money would fall from the sky and land on his head. Pang Gandang smiled bitterly.
Brother Yi, do you know how many people in the 33 heavens would want to fight over it if word gets out?
Yi Mo said calmly, I don't know, but I know that if it really is a primordial chaos seed, something that can let Immortal Emperor vindicate Tao,
it won't be mine to use. Plus, this seed is yours. Pang Gandang knew Yi Mo's suspicion inside.
You must be thinking why I don't keep it for myself or give it to Han Changjin or Holy Nun, right? Perhaps you're even doubting how I even got this. Yi Mo said nothing, but he was indeed thinking about these two things. It's because I'm the descendant of the ancient Grand Emperor Pang Su.
The reason I'm leaving this seed to you is because I have no other choice.
I'm certain I won't be coming back after I go out this time. And I know that afterwards, Han Changjin will come looking for you.
If you don't dare to accept it, then pretend I said nothing.
There was a sad look in Pang Gandong's eyes.
Then he stared at Yi Mo.
If you're willing to trust me and willing to accept it, then you must agree to two of my conditions. Chapter 1635, Pang Gandong's entreaty. Finally, a sliver of fire appeared in Yi Mo's eyes as his eyes glued to the peanut-shaped gemstone. Pang Gandang acted as though he didn't see the light in Yi Mo's eyes and said calmly, the first condition is that one day if you can vindicate Tao, please check for me who harmed Pang Shu Grand Emperor. If possible, please get revenge for him. Seeing Yi Mo still stare at his primordial chaos seed, Pang Gandang continued, the second condition. Pang Gandang shook his head. Never mind the second condition, as long as you can get revenge for Grand Emperor Pang Shu, even if I can't reincarnate, I'd be willing. Yi Mo sighed and moved his gaze away from the Tao vindication seed and asked Pang Gandang. Brother Pang, this thing is so precious, I'm afraid, Brother Yi, you know I have no place to go now. I can't tell you the reason as it involves the young master. I should have told you about Han Changjin, but I swore to never betray young master. If it wasn't that I know I probably won't be coming back after this, I wouldn't be able to make this decision. I believe young master Changjin knows I have a rare treasure on me, but he just doesn't know it's a primordial chaos seed. There was more sadness in Pang Gandong's eyes. All my close friends on this ship belong to young master Changjin, but I look favorably at you. You can kill abstruse immortal tertiary stage as abstruse immortal primary stage, and your pill concoction skills are definitely beyond level 4 immortal pill great master.
Plus you must be very young, so I believe you can definitely vindicate Tao.
Yi Mo immediately realized that Pang Gandang investigated him, but he didn't mind. With Pang Gandong's capabilities and power, it would be strange if he didn't investigate him. Seeing Pang Gandang wait for his answer, Yi Mo nodded and took out a jade box and opened it in his hands and placed it in front of Pang Gandang. There was more fire in his eyes. Brother Pang, such worldly treasure and you're willing to give it to me.
I definitely won't go back on your wishes.
Don't worry, Brother Pang, if I can vindicate Tao I will definitely investigate it clearly. There was approval in Pang Gandong's eyes again.
I know you're a responsible person.
This seed is yours. I believe you can vindicate Tao successfully and investigate what happened to Emperor Pang. Then Pang Gandang carefully placed the seed into the jade box in Yi Mo's hands. Then he said, I'm going to the void, take care. Pang Gandang walked to the door and turned back.
Young Master Changjin's father was once a heaven lord. He has big things to do here. Just be careful with him and his people.
Then, Pang Gandang hurried and left the pill tower. Yi Mo closed the jade box, but his face wasn't good.
The fire in his eyes disappeared cleanly. I heard it all. Is there really primordial chaos Tao vindication seed? Jin Bingyu asked in confusion. Yi Mo didn't answer and just closed the doors and set up restrictions before taking Jin Bingyu back to the room. If I'm not wrong, the Tao vindication seeds probably exist.
Hearing this, Jin Bingyu looked a little envious and sighed. This person is too honest, he's even willing to take out such a seed.
Do you really believe it?
Yi Mo placed a few more restrictions on the jade box and then took out an even bigger jade box. Seeing this, Jin Bingyu asked in shock, do you suspect his words are fake?
But when he spoke I saw it too, how could it be fake? Even his approval of you is genuine. Yi Mo waved his hand. Martial sister Bingyu, we're rather good friends, right?
Of course.
Jin Bingyu nodded.
I don't have friends, but if I must name one it's you.
Okay. Yemo continued, if you have a Tao vindication seed and you're going to do something extremely dangerous with a 90% chance you will die, would you give the Tao vindication seed to me?
Yes, Jinbingyu said without hesitation. Yemo rubbed his hair helplessly.
Okay, I'll put it another way. If it wasn't me, but someone you know, for example, Nianmei or Hai Chuanwu, would you give the seed to him?
No, Jinbingyu said without hesitation. Yemo clapped his hands.
That's right, if it's really a seed for Tao vindication, it's immeasurably precious. How can Pang Gondang give it to me so easily? Plus, he hasn't even died yet. Ha! Jinbingyu looked at the jade box and asked, you're saying? Yemo nodded seriously. If I guessed right, there's definitely a problem with this seed. Our relationship isn't that good yet.
I don't know the things between him and Han Changjin, but they're definitely not simple. When he came to ask for pill concoction, the desperation came from the bottom of his heart. But I saw that his approving tone of you was genuine, Jinbingyu said, and then seemed to have thought of something.
Do you think that Pang Gondang already found out I was listening and watching at the stairs and put on a show for me?
Yemo said proudly, he's not that powerful yet. I've changed the formation of this small tower.
People can only look down, not up. He doesn't know that you saw this. If he's acting, then he would only be acting to fool me. Then what is this?
Jinbingyu looked at the jade box with concern. Yemo shook his head.
I don't know, but I guess it's probably not some Tao vindication seed.
Even if it's the real thing, it won't be for my Tao vindication. Which cultivator would give up this fortune if he isn't dead yet?
You're afraid of possession, so you didn't take it with your hands and used the jade box instead? Jinbingyu asked. That's right, Yemo said. Yemo didn't even want to risk taking the seed into his golden page world. What if there was really a powerful being inside the seed? What would he do?
Perhaps after possessing him, he would take his golden page world. With his pill concoction abilities, who knew if this seed was for searching his secrets? Then what do we do?
Should we throw this away?
Jinbingyu looked worried. Yemo set up 10 more restrictions on the jade box and then took out a storage ring and placed it inside.
I don't have a choice now, I can't throw it away. Even if I do, it has to be in the void, and if we do, we won't be able to come back to the ship.
Then we can stay in the void, Jinbingyu blurted out. She felt that even if Yemo stayed in the void he might not die. But then she realized that it was impractical. Yemo would be able to protect them for a year or two, but a person's immortal essence and spirit sense were limited. What she didn't expect was that Yemo nodded and said, perhaps your idea is good.
We can only stay in the void. These bastards, I helped them and yet they came to scheme against me. Chapter 1636, 200 million, Jinbingyu looked helplessly at Yemo. There's no point getting angry here. If we really don't have a place to go, we can go the void.
Just when Yemo wanted to talk, he felt the restriction on his door activate. It's Han Changjin, Jinbingyu said. I'll go open the restriction.
Yemo quickly opened the restriction and came down.
Seeing Han Changjin standing worriedly at the door, Brother Han quickly come in. Yemo looked happy and surprised. Han Changjin clearly didn't have the mood to go in and said, Great Master Yi, sorry for interrupting your solitary cultivation.
Did Martial Brother Pang come here? Martial Brother Pang Gondang? Yemo repeated and immediately said, he came once saying he was going to the void and wanted to bid farewell.
There was surprise and joy in Han Changjin's eyes.
Did he leave something or say something? Yemo shook his head.
No, Brother Peng said if I don't have enough immortal crystals I can borrow some from Brother Han. Of course, you can borrow however many immortal crystals you want from me.
I don't have much, but I have some immortal crystals.
You're friends with Brother Pang and you saved my life. A few immortal crystals are worth nothing. I can finally breathe easy now. I thought Brother Pang had some misunderstanding towards me and left a message here and left.
Ha, it seems I've thought too much, Han Changjin said without hesitation. He knew Yemo wouldn't actually borrow immortal crystals from him. Yemo also looked happy. I really don't have enough immortal crystals, thank you Brother Han.
Han Changjin was dazed.
Yemo rejected going to the top deck just because he didn't want to owe him, so now why did he ask for a few immortal crystals? Yemo said again.
I want to go buy some immortal spirit herb at the top deck. I thought I could save some here, but it's been so long and I can just barely stay here. At this moment, Han Changjian's communication bead suddenly vibrated. He looked at it and frowned. Then he took out an immortal crystal card and gave it to Emo. Use the immortal crystals in here. You can give it back to me if you don't use them all. If it's not enough, then come to me again. I need to go now. Then he stuffed the card in Yemo's hands and quickly left. Yemo compared it to the other 2 immortal crystals card he had in his pocket and compared the 3. They were all the same, unnamed. Why did you ask for his immortal crystals card? Zhen Bingyu asked in confusion. Yemo said, we're about to leave the immortal ship, we can't be lacking immortal crystals. We'll go up now, gather some immortal spirit herbs, and quickly leave. This isn't a place to stay, staying here is just waiting for death. Zhen Bingyu understood Yemo and climbed on his back. If Yemo's guess was right, then it was indeed too dangerous for them to stay here. Yemo shut the pill tower and hung up a solitary cultivation sign and quickly went towards the top deck. After taking the immortal crystals, Yemo arrived at the top deck. He now realized why it was called the top deck. The dense immortal spirit chi was on par with some big sections. The residential homes were all like big estates. Extremely luxurious. Not only was there a marketplace, but there were all sorts of restaurants and merchant towers on the streets. This was an immortal city, a very prosperous immortal city. There were quite a lot of immortals on the streets who came and went. Yemo scanned with his spirit sense and saw there were more than 100,000 immortals here. The business at the restaurants was great, showing that all the immortals living here were extremely wealthy. Yemo didn't intend to walk around here at all. He brought Zhen Bingyu to the marketplace extremely quickly. There were all sorts of immortal spirit herbs and materials. He would need a lot of immortal spirit herbs if he was going into the void. Just when Yemo was planning to buy immortal spirit herbs en masse with Han Changjian's card, he saw that one big merchant tower was surrounded by immortals. Let's go see. Yemo carried Zhen Bingyu into the merchant tower. He usually wouldn't come to see what the commotion was about, but now that he was planning to run, he didn't care. There was a big hall filled with all sorts of immortals, including Great Eternity Immortal. At the stage, a Great Extreme Immortal was holding a jade box and everyone's eyes were glued to it. How many immortal crystals? Name a price. It's not good having more and more people come, someone called out impatiently. Yemo squeezed over to an abstruse immortal tertiary stage and saluted with his fists. Friend, may I ask what's inside the jade box? The abstruse immortal stared at Zhen Bingyu on Yemo's back in astonishment before saying, it's truth abyssal mud, what? Yemo was dazed. This was a priceless treasure. It was said that in order to make a small world, one needed lots of top-grade truth abyssal mud. He didn't know if that was true, but truth abyssal mud was greatly useful to him. It could be used to forge immortal spirit herb gardens and a small survival space like a small world. It was said that the immortal spirit herb garden made with truth abyssal mud could even be put inside storage rings and not affect the immortal spirit herb growth. No wonder so many people were here. But Yemo didn't get it. Why was someone selling it? Everyone calm down, this truth abyssal mud's level isn't high. Everyone knows the price I just bought it for. It was 80 million immortal crystals. Now Yemo realized why it was being sold. People saw it when it was brought in, even though its level wasn't high. It shouldn't be sold for only 80 million. The manger obviously earned big. Yemo knew a bad quality truth abyssal mud was around 200 million. Although immortal spirit herbs and pills were more expensive in the ship than outside, forgery materials were cheaper. Okay, then use 80 million as the starting price and sell it to whoever can give you the most. Let's do things quickly. One Great Eternity Immortal said impatiently. Everyone knew what the Great Eternity Immortal was thinking. If the immortal kings of this ship learned about it, there wouldn't be a share left for them. Okay, the starting price is 80 million. Everyone start bidding, the manager said helplessly. He knew if he didn't sell it quickly his shop would explode. 100 million. Someone bid immediately. Yemo took out an immortal crystals card and looked at the abstruse immortal tertiary stage. I borrowed an immortal crystals card from my friend. How do I check the immortal crystals inside? The abstruse immortal tertiary stage looked at Yemo in confusion. Scan your spirit sense in and you will know. It was that simple? Yemo was dazed and scanned his spirit sense inside the card.
There were actually 100 million immortal crystals. It was quite a lot, but not enough for him to buy this mud. Do you want this mud?
Jin Bingyu asked quietly. Before Emo could answer, there was the sound of laughter. One great unity immortal laughed at Jin Bingyu and said, I want this mud too, but I don't have enough immortal crystals. Emo didn't mind and scanned his spirit sense into the 2 immortal crystals cards of the dead manager. He thought there wouldn't be more than 100 million crystals, but when he saw that both cards contained 100 million, he was dazed.
A lower deck manager was this wealthy?
Thinking about all the years the manager robbed immortal crystals, it didn't seem that surprising now. This way, he had 300 million immortal crystals. He might really be able to buy it. In a short time, the mud was priced at 160 million.
But not many people were bidding now.
This mud would be priced at most around 200 million. 200 million.
Everyone gathered their gaze on Emo.
All the immortals here were wealthy, but not everyone could easily take out 200 million. Chapter 1637, Immortal Ship Incident. What shook everyone was that it was only an abstruse immortal primary stage bidding. He was probably the weakest in the hall and he was carrying a heavily injured female immortal on his back.
She was an astonishing beauty.
If he was willing to sell her, he might be able to make a few million, but no one bid for now. This was first because the price was extremely high, and second was many people were thinking that if Emo couldn't take out that many immortal crystals he would sell the woman on his back. Seeing it was only an abstruse immortal primary stage bidding, the manager's face sunk.
Do you know what price you need to pay if you can't take out 200 million? Emo didn't seem to hear this and asked calmly, are you going to sell it or not? If you won't, then why care about how much I bid? Ha, you want to act tough in front of me? You're too young. Even if someone adds 200 million more, it's nothing to me. I'll sell it to you today. Give me the immortal crystals.
After waiting for a while and seeing no one bid, the manager smirked uncomfortably. He knew no one would add 200 million more, but if someone really did he would kick Emo to the side without hesitation. In fact, he was very annoyed.
Regardless whether Emo had 200 million or not, he didn't like Emo's bid.
If the price was increased by 1 million each time, perhaps this mud would sell for more than 200 million, but Emo bid 200 million straight up, killing a lot of people's desire to bid. Then he scanned around and asked, anyone else going to bid? No one else bid and they all looked at Emo. Emo took out 2 immortal crystals card and passed it to the manager.
There are 200 million crystals inside, give the thing to me.
Before the manager handed the jade box to him, he grabbed it in his hand and opened the box, checking with his spirit sense. The manager scanned his spirit sense and the cards and found there were indeed 200 million.
He nodded calmly. That's right, there are indeed 200 million. But I need to tell you, it's not easy to earn some immortal crystals. It's not easy for you to cultivate to abstruse immortal primary stage.
How could Emo not know what the manager meant, but he ignored him and carried Jin Bingyu away from this hall. The manager meant that with his power, he wouldn't be able to keep the truth abyssal mud.
Getting it is only harmful to him, but the manager didn't say that out of goodwill.
He was reminding the immortals nearby that he was only an abstruse immortal primary stage. Seeing Emo's figure disappear, the great unity immortal who laughed at him said in shock, who is this person? He really bought the truth abyssal mud?
No one answered. A few great extreme immortal and great eternity immortals were following Emo already.
They couldn't attack on the ship, but they could force Emo to hand it over. Before Emo even left the marketplace, he knew he was being followed. He quickly pulled over a great unity immortal and said, I want to visit an immortal king of the special deck.
May I ask where the immortal tower for getting immortal crystals are? The great unity immortal was scared by Emo's words, visit an immortal king?
He thought Emo was asking where the immortal king lived, but then Emo asked instead where to get immortal crystals. He quickly pointed outside the marketplace and said, go out of the market, and turn left. The 6th shop is the place for immortal crystal storage. Then he quickly left. As soon as he turned, he realized, if he even knew where the immortal king lived, how could he not know where to get immortal crystals? But at this moment Emo had already left the marketplace. Those few immortals following Emo also heard his words.
A few of them frowned and stopped following Emo.
They thought if Emo must have been sent over by some immortal king, or else how would he have this many immortal crystals? But a few immortals still followed behind Emo. only when he truly went in the special deck would they believe EMO. Of course EMO wasn't going into the special deck, he just said that to buy himself some extra time. Even if he was to go into the void, he would need to get some immortal crystals, or else how was he to cultivate? EMO immediately went to the tower as quickly as possible, take out all the immortal crystals in this card and place them in this storage ring. EMO gave the card and a storage ring to the manager inside. The manager looked at the card and the storage ring before looking at EMO in confusion.
"You're sure you want to take it all out?"
"Yes, I came from middle deck and I want to buy some pills at the top deck," EMO said. The manager asked no more. It didn't matter where EMO's card came from. Plus, some immortal pills indeed needed immortal crystals to be paid for, not the card. 10 seconds later, EMO walked out of the tower with a storage ring filled with 100 million immortal crystals and quickly walked to the middle deck entrance. After EMO, 2 great eternity immortals and 1 great extreme immortal came in here. What did that abstruse immortal come do here?
The great eternity immortal asked.
The manager didn't want to talk, but seeing it was a great eternity immortal, he quickly got up and said, he took out 100 million immortal crystals. The great eternity immortal frowned and thought for a while before leaving the place and quickly heading towards the middle deck entrance. Seeing the 2 great eternity immortals go down, the great extreme immortal followed without hesitation, but EMO was too fast. When the 2 great eternity immortals went into the middle deck,
EMO was long gone.
The 2 great eternity immortals weren't worried. Even though their spirit sense was limited, it was too easy for them to find someone here. In a short time, the 2 heard that an abstruse immortal primary stage who carried a woman lived in the market and had a stall called MOU Pill Tower. The 2 great eternity immortal came to the pill tower as quickly as possible but saw the sign solitary cultivation, do not disturb. Open the restriction immediately, if he doesn't then we'll break in. 1 great eternity immortal sneered. As soon as his voice sounded, he heard the sound of sirens. The 2 great eternity immortal looked at each other. One of them said, "We'll come back later, something probably happened to the immortal ship.
This abstruse immortal won't be able to get away."
Okay. The 2 left quickly. The highest status people lived at the special deck. It was also the place of the 3 immortal kings. Only the top grade auctions and feasts would be held here. In a huge garden in the special deck, a middle-aged man stood and behind him was a red-clothed female immortal. "You said Truth Abyssal Mud appeared in the market at the top deck?"
The middle-aged man turned around and frowned. "Yes, master, it's indeed Truth Abyssal Mud. Its level isn't very high but it's not the worst." The female immortal bowed. "Then where is it?" The middle-aged man asked calmly. His voice seemed to come from the void. There were about a few hundred there, but it was eventually bought by an abstruse immortal primary stage for 200 million immortal crystals. Then she passed up a crystal ball and said, "Master, it's all recorded in here." The middle-aged man nodded and scanned his spirit sense in. Then he said in shock, "Such a beautiful goddess." After a moment, he put down the crystal and said, "Bring that abstruse immortal here, I need to ask him things. Bring the goddess he carries on his back too, I'll see if I can cure her. Also investigate who he is and what he did on the ship. Where did he get his immortal crystals from?" "Yes, master." The female immortal left. At this moment the ship suddenly shook. The middle-aged man's face changed and he immediately asked, "What happened?" "The Heaven Domain ship wouldn't shake even if an extremely large asteroid smashed it. Not good, there is a flame beast tide. They charged up while the ship was stopped and the restrictions were open. They've broken into multiple restrictions, the restrictions can't be shut now." 1 great extreme immortal rushed over, immediately notified the 2 other immortal kings and organized people to stop this beast tide while repairing the restrictions. The middle-aged man commanded and dashed out of the garden. Chapter 1638. Please allow me to fight. Of course EMO wouldn't be dumb enough to be in solitary cultivation. He had come to the exit to the void, but he didn't expect his luck to be this bad. The exit at the middle deck was in a mess. There was blood everywhere, with immortal corpses scattered across the balcony. Thousands of immortals had released their magic artifacts guarding the place. Not far ahead were countless immortal spirit beasts covered in black flames. Even though they hadn't attacked yet, EMO felt the waves of terrifying temperature. "Everyone, don't worry. As long as we defend one more wave of attacks, the Immortal King will repair the top deck restriction and come to the middle deck to help us." 1 great eternity immortal peak stage commanded. With this, some of the worried immortals calmed down. More and more immortals came. EMO's heart sunk. Other people hoped the restriction would be repaired but he didn't.
He not only used the Great Unity Immortal Manager's Immortal Crystals card but also bought a Truth Abyssal Mud, even if he could ignore these two things. He couldn't ignore the Immortal King coming. Plus, there was that Han Changjin keeping his eyes on him. This guy was definitely no good person, neither was that seed Pang Gondang gave him any good. He had to escape this immortal ship before the Immortal King came. Even if he died in the void, it was better than staying on this immortal ship. What are you doing here carrying a heavily injured person? Hurry up and retreat. These are void flame beasts. With your power you will die for sure if you see a high level one, a Great Unity Immortal reproached. Emo knew this Great Unity Immortal said this out of goodwill. With this, all the immortals nearby looked at Emo, not understanding what he was doing. Even the head Great Eternity Immortal looked over. Emo saw that Great Eternity Immortal was about to speak and quickly spoke first. The void flame beasts attacked our restriction and caused so many immortals to die. I'm also a member of the ship. How can I hide in the back? Plus, I have a combined attack with my martial sister. Even if I can only kill one, I can relieve some pressure for everyone. If I don't help because my power is low, more people will use this excuse. If the immortal ship is alive, I'm alive. If the immortal ship dies, I will still die. Masters, please allow me to fight. Emo spoke firmly and adamantly, with killing intent in his eyes. The Great Eternity Immortal nodded. Well done, one should have such thoughts in the ship. Stand behind me later. Then he said to the other immortals, I hope everyone can be like this brother and not fear the beasts due to their power. We still have immortal kings on our side, how can we fear them? Plus we've encountered these beasts before and won. Emo stood behind the Great Eternity Immortal while cursing these beasts. Why did they have to come now when he was about to run? On top of that, they still didn't attack. What was the point of having a standoff? The top deck restrictions are about to be repaired. Everyone hold on. 2 immortal kings will be coming over soon. One great extreme immortal rushed over and yelled. Emo was getting even more desperate. Jinbingyu could feel Emo's mood. Just when she wanted to speak, the black mass of immortal spirit beasts charged over. With this many coming over, the searing temperature made many low-level immortals retreat. Emo retreated too. He retreated further from the Great Eternity Immortal. In the roar of the immortal spirit beasts, many immortals released their magic artifacts to attack. Explosions sounded everywhere, magic artifacts and black flames clashed. In the intense battle, many immortal spirit beasts were killed, falling to the balcony. There were also many immortals killed and thrown into the void or burned to death. Abstruse immortals wouldn't even be able to attack nearby. They would have to go further away and release magic artifacts to harass these immortal spirit beasts. One person was of the exception, that was Emo. A purple flame rose around him, surrounding him and Jinbingyu. The flames of the void flame beasts couldn't burn inside. But everyone's attention was on the immortal spirit beasts, and although a few people saw Emo's flame, they knew now wasn't the time to ask. Hong Immortal King Master is here. One immortal called out in joy. Emo knew he couldn't wait anymore or he wouldn't have the chance again. His purple flame barrier expanded and Emo hacked out, but this strike didn't hit any immortal spirit beast and Emo was instead swept away by the dark flames into the tide. Ha! One Great Unity Immortal was shocked at Emo's power, but suddenly he saw Emo get easily swept away. His power level was too low. What a pity, that abstruse immortal was brave and hot-blooded, but he was only abstruse immortal primary stage. Only this Great Unity Immortal noticed Emo. The other immortals were all focused on their enemies. Don't worry everyone, I will repair the restrictions. A deep heavy voice sounded and all the immortals felt relaxed. It was an immortal king, but he didn't repair the restrictions immediately. He charged to the front and waved out hundreds of beams while releasing his huge force. Howls of pain sounded and the first few hundred void flame beasts were swept by the beams and fell to the balcony. Other flame beasts couldn't even stand up in front of the immortal king's power. They all retreated. This immortal king didn't stop there. He shot out a few hundred more beams into the tide. The densely clustered void flame beast tide became scattered with just a few attacks of the immortal king. If they didn't retreat, more would die. Seeing this force, the immortals of the middle deck took in a cold breath. Even a few great extreme immortals would take half a day to kill one, but when an immortal king came, he slaughtered countless with the wave of a hand. If it was some immortal monarch or immortal emperor, then how powerful would they be? Immediately, all the immortals showed respect and fear towards Hong Immortal King. The flame beasts retreated knowing there was a powerful immortal here. This immortal king took out formation flags and repaired the broken restriction in a short time. Pity about that abstruse immortal carrying his Tao partner.
If he waited another moment, he wouldn't need to die.
That great unity immortal sighed, you guys did very well, not many restrictions were destroyed. That immortal king nodded to that great eternity immortal. The great eternity immortal quickly bowed. It's all because everyone worked together. One abstruse immortal primary stage even took his injured Tao partner and charged at the front, saying if the immortal ship is here he is alive, if the immortal ship dies he dies. Even an abstruse immortal knows such logic. How can we great immortals not know? Oh, there's such a hot-blooded and loyal person.
Where is he? Let me see. The immortal king was also shook.
It was too hard for such a person to exist in the immortal realm. The great eternity immortal quickly turned around, but he didn't see EMO. Just when he wanted to ask, the great unity immortal said, Master, the abstruse immortal charged to the front wanting to kill a flame beast, but his power was too low and he was swept into the void.
It's a pity.
The immortal king nodded, and just when he wanted to say something, another figure landed next to him. Brother Ihong, you're already here. That figure saluted with his fists. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The immortals who knew this man quickly greeted, Greet immortal King Fei Ming Master. Ha, it's brother Fei Ming, you're not slow. Ihong quickly saluted with his fists too. Chapter 1639, Fury of the Immortal King. There were a lot of flame beasts this time, but they were mostly level 6 and below. Of course, the middle deck defended really well and didn't let a single beast enter. I just heard here that an abstruse immortal primary stage asked to go fight in order to stop the flame beasts. He even carried his Tao partner and charged at the front. We need to reward such people.
Ihong nodded.
Fei Ming was touched.
There's such a hot-blooded immortal? He should be rewarded heavily. Where is this person?
Not only do we need to reward this person with cultivation methods and cultivation resources, we also need to give him a place to live at the top deck as a role model. We should all reward heavily those who proactively attacked the beasts.
Ihong nodded and said in pity, but this immortal was swept away by the flame beasts. Then Ihong asked that great eternity immortal, what was that abstruse immortal and his Tao partner called?
The great eternity immortal already asked around and knew who EMO was.
He immediately answered, Immortal King Master, that abstruse immortal is called EMO.
His Tao partner was injured and he had a pill tower at the middle deck market, stall number 560. He's also a level 4 immortal pill great master.
Oh. Ihong was touched too.
Level 4 immortal pill great masters were valued everywhere, and yet he had the courage to fight flame beasts, heavily injured? Fei Ming suddenly thought of that crystal ball he had seen and asked, did he carry his Tao partner? Then, he passed the crystal ball to the great eternity immortal.
Is it this person?
The great eternity immortal nodded and reported, yes, immortal King Fei Ming Master. Fei Ming frowned, and just when he wanted to talk, a red figure landed next to him. It was a great extreme immortal female immortal. Seeing her come over, Fei Ming immediately saluted with his fists to Ihong and said, Brother Ihong, I need to go. Please do, Brother Fei Ming. Ihong was confused as to why Fei Ming would care so much about an abstruse immortal primary stage, but he still smiled. In a luxurious room in the special deck, Fei Ming stared at that female immortal and said, Tell me everything you found.
Yes, Master.
The female immortal answered, This person is called EMO, he's a level 4 immortal pill great master. He came from the lower deck to middle deck and rented a stall for his pill shop at the middle deck's marketplace.
He's very low-key and never goes out to attract business, nor does he fight with people.
However, he is very strong.
He fought 2 abstruse immortal tertiary stage cultivators at the low deck arena and won by luck. This is the record.
The female immortal gave another crystal ball over. Fei Ming looked at the crystal ball once and frowned. He wasn't there, but he could tell that abstruse immortal primary stage was intentionally suppressing his power. Luck? What huge luck! Immortal King Fei Ming sneered. Where did he get his immortal crystals card from? Fei Ming asked. The female immortal quickly answered, I checked the hidden marks of the 3 cards. 2 belonged to low deck manager Gu Qianfeng.
Gu Qianfeng went to the void at the last stop and never came back.
1 card comes from top deck's Han Changjin. Han Changjin was invited to the ship by He Ho Immortal King. I didn't investigate him. What a hot-blooded immortal. he can even kill a great Unity Immortal manager, hot-blooded indeed. Fei Ming slammed the table into dust. He kept the Immortal Crystals card for a year and only used them today and bought the Truth Abyssal Mud. He takes out another 100 million and then charges into the Void Beast Tide. Such calculations. This person can go into the void, clearly he has other secrets. Fei Ming sneered to himself and ordered the female immortal, call over Han Changjin immediately. I want to see what relationship he has with that Yimo.
Han Changjin's face was also sunken.
In a luxurious hall in the top deck sat more than 10 immortals. The strongest was Great Eternity Immortal, but Han Changjin sat at the top. Pang Gondang, who said he was going to the void, sat on the right. Gondang, that Yimo borrowed 100 million immortal crystals from me and went into the void. He acted so cockily at the top deck too.
This is what he does after getting that thing?
Han Changjin asked bleakly. I didn't expect that Yimo was this powerful. He could even kill a lower deck Great Unity Immortal manager. He cockily used 2 immortal crystal cards from the manager and took out 100 million crystals at the top deck to buy the Truth Abyssal Mud. Clearly, he wants to expose us. I'm certain that soon, the Immortal King here will come to us.
A dark-faced skinny Great Extreme Immortal shrieked. Pang Gondang sighed. In my impression, Yimo isn't someone who knows calculations. He's very generous and a man of principle.
In his most difficult time, he rejected young master's offer. Plus, when I gave him something, he acted calm, but the fire in his eyes was intense. I thought his first closing of the shop was to check that thing, but now I realize that he took the thing with a jade box and didn't even want to touch it.
He was suspicious at the time. Han Changjin sighed after a long while.
He intentionally drug us out, but that's okay. I'm afraid that he would do something to that thing. If he throws it into the void, sigh, I don't think so. One Great Eternity Immortal said, no one would be able to reject that thing.
Even if he is suspicious, he will carefully look at it.
As long as he takes it out, then it's done.
Brother Wan is right, no one would be able to throw that away. Even an immortal king wouldn't be able to.
Han Changjin nodded. Cursed insect, he's so cunning.
It's his fortune that we want his body.
Oh, one Great Extreme Immortal cursed, speak of this no more. Plus, even if he goes into the void, as long as he takes out that thing, his body won't belong to him. Han Changjin waved his hand. Let's discuss how we answer the questioning of that one in the special deck. As soon as Yimo charged into the Flame Beast Tide, the purple flame around him crackled. This was the Mist Lotus Heartfire and Flame Beast's flames burning each other. There were too many beasts. Although many high-level beasts wouldn't care about him, some low-level flame beasts had charged at him already. Countless black flame blades purged at him. Yimo's Mist Lotus Heartfire instantly thinned down. A few flame blades broke through the defense layer and struck Yimo's body. Yimo immediately felt a burning pain. Jinbingyu groaned on his back. Yimo knew she was probably injured. He quickly waved and brought Jinbingyu to the front while charging out. He curved his body and increased the barrier of Heaven Flame 9 Suns. The increasing flame blades made Yimo's heart sink.
Who knew how dense this beast tide was?
For now, no high-level beasts noticed him. If they did, he might be eaten in one gulp. Yimo changed the barrier to Heaven Flame 9 Suns and it could indeed stop most of the black flames, but it was too depleting on spirit sense. Even though he had Great Unity Immortal Middle Stage Spirit Sense, it still couldn't withstand such use. He had an Immortal Nirvana body, but despite Jinbingyu being shielded by Yimo, she was still bleeding from the flame blades. Yimo knew that if this continued, the two of them wouldn't be able to get out at all. He didn't use the World Rock for fear of attracting high-level flame beasts' attention. But now it didn't seem like he had a choice. Just when he was about to use the World Rock, there was a rustling in the tide. Some void flame beasts stopped attacking him. At this moment, Yimo knew it was probably the Immortal King starting to counterattack.
How could he not grasp such an opportunity? He immediately spat a mouthful of essence blood and used 5-element mobility. With the weakening of the beast tide, Yimo also left the tide without any effort. Chapter 1640, Wonderful Use of Flying Snow. Some asteroids flew past Yimo and he slowed down.
Jinbingyu looked down at her chest that was being squeezed out of shape by Yimo and suddenly had a strange feeling. It was the same feeling as when she saw Yimo achieve nirvana. She felt her body temperature rise. After escaping from the flame beast tide, Yimo finally breathed easy. He released Blue Moon and placed Jinbingyu inside before saying, I finally got out.
One day I'm going to throw the bastard immortal kings on this ship into the void.
When Jin Bingyu was put down by EMO, she had an empty feeling in her heart as though she didn't want to be put down. She was dazed and thought.
Was that strange feeling the premonition of lust? EMO saw Jin Bingyu didn't answer.
He looked down and saw her shirt was torn by the flame blades. Her snow-white chest showed again, and even though this wasn't his first time seeing it, he still felt a little awkward. EMO coughed and said, "You should change clothes." The flames of these flame beasts were powerful indeed. If they weren't attacked, it would be really hard to escape. Jin Bingyu nodded and ate the words she was about to ask. She really wanted to ask EMO what lust felt like, but thinking she had hopes of recovery and couldn't try this with EMO, she gave up asking. When Jin Bingyu changed into a new set of clothes,
EMO carried her on his back again and controlled Blue Moon, leaving quickly.
In the void, as long as he was careful, he could avoid some disasters. 3 months later, Blue Moon slowed down.
The void location disk couldn't detect the immortal ship anymore. This meant that they had completely left the range of the immortal ship. What do we do now?
Jin Bingyu looked at EMO, who got off Blue Moon, and asked, "Wait, let me see this."
EMO took out a storage ring. "This is the Tao Vindication seed Pang Gondang gave you?"
Jin Bingyu immediately recognized the storage ring. EMO nodded.
"That's right, it's that primordial chaos seed. You want to check it out?" Jin Bingyu looked at EMO in confusion. EMO said it wasn't real before. Why did he want to see it now? EMO raised the storage ring.
"This might be a Tao Vindication seed, but I'm not interested now."
Jin Bingyu nodded. She thought EMO meant his power was too low, but EMO actually meant he had too many good things and didn't need to risk it.
EMO was almost possessed at the bottom of the pond in the Chaos Star realm. He even felt this Tao Vindication seed wasn't suited for him. "I won't open it."
Then EMO placed the storage ring on Blue Moon. "Then why don't you throw it into the void? As long as you do, then its problem has nothing to do with you." Jin Bingyu asked in confusion. EMO nodded. "The reason I stopped here is to deal with this seed.
I have a feeling that with my current capabilities, I can't control it at all, regardless if it's real or fake." EMO's genuine feeling was he didn't feel comfortable having this seed on him. Regardless, he was planning to throw it away. Jin Bingyu just watched. EMO didn't wait too long, and in just 4 days, his spirit sense found another void flying snow. Seeing EMO use a spirit sense net to capture it, Jin Bingyu finally understood what was going on.
EMO wanted to capture the void flying snow.
She felt strange. Theoretically, EMO should be trying to run now or find a way out. She only needed one flying snow pill, and she already had multiple of them.
EMO still had another void flying snow.
Why did he want to keep capturing them? But soon, Jin Bingyu realized what was going on. When EMO stopped the void flying snow for the second time with his spirit sense net, he didn't grab it. He threw out the storage ring with the Tao Vindication seed. That storage ring instantly immersed into the void flying snow.
When EMO released his spirit sense net, that void flying snow instantly disappeared. Then, EMO released Blue Moon and went the opposite way. "You're not curious at all?" Jin Bingyu really didn't understand why EMO wasn't curious at all. Even if he was suspicious of Pang Gondang, he could open it to look. EMO said calmly, "Anyone would be curious of this Tao Vindication seed. But I trust my own judgment more." A few days later, EMO slowed Blue Moon down. When it stopped, he took out the Truth Abyssal Mud. "You want to forge a small world?" Jin Bingyu couldn't help asking. Even the best immortal forgery grandmaster would need to grasp the laws of the world to forge a small world. He must know quite something about space laws. EMO smiled. "I don't have such ambitions nor power, I just want to forge a small room." 10 days later, the Truth Abyssal Mud turned into an extremely small gray bead. Precisely, it had been forged into a level 4 immortal artifact. It had no offensive capabilities but came with a level 3 defense immortal formation. "What is this?"
Jin Bingyu looked at the bead and asked. "We can call it Flying Snow Bead. We'll live inside this bead from now on. My power is too low, I can't cultivate on Blue Moon, so I can only cultivate inside the bead.
This is an immortal artifact I forged based on a small world.
It's very small, but it can be an immortal spirit herb garden."
Jin Bingyu realized what GMO meant, but this thing was small and didn't have much use.
GMO didn't explain to Jin Bingyu and kept capturing void flying snow. Finally, Jin Bingyu understood what was going on.
Yemo wanted to use void flying snow to bring this speed around. Yemo thought so indeed. In the realm domain void, he didn't have a sense of direction nor a final destination. Instead of driving Blue Moon carefully, he might as well let void flying snow lead the way. The void flying snow was extremely fast, far from what Blue Moon could compare to. Also, no matter how fast it wouldn't ram into asteroids nor space storms. Yemo was a genius. Jin Bingyu looked at Yemo, who was focused on capturing void flying snow, and admired him. Anyone else who fell into the void wouldn't have Yemo's thinking and power. 10 days later, Yemo caught the first void flying snow. However, Yemo didn't use it and took it into his storage ring instead. A month later, when Yemo caught the fourth void flying snow and finally put away Blue Moon. Okay, the void flying snows before were too slow. Only this one satisfies me. He first put the flying snow orb inside the void flying snow and then let go of the void flying snow while taking Jin Bingyu instead the orb. In the void flying snow rapidly accelerated and instantly regained its original speed, slicing through the void. It was very stable inside the orb. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and found that the void flying snow didn't slow down due to the flying snow orb at all. Even he felt happy with his cleverness. This speed was faster than an extreme-grade immortal artifact, Yemo couldn't resist laughing and feeling extremely satisfied. Jin Bingyu saw this space wasn't big, but there was a small house and a pond. With even a few hundred low-level immortal spirit herbs and tens of high-level immortal spirit herbs. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Martial Brother Yi, I really don't know how you thought of this place is amazing." Yemo put down Jin Bingyu and said, "We might be staying here for a long while, at least until I use up all the immortal crystals on me. By the way, I suggest you don't go over to the place where I will cultivate. You can use your spirit sense and scan out. If you find a place to go out, notify me immediately." Chapter 1641, People in the Void. Jin Bingyu nodded. Okay, but I can't cultivate, so I can't scan out spirit sense for a long time. Yemo thought for a moment and said, "True, if I go into solitary cultivation, I might do so for a long time. I know you really want my cultivation method. If you can swear that other than us two you won't tell the cultivation method to a third person, I can give it to you." Jin Bingyu immediately said solemnly, "I, Jin Bingyu, swear that if Martial Brother Yemo passes his cultivation method to me, I will definitely not leak it to a third person. If I betray my oath, I will die from divine damnation." To Jin Bingyu, the great Tao was everything. Yemo's heritage was extremely powerful. She had tried a few times before to get it from Yemo, but he ignored her. Now, Yemo probably had no choice. He wanted her to help him but didn't want her to interrupt his cultivation. So he could only give it to her. In fact, she guessed right. Yemo was going to use the time formation disk for solitary cultivation. He indeed needed Jin Bingyu's help. Yemo was certain that the cultivation method born from the three birth chant might not be able to recover her, but it could let her walk. Your immortal water spirit root. My cultivation method is called three birth god water chant. After reaching Hollow Immortal with this cultivation method, it can birth the cultivation method for the next level based on your experience. Yemo gave Jin Bingyu a jade slip. Once a cultivator reaches Hollow Immortal, his spirit roots would turn into immortal spirit roots. Jin Bingyu had water spirit roots. And after she reached Hollow Immortal, they became immortal water spirit roots. It's a cultivation method that can form itself? You gave me a cultivation method beyond immortal grade? No, this cultivation method is beyond god grade. Jin Bingyu took the jade slip and said in disbelief, even level 9 immortal grade cultivation methods, god grade, and divine grade cultivation methods wouldn't be able to automatically form the cultivation methods for the next state. This was why Jin Bingyu was so shocked. The three birth chant was too absurd. If it appeared in the immortal realm, Yemo wouldn't even have any bone dust left. Even if Yemo ran into the void, he probably wouldn't escape the hunt of powerful beings. Wait, Jin Bingyu suddenly thought of another thing. Yemo had lightning element magic artifacts. He might not be cultivating the water element. Did this mean he had other ones? Jin Bingyu just looked at Yemo but didn't ask. She felt she didn't need to know. Yemo set up a stealth formation in one corner and took out the time formation disk and a bunch of immortal crystals. Starting his solitary cultivation, spirit sense couldn't scan into the place where Yemo cultivated at all. The immortal spirit chi had completely condensed into mist above Yemo. Jin Bingyu thought it was no wonder Yemo was so happy. Who else could travel in the void at such speed and cultivate without being affected at all? However, the place EMO cultivated gave her a very strange feeling. It seemed to be beyond space and time. If she scanned her spirit sense there, it would be swept into a huge whirlpool and disappear. Piles of immortal crystals were consumed. 2 years later, in Nemo's immortal spirit herb garden, a blue-dressed female was carefully watering the herbs. Her actions and manners seemed very serene. This was Jinbingyu, who cultivated 3 birth god water chant. Her spirit roots hadn't recovered yet, but she could walk now. Her expression didn't seem to be cold like before, at least when she looked at the immortal spirit herb her face was joyful and peaceful. After watering the immortal spirit herb, Jinbingyu placed down the tools and scanned her spirit sense out of the orb. This was her routine job. EMO told her to note where they were at all times. During these 2 years, this was all she did other than cultivation, but soon, her face changed. She saw a flying magic artifact pass their void flying snow. One immortal was planning to capture this void flying snow but failed. She immediately notified EMO. At this moment, EMO was devouring immortal crystals like crazy. He had only about 1 million immortal crystals left from the 100 million. Even if Jinbingyu didn't call him, he was planning to stop. 100 million only let him reach abstruse immortal middle stage peak. He didn't even reach abstruse immortal tertiary stage. This made EMO realize just how hard his cultivation was. When he reached great immortal, using immortal crystals to cultivate probably wasn't going to be very useful. The 3 birth chant was indeed powerful, but the cultivation resources it required was insane. EMO even suspected he needed more cultivation resources than a status immortal. When the communication bead lit up, EMO stopped cultivation immediately. EMO put away the time formation disc. Martial sister Bingyu, you can walk now? EMO came up to Jinbingyu and said joyfully, yes, thank you. I cultivated using your cultivation method and my body is recovering to that of a normal person's. I can walk now, Jinbingyu said happily. Martial sister Bingyu, I feel you have changed, but I can't tell how. EMO looked at Jinbingyu strangely. Jinbingyu knew her change, of course. Before, her Dao heart was that everything was ethereal except the great Dao. Nothing could stop her Dao heart, but after cultivating the 3 birth god water chant, her Dao heart was gradually changing. One grass, one tree gave her inspiration. In the grand scheme of all things, even a small blade of grass had a chance to vindicate the Tao. The Tao heart was the extension of life, not the exclusion of all things. Jinbingyu wasn't certain of these changes herself too. Every day she watered these immortal spirit herbs. She was communicating with them to find the truth. By the way, why did you call me out, Martial sister Bingyu? EMO asked. Jinbingyu immediately reacted. Martial brother Yi, I just saw a few immortals flying in front of us and they were planning to capture the void flying snow. What power level are they? EMO immediately became excited. It could only mean 2 things: that there were immortals nearby. First was that there was land nearby, and the second was that there was an immortal ship nearby. I didn't see clearly, but their flying magic artifact was much slower than the void flying snow, Jinbingyu answered. I understand, Martial sister, get on, let's go out, EMO said and carried Jinbingyu on his back. Tying her before sweeping out with a few spirit sense nets, the rapidly flying void flying snow was stopped by EMO's spirit sense net and slowed down. EMO took Jinbingyu out from the flying snow orb and took it. The void flying snow then instantly disappeared after EMO released it. Martial brother Yi, you don't want that void flying snow? Jinbingyu asked. EMO released Blue Moon. That void flying snow took us flying for 2 years or so. Regardless of whether it's sentient, it helped us. Letting it go is the best. Jinbingyu nodded and seemed to understand something even more. A few days later, EMO indeed saw 2 flying magic artifacts fly across. They were low-grade flying immortal artifacts. Usually, these belong to abstruse immortals or great unity immortals. They seemed to be collecting asteroids in the void. One great unity immortal held a net-shaped magic artifact. EMO knew it was for capturing void flying snow. The immortal saw EMO's blue moon fly over and immediately stopped theirs, watching EMO warily. Friends, may I ask if you came from Heaven Domain ship or from a continent? EMO saluted with his fists. One great unity immortal asked EMO in confusion, did you not come from Voidstar continent? EMO was dazed. He had heard of all the 33 heaven domains but not some Voidstar continent. Is this a middle heaven domain? EMO asked again. Chapter 1642, Zone PAL contribution points. Middle heaven domain? There's about half a year journey till Middle Heaven Domain. The abstruse immortal studied Yemo's flying magic artifact and answered, "This is in the void?" Yemo asked in shock. He didn't understand why these people dared to collect materials in the void. But seeing they weren't interested in talking, Yemo could only send some immortal crystals over. After getting the immortal crystals, they clearly was more proactive in answering. Yemo soon knew that this was still the void, but the realm domain void rather than heaven domain void. There was very little void flying snow in here. It was lucky that Yemo's void flying snow could fly to here. Void Star Continent was just an outpost star in the middle heaven domain. It moved very slowly and had its own atmosphere. Some outpost stars can stay in the void for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. The Void Star Continent was this place. Many immortals from the Middle Heaven domain came here and go into the void to capture void flying snow or some forgery materials. Because Void Star Continent was not far from both the Heaven domain void and the Realm domain void, so some Heaven domain immortal ships would choose this place as a stopover. There were many immortal ships stopped on this star. These ships would drop off some immortals and take away some. Yemo also knew that the nearest heaven domain here was called Zong Piao Heaven. It would take less than half a year by immortal ship to get over. Hearing this, Yemo couldn't help exclaiming that the void flying snow was too fast. It just used 2 years to come here. Even that immortal ship he was on before wasn't this fast. 10 days later, Yemo easily found Void Star Continent with the jade slip the two gave him. This place wasn't small indeed. Yemo's spirit sense couldn't even scan to the ends of it. There were marketplaces and immortal residential areas, but Yemo really didn't like this dull gray place. He didn't need to ask other people and immediately dragged Jinbingyu over to the immortal ship station. The immortal ships here could go to a few heaven domains, but Yemo chose the nearest heaven domain without hesitation. Luckily, he still had about 1.3 million immortal crystals. After buying 2 tickets and spending 1.2 million, he was in poverty again and only had 100,000 immortal crystals. Aboard this ship, Yemo finally breathed easy. This ship was much better than that Tang Feng Heaven Domain ship. At least after paying a ticket, there was free room. Even if you went to other places, you didn't have to pay immortal crystals. In the extremely large Piaoyi immortal ship station of Zone Piao Heaven, there would be tens of immortal ships passing here every day. Today, an immortal ship stopped here. Tens of thousands of immortals got off. Some soon released their magic artifacts and disappeared off into the distance. Some stayed at the station and didn't leave. At this moment, one man and woman got off too and left the station. The male immortal was abstruse immortal middle stage. He was only average compared to the countless handsome male immortals in Zone Piao Heaven. However, the female immortal next to him was extremely beautiful. Even the ordinary blue dress she wore couldn't cover her extreme beauty. It was as though even the most beautiful goddess in Zone Piao Heaven couldn't compare with her. With her soft steps, the immortals nearby all had an urge to go protect her. Such a pretty goddess. All the immortals who saw her praised, "Martial brother, where do we go?" The female immortal asked the male immortal next to her. Hearing Jin Bingyu's question, Yemo didn't answer. He looked at the shining sun and said, "Finally, we can see sunlight again." Then he said, "Let's find a place to ask around. This is our first time here." Yemo saw there were mostly abstruse immortal or above around him and knew the immortal levels of Zone Piao Heaven were much higher than a low heaven domain. The immortal spirit chi here is much better than Gonghua Heaven. If I can recover, it's quite good to cultivate here. Jinbingyu sighed. The immortal spirit chi here was indeed much better than low heaven domain, but to Yemo, just having a little more immortal spirit chi wasn't enough. At the square in the station there was a huge display screen in the center. Many immortals were watching the information on it. There were big and small things: secret realms opening, void adventure teaming, auctions, and level 7 immortal spirit herb information. Martial brother, look, Zone Piao Heaven's Blue Lightning Mountain's Blue Lightning Immortal Well is opening up. Inviting all immortals there for body refinement. We can go check it out too? Jinbingyu asked. To Jinbingyu, it seemed that Yemo cared about immortal wells a lot. Yemo stayed at that low-grade immortal well for half a year in the Chaos Star Realm and he knew lightning element cultivation method. Yemo was looking at this news too. It was very hard for his cultivation to progress now. It wasn't that his talent was bad, but his cultivation resources couldn't keep up. Yemo knew the benefits of immortal wells. It was the fastest he had seen ever since reaching Hollow Immortal, but he saw the conditions below it. It seemed very generous inviting everyone, but in order to be invited, one needed to satisfy some criterias. Those to go in must be top 50 on the Zong Pao contribution points leaderboard.
He didn't even know what Zong Pao contribution points were. Two friends, are you not from Zong Pao heaven? One abstruse immortal tertiary stage heard Jin Bingyu's words and asked, no, Yemo answered. The abstruse immortal tertiary stage said, no wonder, in the 11 middle heaven domains.
Zong Pao heaven is the one invaded by demons and beasts the most.
Places like the Lanyu forest and Ping Piao plains have completely become the domain of beasts and demons. Some sects there were forced to migrate to. If it wasn't for a few immortal king masters guarding Zong Pao heaven, perhaps it would completely turn into the lands of beasts and demons. Zong Pao contribution points are calculated based on the amount of beasts immortals killed.
It's useful anywhere in Zong Pao heaven, it's even more useful than immortal crystals.
You can exchange them for immortal crystals even at other heaven domains.
If you've just come, then you don't need to go to Blue Lightning Immortal Well.
There are only 100 spots, 50 for great immortals and 50 for heaven immortals. The spots have been set already, just look at the huge tablet and you will know.
Yemo and Jin Bingyu's glances focused on a huge tablet next to the display formation. There were 3 rankings, one was Heaven Immortal Zong Pao contribution points.
There was 1,000 rankings, the second was Great Immortal Zong Pao contribution points ranking, 1,000 ranks too. The third was total 1,000 rank. Most of the names on the total ranking was Great Immortals. Yemo saw that the number 1 on the Heaven Immortal ranking was called Su Ji with 12.37 million points.
The number 1 of the Great Immortal ranking was more than 100 million. So this news is useless then? Jin Bingyu asked. The abstruse immortal shook his head. Not completely useless, there's still a year until the well opens.
Many people would hunt beasts like crazy for it or use immortal crystals to buy the heaven domain contribution points.
Yemo asked in confusion, heaven domain contribution points can be bought?
Of course, 1 contribution point for 20 top grade immortal crystals.
This is a public price, but because it's so favored, it's often sold for 30 to even 50 immortal crystals for 1, the abstruse immortal said. Then what about the demon beasts? How much contribution points for killing one?
Yemo asked, chapter 1643, piss off.
That abstruse immortal didn't think Yemo was planning to get into the top 50.
He answered quite precisely, demon beasts are immortal spirit beasts that have mutated from devouring too much demonic chi. 2 level 1 demon beasts can get 1 contribution point, 1 level 2 can get 2.
Level 3 demonic beasts can get 5, level 4 demonic beasts can get 30. Level 5 can get 80, level 6 can get 200.
Hearing this, Yemo knew that no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to get top 50 within a year.
The top 50 of Heaven Immortal was nearly 10 million contribution points.
It was impossible for him to kill that many demonic beasts, if the demonic beasts stay at a certain place.
Why don't the Immortal King Masters go annihilate them? Yemo asked. The abstruse immortal shook his head. There are also level 7 and above demonic beasts. They usually don't appear in the settlements.
And they have a tacit agreement that as long as status immortals don't annihilate ordinary demonic beasts, those high-level demonic beasts won't casually slaughter immortals below status immortal. Yemo realized why there was no status immortal ranking now. Both sides were gathering power. The winning factor was still how many status immortals one had. Ping Piao Plain. This was the first stop Yemo and Jin Bingyu came to at Zone Piao Heaven. The main thing was that there were a lot of demonic beasts here.
It was also very close to Blue Lightning Mountain.
If he happened to get into top 50, Emo would really like to go cultivate at the Immortal Well. He must buy a contribution point jade card before he killed the demonic immortal spirit beast. These jade cards were a small teleportation magic artifact. When an immortal killed a demonic immortal spirit beast, he can dig out the beast core and send it into the jade card. The beast core would immediately be teleported away, and after that the jade card would show the contribution points. This type of jade card was called 5-colored contribution points card. The highest grade card can not only show the top 100 of the 3 ranks but also show what rank the jade card's owner was at. This jade card was purple. It can only be bought by those immortals who have 10 million or more contribution points. The next was blue jade card. It can show the top 50 of the 2 ranks. It can be bought after reaching 5 million contribution points. The next jade card is aqua color. It can be bought after reaching 100k points. It will show the ranking of the top 50 of your ranking ladder. below blue was green. It can be bought after reaching 50k points. Most immortals use green cards. This card can show your own rank and contribution points. As for the worst card, it was yellow. It can only show how many points you had, nothing else. Rarely did people buy such jade cards, after all. A good jade card meant that one had contribution points and status. If people were forming squads and you took out a yellow jade card, then you would be lower than everyone. EMO didn't have many immortal crystals and this could only buy the yellow jade card. If it wasn't that the Zone Piao Heaven tried to encourage all immortals to hunt for these demonic immortal spirit beasts and lowered the jade card price, EMO wouldn't even be able to afford the yellow jade card. He bought 2 yellow jade cards for him and Jin Bingyu and used up pretty much all his immortal crystals. In order to avoid trouble, EMO changed his name to Moing when recording the jade card. Now, both of their cards showed 0. There were a lot of immortals on the Ping Pao plane, ranging from Golden Immortal to Great Eternity Immortal. But after coming here, they would pretty much all go to the plane in teams. Even Great Eternity Immortals would form squads. The Great Eternity Immortals didn't dare to go into the depths alone to kill high-level demonic immortal spirit beasts. Just like the Blackweed Forest, there was a small town at the outskirts of the plane. There was an extremely simple marketplace and a huge team-forming hall. Immortals from everywhere who wanted to go into the plane would form squads here. Some squads spent a lot of time here and their names were famous. EMO and Jin Bingyu went into the team-forming hall and immediately caught the attention of all the immortals here. EMO was abstruse immortal middle stage, neither high nor low here. Everyone was watching Jin Bingyu. Most of the immortals here lived in Bloodbath and could tell Jin Bingyu was heavily injured and had no immortal essence. If EMO was by himself, someone would still want to form a team with him, but no one knew what GMO meant by bringing in this heavily injured female immortal. Everyone would be willing to team up with an extreme beauty like Jin Bingyu, but if she was useless, then no one would want to bring this dead weight. It was no joke inside the plane. EMO didn't come to form a team, he came to buy a map of the outskirts of the plane. He knew that by bringing Jin Bingyu with him, no one would be willing to form a team with him. Jin Bingyu couldn't protect herself, it was practical to let her stay at the town alone. If it was some extremely dangerous time, he would rather send Jin Bingyu into the flying snow orb, but it was a pity, the flying snow orb couldn't be sent into the golden page world nor storage ring when carrying people. With Yemo's forgery capabilities, the flying snow orb's truth abyssal chi couldn't be hidden from Great Eternity Immortal and above, so Yemo didn't want to take it out unless necessary. Yemo bought a map and then some info about the demonic immortal spirit beasts here before leaving. That abstruse immortal wouldn't be taking that heavily injured female immortal into the plane, right? Someone asked in confusion. He's no idiot, if he goes in alone he wouldn't live long and he's carrying a heavily injured person, is he asking to die? I think he's settling his Dao partner, perhaps he will be back to find someone to group up. One red-robed abstruse immortal tertiary stage heard this and left the hall following EMO. As soon as EMO and Jin Bingyu came in he saw. His eyes were set on Jin Bingyu. Jin Bingyu was extremely beautiful, but what was more important that such extreme beauty was a virgin. If her spirit root was a single-element spirit root, then he might be able to break through to Great Immortal if he got that female immortal. He thought Yemo would settle Jin Bingyu and come to form a team, but instead Yemo carried her on his back and flew into the plane. He immediately rejoiced. If Yemo was really going to settle her in the town, it would be troublesome for him, but this abstruse immortal middle stage dared to bring a heavily injured woman into the plane. This was a God-given opportunity. Plus, he was also interested in Yemo's blue moon. Some people knew this red-robed abstruse immortal who left and all shook their heads. Yemo just flew for 5 minutes and slowed down. Jin Bingyu immediately noticed this and her spirit sense scanned the following red-robed abstruse immortal. Someone followed over? Jin Bingyu saw that the abstruse immortal was extremely fast and neared blue moon in the blink of an eye. That's right, so we'll wait for him. Yemo nodded. Jin Bingyu frowned. But we don't even have a single contribution point. Why does that person want to follow us? Yemo smiled. Perhaps because he thinks you're very pretty, so he wants to kill me and take you. Then he really chose the right person. Jin Bingyu smiled. Yemo sighed. He felt during the 2 years in the void, Jin Bingyu seemed to have changed a lot. At least her face wasn't forever cold. Sometimes, she would smile. Yemo suspected this was due to her change in cultivation method. A red figure appeared before Blue Moon. Yemo didn't even put away Blue Moon and stared coldly at this red-robed abstruse immortal, not even bothering to talk. I'm Feng Shangjin. Friend, I saw you were going in the plane with only 2 people, so I came to team up with you. The red-robed abstruse immortal scanned Jinbingyu and couldn't control the joy in his heart. Piss off. Yimo yelled, scanning a great unity immortal coming over here quickly. Chapter 1644, hard to increase contribution points. Feng Shangjian thought that since he was abstruse immortal tertiary stage and Yimo was only abstruse immortal middle stage, he would agree to reject. He just needed an excuse. He wasn't really going to team up, he was waiting for Yimo to reject and use that as an excuse. But now that Yimo said piss off, he didn't need to act, he was furious. With this, Feng Shangjian raised his hand and a strange scented magic artifact was released. This was a rapidly expanding flower that was shaped like a trumpet. It grew bigger and bigger and a strange smell kept emitting from it. It made Yimo feel his immortal essence rapidly decrease. The area covered by that flower made people lazy as though not wanting to leave again. Yimo released his world rock and smashed at the flower. Seeing this, Feng Shangjian sneered. His flower didn't fear such magic artifacts at all. Jinbingyu's immortal essence was gone and she couldn't resist at all. Plus, she had been with Yimo all this time and wasn't wary at all. How could she stop this extremely lustful flower aroma? Before the magic artifact fully released, she stuck to Yimo's back even closer. Luckily she didn't completely lose her Dao heart and could keep awake a little. Thud, the world rock smashed on the flower and the flower shook. That strange aroma was instantly gone. Crack. After pausing for a brief moment, the world rock smashed through the flower and the flower instantly broke apart. How is this possible? Feng Shangjian looked at this and said in disbelief. He immediately realized now wasn't the time to be shocked as he would be the next target for that weighing stone, but he realized that too late. After smashing the flower, the world rock broke through the flower and smashed Feng Shangjian. Splurge, blood and flesh was torn apart. Feng Shangjian's essence spirit couldn't even escape and was smashed to nothing. This was the first abstruse immortal essence spirit to be smashed by the world rock. Yimo took Feng Shangjian's storage ring and shook his head. He had this little power and dared to be cocky. To him now, ordinary abstruse immortals were really of no threat at all. Are you okay? Yimo noticed Jinbingyu's abnormality and asked. Jinbingyu breathed and let loose of her hands, saying weakly, I'm fine, I finally realize it. What is it? Yimo asked. Jinbingyu bit her lips but didn't answer. She felt she finally understood what lust was. When she stuck closely to Yimo. That feeling. It seemed that after she lost her immortal essence, her will lowered to Yimo's level. Yimo's attention rested on the Great Unity Immortal not far away. The Great Unity Immortal saw Yimo kill Feng Shangjian with one move and didn't come over. He rapidly turned to leave. Yimo breathed easy. He wasn't scared of a Great Unity Immortal, but if he really fought, it would be very hard bringing Jinbingyu. Blue Moon flew again. Yimo started to count the storage ring of this abstruse immortal. There were 500k top-grade immortal crystals and some simple forgery materials and pills. Yimo didn't need such things but cared about the jade card the most. Yimo picked it up. There was a small line. Feng Shangjian, 175,000 contribution points, rank 467821. What a trash, he's ranked more than 400,000 away. Yimo cursed. Jinbingyu calmed down from her emotions and hearing this, she wanted to laugh. Yimo had not a single point himself. Then, Yimo transferred all the contribution points to his jade card without hesitation. Then, he threw the jade card away and sped off on Blue Moon. He didn't even start killing demonic immortal spirit beasts and got more than 170k contribution points. 5 days later, Yimo got a Blue Moon. He knew from the map that this place was where demonic immortal spirit beasts appeared. He hadn't seen what it was yet. He would kill his way in to gather experience. The Jade Slip says that the lower the level, the more ethereal their bodies. After reaching level 7, the demonic immortal spirit beast had a physical form. As soon as Jinbingyu said this, Yimo sliced out with Zisu. A shriek sounded and a faint figure was hacked apart by Yimo. A grey beast core landed on the ground and the figure quickly disappeared. Yimo picked it up and said, "This is probably a level 1 demonic immortal spirit beast core. Why does Zongpiao Heaven want to collect this? Or is it just for contribution points?" Yimo then threw it into the jade card and 0.5 contribution points were added. Perhaps they could be used for pill concoction or something else. Jinbingyu said. Just when Yimo wanted to speak, a few extremely faint demonic immortal spirit beasts rushed over.
Yemo hacked out 2 and a few more contribution points appeared in his jade card. This way is too slow, let's go find some high-level demonic immortal spirit beasts, Yemo said. 2 days later, Yemo began to meet some level 3 demonic immortal spirit beasts. They had a complete body shape and seemed half materialized. Their offensive power had also greatly increased too. Not only could they use demonic blades but also use demonic chi to corrode souls. Some powerful ones could use demonic chi chains.
One wouldn't be so well if caught by the chains, no wonder the immortals needed to form teams. That way, even if they were caught by the chains, they could save their essence blood, but this wasn't a problem for Yemo. His heaven flame 9 suns was about to form the 4th sun. Coming from the inside, any demonic chains would be burned, too slow. After killing low-level demonic immortal spirit beast for 10 days, Yemo sighed. He had killed thousands of level 2 and level 3 demonic immortal spirit beasts, but his contribution points only increased by 30,000. Now, Yemo realized how hard it was to reach 10 million in contribution points. Even if he earned 30k every 10 days, then in 1 year it would at most be a million or so. It was impossible to reach 10 million. Jin Bingyu felt guilty. She knew Yemo didn't mean anything, but she couldn't help Yemo and was dragging him back. A month later, Yemo had 400k contribution points in his jade card, but he still didn't find places with large amounts of the beasts. Even level 4s were very rare. The most powerful thing about level 4s were their demonic chains and soul corrosion. It was lethal to others but nothing much for Yemo. His spirit sense and heaven flame can easily stop them. But the pity was he couldn't find where the level 4 beasts lived. Yemo didn't dare to just run into the depths. He knew that if he fell into level 5 crowd, he wouldn't even be able to get away. It's almost all level 3 and below here.
We don't know this place either. How about we ask someone?
Jinbingyu knew Yemo wanted to go cultivate at the Blue Lightning Immortal Well. Someone is coming. Yemo saw a few dashing lights come over. It was 4 immortals, 2 men and 2 women, all abstruse immortal power.
They were coming directly at Yemo. Chapter 1645, Offend Everyone. 2 of them were abstruse immortal peak stage. It's just you 2? The pink-dressed female immortal stared at Yemo and Jin Bingyu, asking in confusion. Clearly she thought Yemo's cultivation level was too low and he took a heavily injured Jin Bingyu.
They shouldn't have even been able to make it here. Yes, Moing greets immortal friends. Usually, rarely did people call immortals below great immortals immortal friends.
Yemo said this to show respect. The leading man looked at Yemo and Jin Bingyu. This is the border of level 4 region of the plane. You're an abstruse immortal middle stage carrying a heavily injured goddess who dares to come here? Are you asking to die? Thank you for your care. I want to ask if it's level 4 area beyond this place? Yemo saluted with his fists.
Yemo knew sometimes, it wasn't the deeper you went the higher the level of the demonic immortal spirit beast. It was possible that just beyond the level 3 area was level 5 area. That's right, a little further down would be where level 4 demonic immortal spirit beasts are.
Hurry up and take your Dao partner away. The leading abstruse immortal looked at Jin Bingyu on Yemo's back and added out of goodwill. The pink-dressed female immortal said, Brother Xian, there are a lot of level 4 demonic immortal spirit beasts behind here, if they meet a level 4 demonic immortal spirit beast on the way. Then, Brother Xian waved his hand to Yemo.
The Mist Demon Palace just opened.
We're going there so we can't take you too.
I have a jade slip for you, just retreat according to it and you'll have a chance to get out of there.
Then he was about to take out the jade slip. Yemo quickly asked, Brother Xian, may I ask what's the Mist Demon Palace? He knew these were nice people. Yemo was grateful but didn't plan on retreating. He came here to kill the beasts. How could he leave before reaching top 50? Brother Xian, if we go any later we'll fall behind, another abstruse immortal man reminded. Brother Xian nodded and threw 2 jade slips to Yemo. Have a look yourself, we're going first. Then the 4 released flying magic artifacts and disappeared from the depths of the plane. Yemo scanned his spirit sense in the 2 jade slips. One was a rather precious route of the plane. Yemo could retreat out of here along this. Another jade slip was about the Mist Demon Palace. The past life of the Mist Demon Palace was the trial secret realm of the great eternity immortal sect Mist Spirit Sect. The sect members could come in here every century for trials. There were all sorts of immortal spirit herbs and treasures inside. The sect members could get different fortunes based on their luck and power.
It's said that the Mist Spirit sect set up their sect here because of finding this Mist Palace. So the Mist Palace had a longer history than the sect. Pity, demonic immortal spirit beasts invaded here and the sect was annihilated. The Mist Palace became the Mist Demon Palace. It opened every 1,000 years, it's shrouded in mist and has all sorts of immortal spirit beasts.
Of course, it's all demonic immortal spirit beasts. Every time it opened, many immortals would go in.
Although there's a greater chance of dying, the chances of loot were also increased. Not only could you get large sums of contributions points here, you can also get many immortal spirit herbs or precious cultivation resources. Yi Mo passed the jade slip to Jin Bingyu and said, "Martial sister Bingyu, the palace is about to start.
Let's go see it too."
Outside a valley shrouded in mist, more than 10,000 immortals squeezed here. They were all staring at the misty entrance to the valley as though waiting for something. "Brother Xian, look, that guy didn't leave and came here instead so cockily too."
The pink-dressed female immortal immediately saw Yi Mo and Jin Bingyu on Blue Moon. "He probably doesn't know the rule." The other female immortal next to the pink-dressed female immortal said, "Yi Mo didn't know the rule of landing before the valley, and that flying was disrespecting all the people who came here beforehand.
If he knew he would definitely get down, no matter how prideful he was, he wouldn't dare to disrespect so many immortals."
"Martial brother, they don't seem to be glancing at us nicely." Jin Bingyu immediately noticed. Yi Mo guessed that it was probably because they kept flying. He immediately put away the flying magic artifact and landed.
"Kid, you're very cocky taking a pretty Dao partner around. You dare to fly directly to the valley entrance."
One great unity immortal sneered. He was going to teach Yi Mo a lesson even if he said nothing. Yi Mo knew he offended everyone by flying.
He didn't fear one great unity immortal, but there were so many immortals here. "Immortal friends, it's my first time here and I don't know the rules, please forgive me."
Yi Mo saluted with his fists to everyone. Hearing this, everyone stopped caring. There were few people who didn't know the rules, but it didn't mean there were none.
Since Yi Mo said this, he clearly really didn't know. "Kid, you're indeed cocky."
The great unity immortal knew what Yi Mo meant.
He apologized to everyone else first because he was annoyed at him picking on him. Yi Mo sneered. He wasn't scared of a fight. He already explained why he didn't land. The mist is gone, the palace is open. The great unity immortal immediately heard this and pulled his attention away from Yi Mo. Yi Mo also noticed that the impenetrable mist began to clear up. The mist started dissipating and an entrance was revealed.
The mist was like two side-moving doors. Slowing moving to the side, the impatient immortals all charged in as though if they went in late, they would lose a share of the things inside. The great unity immortal glared coldly at Yi Mo and charged into the mist too. Now, only Yi Mo and Jin Bingyu remained. "Let's go in too." Yi Mo carried Jin Bingyu. The immortal spirit chi is so dense. Jin Bingyu couldn't resist saying. Yi Mo nodded in agreement.
With such dense immortal spirit chi here, there might be an immortal range inside.
If we find one, we wouldn't need to go cultivate at the Blue Lightning Immortal Well. Recently, my cultivation hasn't progressed at all.
Sigh, cultivation resources. Jin Bingyu shook her head.
She saw Yi Mo's growth. When she first saw him, he was only golden immortal middle stage. How long had it been and he was now abstruse immortal middle stage peak?
Yet, he still said he was progressing slowly.
How would others feel about this? The two went into the depths of the valley. 15 minutes later, 9 ancient big doors appeared before Yi Mo and Jin Bingyu. Chapter 1646, Terrifying Heaven Flame 9 Suns. Yi Mo stopped at this door. Which one should they go in? When he was still hesitating, a few immortals came too. They just casually scanned Yi Mo and Jin Bingyu before choosing one random door. "It seems every door is the same, let's go in too." Yi Mo took Jin Bingyu in a door. A misty scene appeared before them, but these mists were still dissipating. After a while, they would be all gone. As Yi Mo went in, some low-level immortal spirit herbs started to show before them. There were some extraordinary ones too. Some of them were dug away, but most of the low-level immortal spirit herbs were untouched. "It seems there's quite some good things here." Yi Mo laughed and sped up. If there weren't a lot of good things here, even the low-level immortal spirit herb wouldn't remain. Yi Mo was extremely fast and he didn't find anything on the way. After flying for half a day, he finally saw some other immortals. The only thing was they were flying out from inside. There were a few hundred of them. Seeing Yi Mo and Jin Bingyu walk in, none of them said anything. It was as though they didn't see him.
it seems something happened inside, let's leave too. Jin Bingyu saw this and knew they must have encountered some danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be running away this rapidly. Yemo wasn't dumb and was immediately about to turn, but as soon as he did, a gray fast like lightning figure dashed towards him.
Yemo clearly saw it was a gray-robed abstruse immortal peak stage who released this.
That guy was last to run and attacked him. Just one moment, Yemo and Jin Bingyu were surrounded by countless demonic immortal spirit beast.
Waves of demonic chains and blades flew towards Yemo.
Yemo immediately knew that guy wanted him to help stall the demonic immortal spirit beast. The fact was that the guy had succeeded. Just when Yemo flew back to the tide, that guy had disappeared. Those immortals who hadn't come out were devoured clean already. When Yemo was chained by the demonic chains, he released Mist Lotus Heartfire. The chains melted instantly, but immediately, more chains and blades flew at him.
Yemo's spirit sense scanned out and found there were tens of thousands of demonic immortal spirit beast.
They were all pretty much level 3, some level 4. Yemo didn't know what this group of bastards did to piss off so many Demoink immortal spirit beast.
Martial brother Yi. Jin Bingyu's tone was getting shaky. She knew Yemo was strong, but how could he attack so many?
Even going into the flying snow orb won't save their lives. It only had a level 3 defense formation. Once the orb was shattered, they would disappear. Just like storage ring, she had never heard of things being able to exist after a storage ring was shattered except for a few top-grade magic artifact that could resist the pressure of space shattering. Most things would dissipate after the storage ring broke. Yemo saw more demonic chains form quickly and knew that just relying on defense won't last them very long. He didn't have time to explain to Jin Bingyu and released 4 purple suns. The 4th sun's color was a bit dim as Yemo's Heaven Flame 9 suns hadn't completely reached level 4. The purple flameball rose and endless purple rays shone down on the densely clustered demonic immortal spirit beast and they began to melt. Those demonic immortal spirit beast melted by the Heaven Flame 9 suns kept dropping all sorts of beast cores. The beast cores gathered on the ground. No matter how many demonic immortal spirit beasts there were below level 3, they wouldn't even essence blood able to get away from Yemo's Heaven Flame 9 suns. The purple didn't shrink and instead expanded, enveloping those at the border. Even level 4 demonic immortal spirit beast began to wither. The few hundred level 4 demonic immortal spirit beast knew things weren't good. They really wanted to charge to Yemo, but there were more and more purple rays and even their bodies began to melt. Some level 4 demonic immortal spirit beast who were smart quickly left the range of the sun and disappeared. More level 4 demonic immortal spirit beast wanted to follow, but Yemo reacted. Even though Heaven Flame 9 suns was very hard to use, he released Zisu, Illusion Cloud Domain Kill Strike. A huge purple sword ray slashed down. Screech! Sharp screams sounded and beast cores fell. The offensive capability of level 4 immortal spirit beast were much stronger than level 3's, but after losing half their life to the Heaven Flame 9 suns, they could only die. In less than 5 minutes, the dense clutter of demonic immortal spirit beast had been cleared up. There were only piles and piles of beast cores. Some level 1 and level 2 beast cores even began to melt. But level 3 and level 4 were still complete. Yemo ate a few pills and waved all the beast cores into his jade card. His contribution points immediately increased by 100,000. Jin Bingyu looked at this scene in shock, not daring to believe Yemo did this. She knew Yemo had Heaven Flame and could gather into a sun, but she didn't expect it to be this scary. Even a great eternity immortal would need more time to kill this many demonic immortal spirit beast. Yemo ate a few pills and felt his footsteps weak. Jin Bingyu noticed this immediately and asked worriedly, "Martial brother, are you okay?" Yemo waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. These things give contribution points quick, but it's too exhausting." Despite this, Yemo was still very shocked. His Heaven Flame 9 suns was still on the 4th sun and was this powerful already. If he could release 9 suns, then so what if tens of thousands of immortal emperors attacked him? There shouldn't be any great eternity immortal. Send me into the flying snow orb. Otherwise, it'll affect you too much. Plus, I can see what's going on inside the flying snow orb, Jin Bingyu said. This was only the outskirts, and the demonic immortal spirit beast here were so powerful. There might be more demonic immortal spirit beast inside. But she couldn't even help Yemo. Yemo fell silent for a moment and said, "Okay, there shouldn't be a lot of great eternity immortal. If they come, I'll let you out immediately and put away the flying snow orb."
Jinbingyu breathed easy. Yemo hung the flying snow orb on his chest.
It was indeed much more convenient to do things alone. He had much less concerns. Plus, the three-birth chant didn't need one to stop to recover immortal essence and spirit sense. When Yemo came before a hill, he dazed and immediately became excited.
A 2-people-tall blue fruit tree was in the middle of the hill. There were 6 blue fruits on it, Duluo heaven fruit. Jinbingyu called out excited. Yemo knew this was level 6 Duluo heaven fruit. It was blue on the outside and red on the inside. It could be used to concoct many pills.
But most immortals wouldn't use it for pill concoction and would just eat it straight up. This was much better than using it for pill concoction. It can allow any immortal below status immortal to break through a small level. Yemo was abstruse immortal middle stage now. If he ate the fruit, he would immediately reach abstruse immortal tertiary stage. It also had no side effects.
Thinking that he would reach abstruse immortal peak stage immediately.
Then he would be able to have divine damnation to reach great unity immortal. He had large amounts of great unity immortal pills unlike other abstruse immortals. Great immortal was right before his eyes. Chapter 1647. Where did your Tao partner go? He lacked time now the most, so a fruit that could save his cultivation time undoubtedly made GMO very excited.
However, one could only eat one Duluo heaven fruit.
Otherwise, if he ate all of them, he might be great extreme immortal now. Yemo became very grateful to those demonic immortal spirit beasts. They were better than immortals. At least they wouldn't touch the fruits before they were mature. There was clearly some time before the fruits were ripe.
Yemo wasn't going to wait here for it. Other people didn't have means, but he had a lot.
Not only did he have Golden Page World, but even the flying snow orb could transplant the Duluo heaven fruit. But Yemo knew that if he transplanted the fruits to there, it would be useless. The flying snow orb couldn't handle such good things. It could at most grow level 4 immortal spirit herbs. Spirit sense. Yemo was planning to send the Duluo heaven fruit into this Golden Page World. He was planning to dig up this entire mountain. He was afraid other people's spirit sense would scan the fruit, so Yemo threw down a spirit sense barrier formation. Wait, just when Yemo dug up the fruit,
a desperate voice sounded.
Yemo's spirit sense scanned 2 people flying here. He just rapidly sent the hill into his Golden Page World as though he didn't hear it. Jinbingyu saw Yemo didn't send the fruit into the flying snow orb and knew Yemo probably had another immortal spirit herb garden or small world. Did you just take the Duluo heaven fruit? That immortal stared at Yemo. This was a great unity immortal, slightly fat and little hair. The other was abstruse immortal tertiary stage.
Yemo estimated that he probably wasn't afraid of these 2. Even if he can't beat them, he could charge into the depth of the Mist Demon Palace. Duluo heaven fruit?
I don't know, I just saw there was a good immortal spirit herb, so I took it.
Yemo said calmly. The great unity immortal frowned and said plainly, regardless, show me.
If it's Duluo heaven fruit, it would die quickly if you put it in your storage ring or immortal spirit herb. I promise that if it's really Duluo heaven fruit, I'll leave you one. He wasn't too sure if Yemo had it or not. If Yemo really had it, he would have attacked already, but he was rather far and his spirit sense was strangely blocked, so he didn't see clearly. Yemo laughed. How is there such shameless guy? He didn't intend TP take it out at all and just patted the dust on his body. Why do I have to show you the immortal spirit herb I dug?
Even if it's a chaos spirit item, what are you going to do if I don't show you?
Then, Yemo was planning to fight. You're asking to die. The abstruse immortal tertiary stage immortal saw Yemo was a mere abstruse immortal middle stage and dared to be this cocky to great unity immortal. Suddenly, 10 more figures flew over and the great unity immortal ate down his words. Yemo laughed intentionally. I'm not going to give you the immortal spirit herb I dug. If you want it, then come rob me. I've seen too many shameless people like you.
The other immortals didn't know what Yemo dug, but they realized what was going on.
They didn't expect this abstruse immortal middle stage to be this bold, not taking a great unity immortal seriously. Realizing this, although no one spoke for Yemo, but most people looked at the great unity immortal with contempt. The great unity immortal sneered and just wanted to say something when he saw a few rainbow flares appear in the sky and immediately stopped talking. The other immortals saw this and immediately all flew over. The great unity immortal shot a few rays at Yemo and flew off. Yemo sneered and burned the spirit sense marks on him with heaven flame 9 suns. When he was only nascent soul state, he burned truth realization state spirit sense mark. Now, a mere great unity immortal dared to mark him with spirit sense. If it was some other person, he would change a direction and fly off, but Yemo didn't intend to do so at all.
He also flew towards the flare. Emo hadn't been here for long and didn't know the place. He didn't know where the good things were. Since so many people were rushing there, it must mean there are good things there. He wasn't going to pass up on such opportunity. Emo flew, and on the way he saw 10 more immortals head towards the same direction. 15 minutes later, Emo saw a palace. Before it was a huge square. Emo couldn't scan his spirit sense into the palace. There was 2,000 immortals gathered at the square, all discussing or exchanging things. A great extreme immortal primary stage flew up and said, "Friends, we're quite lucky to enter this door and found the entrance to the Mist Demon Palace this quickly. Those who want to go in, let's attack together." Emo looked at another abstruse immortal and said, "Was the door we entered before not the entrance?" This abstruse immortal knew Emo, the abstruse immortal middle stage who still flew on his flying magic artifact at the outskirts. He explained, after entering the Mist Demon Valley, there are 9 doors. It said each door has different fortunes. There's a chance to find the real entrance to the Mist Demon Palace at each door, which is this palace. After the restriction of this palace is broken, it would recover after 1,000 years. The real good things of the Mist Demon Palace are in here. Inside is another world. There are a lot of good things, but a lot of immortals die too. Emo knew that this abstruse immortal said the last bit to him, implying that his power was too low. "Okay, let's attack the restriction in groups." The Great Unity Immortal said. Emo just wanted to go contribute his power, and he saw that abstruse immortal peak stage who ambushed him fly over. At the same time, the gray-robed abstruse immortal also saw Emo. There was pure shock in his eyes when he saw Emo. He thought Emo had long died in the demonic immortal spirit beast tide. Suddenly, a purple light rose up into the sky. All the immortals near Emo retreated. Emo's killing intent flooded out. Emo just wanted to kill this gray-robed abstruse immortal and didn't realize that he caused too much scene releasing Zisu. But he didn't care, and was going to kill this abstruse immortal no matter what. That Great Unity Immortal forcing Emo before was also surprised Emo had such killing force. At the same time, he couldn't sense his spirit sense mark at all. Emo clearly removed it. Theoretically, Emo should be running as far as possible, but instead he followed here. This abstruse immortal didn't fear him at all. Emo heard a crisp voice call him. Soon another pink figure landed not far from Emo. Emo knew this female immortal. It was one of the 4 immortals he met on the way. The other 3 followed. Emo quickly saluted with his fists, greet Brother Xian, and everyone. Emo, where did your Dao partner go? She's dead, but you're living quite well. The red-robed female immortal was full of contempt. Chapter 1648, Ferocious Abstruse Immortal Middle Stage. Emo immediately knew she misunderstood. This red-robed female immortal probably thought Jinbingyu was killed, and he felt Jinbingyu was cumbersome, so he didn't save her. Knowing this, Emo didn't get angry despite her being rude with him. An ordinary person wouldn't even care if you killed your Dao partner or not. This gray-robed abstruse immortal was already concerned with Emo to be able to escape from the demonic immortal spirit beast tide. Now, he seemed to have friends. This abstruse immortal saw Emo was talking with the female immortal and turned to leave. He knew quite some people here, but there might not be a single one who would help him. Emo was going to kill him. How could he let him go? As soon as he turned, Zisu hacked out and he shot out multiple spirit sense blades. He was going to end it fast in case people interfered. The people around immediately made space, seeing Emo was fighting the gray-robed abstruse immortal. The abstruse immortal ignored Emo's sword ray and released a shield while activating his mobility magic, but clearly, he wouldn't be able to do this with Emo's spirit sense blades. His shield wasn't able to stop the sword ray in time. The purple sword rays sliced into his body, and when his essence spirit flew out, he was still in disbelief. Why was his spirit sense hacked by an invisible sword? That pain in his spirit sense slowed his shield by just a little. Spirit sense cultivation method? Spirit sense blades? As soon as he realized what was going on, the purple ray rolled back and his essence spirit along with his body was destroyed. Seeing this abstruse immortal tertiary stage being sliced and diced with one strike from the back, everyone was dazed, not daring to believe what they saw. Everyone could tell there was conflict between the two. The abstruse immortal was running, probably not because he was scared of Emo, but the 4 abstruse immortal tertiary stage behind Emo. But this abstruse immortal tertiary stage died. He was running and clearly ready for Emo's attack, but that shield happened to be that bit slower and didn't block the sword ray. No one believed this was a mistake.
killing an abstruse immortal tertiary stage as abstruse immortal middle stage in one move, not even letting the essence spirit go. This abstruse immortal middle stage was not only strong but ferocious, even that red-robed female immortal dazed. Before she could keep talking, the other three in her team stopped her. A few Great Unity Immortals also frowned at Yemo, asking everyone to pause the attack. The Great Unity Immortal who marked Yemo also shook. He looked at Yemo with even more concern. Even he wouldn't be able to kill that abstruse immortal in one move nor stop his shield. Yemo took the grey-robed abstruse immortal's storage ring and saluted with his fists. I didn't know this person at all, but when the demonic immortal spirit beast tide came, he ambushed me. I'm just getting revenge this time. So that was it, the immortals realized. Some of them would have done the same to survive. But Yemo survived in that and came back for revenge immediately, not caring there were Great Unity Immortal and Great Extreme Immortal here. Wait. Suddenly, an eagle-nosed immortal landed before Yemo. It was a Great Unity Immortal primary stage. Yemo knew this guy came for the storage ring. The Great Unity Immortal stared at Yemo and said, "You just killed my friend. Since he ambushed you first, I won't care about it, but I need to take back this storage ring." Yemo sneered. He needed some contribution points the most. How could he give out what he took? He just put away the storage ring as though he didn't hear it. Seeing this, the Great Unity Immortal's face went bad and released a yellow magic artifact immediately. The Great Extreme Immortal before sneered, "Now is the time for everyone to enter the Mist Demon Palace. Everyone will be attacking the restriction. If you have conflicts, then resolve them elsewhere. If you keep fighting here, then don't blame me for what happens." The Great Unity Immortal's face changed and saluted with his fists before saying to Yemo, "Let's go resolve it on the side." Yemo smiled calmly. "Very well, let's go resolve it on the side." If it was elsewhere, Yemo wouldn't be interested in fighting this Great Unity Immortal, but he easily got 100k contribution points from Feng Shangjin last time. He really liked this method of collecting contribution points. Seeing the two leave, the immortals nearby took back their glances. Some people shook their heads. Yemo was indeed powerful, but no matter what, he was still an abstruse immortal. 5 minutes later, the Great Unity Immortal stopped and looked at this abstruse immortal middle stage who didn't fear him at all. He was a little confused. Yemo even seemed a little happy, as though he was about to get something. At this moment, he even felt a little creeped out. He didn't understand where Yemo got his confidence from. "Give me Suafei's storage ring. If you think you're losing something, I can give you some compensation." The Great Unity Immortal frowned and didn't stay so dominant. Hearing this, Yemo realized this Great Unity Immortal really knew the grey-robed abstruse immortal. But no matter what, Yemo wasn't going to give a storage ring. He got away. "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting time. I still need to go to Mist Demon Palace." Yemo said. No matter what, he was a Great Unity Immortal. An abstruse immortal middle stage dared to be this cocky with him. How could he take it? He released the yellow magic artifact. Screech, countless yellow rays shot out from it and entwined together. But they didn't shoot towards Yemo and instead slowly expanded, forming a death chamber. The magic artifact then turned into two wheels. The two wheels squeezed towards Yemo. As the magic artifact sped up, the sounds grew louder, making Yemo's head dizzy. He even had the impulse of running away, or his sea of consciousness would be overturned by this sound. But before this sound got sharper, Yemo expanded his spirit sense domain and released World Rock. The terrifying sound weakened a lot immediately. The Great Unity Immortal breathed easy. He was very concerned with Yemo to be able to kill Suafei in one move, but now Yemo didn't seem to be able to last under his soul sound. It seemed he overestimated this abstruse immortal middle stage, or something went wrong with Suafei. Suddenly, Yemo's World Rock smashed over. Rumble, crack, the World Rock collided with his magic artifact and a shocking sound flew out. Even with Spirit Sense Domain, Yemo felt his sea of consciousness go dizzy. The immortals before the palace all heard this sound and was shook. An abstruse immortal middle stage fighting a Great Unity Immortal caused such a huge commotion. Chapter 1649, Maze. The Great Unity Immortal primary stage immediately noticed his magic artifact being smashed by the World Rock. He received the backlash and spat a mouthful of blood. That terrifying sound also caused chaos in his sea of consciousness. He immediately knew things wasn't good. Since when could an abstruse immortal middle stage smashed his magic artifact immediately? Even if Yemo really was abstruse immortal middle stage, that terrifying stone magic artifact wasn't something he could deal with. That rock, after released with magic, had a terrifying weight that ordinary magic couldn't deal with. The The great Unity Immortal realized this, so when the black rock smashed over again, he desperately released his only other magic artifact while barely stopping the world rock. Crack! The terrifying sound exploded again. This time, it was also smashed to pieces. He was backlashed by his magic artifact twice and spat many mouthfuls of blood. He realized he was completely no match for EMO. This abstruse immortal middle stage was too scary, or his black rock was too powerful. Stop! Seeing the rock smashed over again, he quickly called out. He really didn't understand why the exploding sound didn't injure EMO. EMO wasn't going to stop. The world rock smashed down without hesitation. Realizing that calling stop was useless, the great Unity Immortal released another light barrier shielding him. At the same time, his figure began to dim inside. When the world rock smashed on the yellow barrier, it paused for a brief moment. The barrier crippled and the world rock charged in, but this time was enough for that great Unity Immortal to disappear. Then, the world rock floated before EMO. EMO was extremely uncomfortable. He didn't feel this great Unity Immortal running at all. How did this guy get away? He didn't even feel space ripple at all. Just when EMO was certain the great Unity Immortal was gone, Jinbingyu spoke with him. EMO immediately gave the control rights of the flying snow orb to Jinbingyu. Jinbingyu immediately came out and said to EMO, "There's an extra rock on your left." EMO immediately knew what Jinbingyu meant and the world rock flew up again, smashing at that rock in lightning speed. This rock was indeed a transformation magic used by that great Unity Immortal. It was a good high-level magic. Although he turned into a rock, he was watching EMO non-stop. When Jinbingyu suddenly appeared, he knew EMO had a small world, but before he could react, the world rock smashed down again. Seeing the world rock land on his body, the great Unity Immortal knew there was no time to run. He never had thought he would be killed by an abstruse immortal middle stage in a head-on battle. Blood mist sprayed, the rock was smashed to a meat pie. The rock disappeared, showing the body of the great Unity Immortal. EMO released Shadowless to devour the essence spirit and then picked up a storage ring. EMO opened the 2 storage ring he got. There were 8 million top-grade immortal crystals in total. The great Unity Immortal had 6 million. Other than this, there were some immortal spirit urban materials as well as jade slips. What EMO cared about the most were the contribution points. The 2 jade cards were blue. Seeing Suafei's jade card, EMO realized why this great Unity Immortal must take Suafei's jade card. Suafei had 2 million contribution points, the great Unity Immortal only had about 1 million. Suafei also had some other jade cards that had some contribution points. Some had none, some had a few 100,000, finally got a little wealthier. EMO smiled at Jinbingyu. With all this, EMO was near 4 million contribution points. EMO took out his jade card, wanting to transfer the points to his jade card. But what shook EMO was he couldn't do it at all. What's going on? EMO looked at Jinbingyu in confusion. He easily transferred Feng Shangjian's contribution points. That card was green while these 2 were blue. Was it to do with this? Jinbingyu frowned. Ask someone later. Some of the jade cards in Suafei's storage ring are empty, meaning he transferred them, but there are some he couldn't. EMO nodded. He decided to go ask that brother Xian. Go into Flying Snow Orb. We'll go to the Mist Demon Palace now. EMO said and released Blue Moon immediately. When EMO came to the entrance again, there was just some broken restrictions, but not a single person. It seemed the group had gone in already. EMO went in without hesitation too. This place was more like a maze than a palace. There were twists and turns everywhere, countless corridors. EMO walked for nearly an hour and didn't see a single person. He doesn't even remember the way back now. There would often be some rooms in the corridors, but inside was only bones and nothing else. The storage ring on the bones were gone. These bones were undoubtedly immortals who died here before. They probably couldn't get in and eventually died to demonic immortal spirit beast. Jinbingyu saw this too and flew out of the Flying Snow Orb. It seems we're late. There's definitely people who have a map of the inside here. People definitely have at least a simple map to get out. We don't have a map, we might get lost in here. EMO said, this probably isn't a palace, it's a trap formation. My master told me about this, but I'm no formation great master, neither is my master. She says if we don't have a map, we wouldn't even be able to get out. Jinbingyu said. Soon, EMO thought of something. He flipped out a few jade slips from his storage ring and found a jade slip with a map. He scanned his spirit sense in and rejoiced momentarily. After there's a map of the palace in here, it only has a marking of the exit, no precise map of the palace. Jinbingyu knew the jade slip probably came from the Great Unity Immortal and nodded. Actually, we have another way that doesn't include the map.
Emo was dizzy, he hated mazes. He quickly asked in joy what way.
Usually in such places, if we have spirit-seeking beasts we can follow them to find the most valuable room. Jinbingyu's words cooled Emo down.
He didn't have spirit-seeking beast.
He had a snow fox in the Golden Page world, but that snow fox's level was too low and was now Luo Ying's pet. I don't have spirit-seeking beast.
Emo shook his head.
He wasn't planning to walk around here, he was going to study the trap formation. No, you have something better than spirit-seeking beast.
Jinbingyu shook her head. Emo immediately understood and blurted, "You're talking about Shadowless?" Jinbingyu nodded yes. Even though its level is low, it's definitely the most useful thing here.
He can't tell you the exact situation, but he can definitely point to you the place with the best immortal spirit chi or the place that would benefit him the most.
Emo cursed himself for being dumb.
Shadowless was a natural bottomless hole. It would eat anything that had immortal spirit chi. He only needed to order Shadowless to go to the place with the best immortal spirit chi. Shadowless was clearly very excited after Emo called him out.
It immediately blinked in front of Emo and disappeared.
Chapter 1650. How about no? With Shadowless leading the way, Emo didn't go around cluelessly like before. In just half a day, he found a immortal spirit herb garden. There was just a few level 4 immortal spirit herb, but this was a target for Emo. On the 9th day, Shadowless suddenly became excited. He sent Emo a strong message and flew in through a tunnel. Emo didn't have time to care what Jinbingyu thought and grabbed her hand and sent her into the flying snow orb before chasing Shadowless. In less than 5 minutes, Emo followed Shadowless into a larger room. This room was larger than all the rooms he had been in. The first thing he saw was a light restriction in the center. He didn't look at what was inside and stopped, instead telling Shadowless to not run around. This was because he wasn't the first to come into this room. Before he came in, there was 4 people already. They were discussing HWO to divide the things in the restriction. At least they hadn't reached an agreement now, or this restriction would have been broken already. These 4 were all abstruse immortal tertiary stage power.
The instant Emo came in, they all looked at Emo.
Their expression was very strange, as though confused how Emo could find here.
"It's you?"
One tall abstruse immortal tertiary stage called out in shock, clearly recognizing Emo. Emo saw this abstruse immortal tertiary stage and immediately recognized him. This immortal was there when he left with that Great Unity Immortal. Emo had an impression of him because he was very tall. "Brother Lu, you know this person?"
Another pretty-eyed immortal asked. "Yes, I know."
The tall abstruse immortal saluted with his fists. "Brother Mo, I didn't expect you were this fast too."
He knew Emo's name was Moing from the pink-dressed female immortal.
He didn't dare to be rude to someone as powerful as Emo. Emo killed an abstruse immortal tertiary stage in one move and then left with another Great Unity Immortal. It was clear that they were fighting with their lives. Now that Emo was here, that Great Unity Immortal was probably dead. "How did you come here?
Do you have a map too?"
The pretty-eyed immortal frowned, seeing Lu knew Emo and was very respectful to him. Emo ignored this guy. His eyes scanned to the restriction in the room. There were 2 magic artifact and another jade slip. There were 4 here. Clearly they couldn't divide things. "Are you deaf?
Did you not hear me talking to you?"
That pretty-eyed immortal said. He was planning to let Emo, who might have a map, leave. Emo's attitude gave him an excuse, but then he looked at Lu with a little concern. The 2 seemed close. However, Lu saw this and saluted with his fists. "Brother Mo, Lu will be going first. The things inside have nothing to do with me."
Then he walked to the door. The abstruse immortal with Lu also left without hesitation. They both saw Emo fight. Emo wasn't even scared of Great Unity Immortal.
Even though they had 4 here, they were probably no match for Emo together. Plus, it was just 2 magic artifact here. No need to fight with Emo. Seeing this, the pretty-eyed immortal glanced at his friend.
He didn't understand why Lu was leaving. Emo was just an abstruse immortal middle stage. "Wait."
Emo suddenly stopped Lu. Lu shivered, but he stopped and saluted with his fists. "Brother Mo, what do you need of me?" The abstruse immortal tertiary stage with Lu also stopped.
"Do you have a map to be able to find here?"
Emo asked. Lu quickly waved his hand. "No, I accidentally found them 2 had a map, so I followed them."
"Okay, I have one more thing to ask." Emo nodded. "Please ask, Brother Mo."
Lou had a very good attitude. When I got the green contribution card, I could easily transfer the points to my card.
How come when I got a blue card I can't transfer it? Hearing this, Lou's face changed. He definitely didn't believe that Yemo didn't know about the 5-colored contribution cards.
Now that he asked this, he was definitely warning him not to speak around. This meant that he had killed that Great Unity Immortal and that Great Unity Immortal's contribution card was on him. If he dared to do anything, Moing would definitely show no mercy. Little did he know that Yemo actually didn't know. Even though it was a warning, he didn't dare to not answer. Not only blue cards can't transfer, but even some green cards can't transfer.
Why is this?
Yemo asked in confusion. Seeing that Yemo seemed to really not know, Lou was confused, but he still answered carefully. Cards above green color can imprint spirit sense mark.
Of course you don't have to. Those with spirit sense mark won't allow other people to transfer contribution points unless he removes the spirit sense mark or control it with his own spirit sense.
Yemo immediately realized those cards that couldn't be transferred already had spirit sense mark. Seeing Yemo frown, Lou added the spirit sense mark is marked by the place that distributes the card.
Ordinary immortals can't remove it.
People who buy contribution jade cards can pay an additional 100k immortal crystals to mark with spirit sense.
Yemo was annoyed. He had a few million contribution points, but how was he to remove the spirit sense mark? How do you remove the spirit sense mark?
Yemo asked. Lou said only the owner of the jade card can remove it. As long as the essence spirit still exists, the spirit sense mark can be removed.
Some immortals use their spirit sense mark to trade for the freedom of their essence spirit. Thank you, Brother Lou.
Yemo knew where the problem was. Hearing this, Lou saluted with his fists and disappeared in the corridors. As soon as Lou left, Yemo thought of another thing. He already killed Suafei and his card also had spirit sense mark. Why did that Great Unity Immortal still want Suafei's storage ring? Was it not for his jade card? Now, no matter how dumb the pretty-eyed immortal was, he realized Yemo was no ordinary. Otherwise, two abstruse immortal tertiary stage wouldn't immediately leave and be so respectful. The pretty-eyed abstruse immortal smiled and saluted with his fists. Friend, my surname is Tuesday.
There's only us 3 now. There happens to be 3 things inside, we can have one each. Yemo moved his glance from the restriction and said coldly, are you blind? Did you not see my look inside?
This abstruse immortal immediately knew Yemo was cursing him back for calling him deaf. He looked at his friend and saw him slowly shake his head, clearly signaling him not to start trouble. Yemo could see it was a long sword and a blue flying sword inside, but he didn't know what grade they were.
Friend, what do you think of Martial Brother Tu's suggestion? The other abstruse immortal asked. Seeing Yemo said nothing, how about no?
Yemo said calmly, leave your storage ring and piss off.
You're asking to die.
Lou couldn't take it anymore and released a black pebble. He threw it out and his friend also released a huge flag, but before their magic artifact were fully released, Yemo's spirit sense blades and world rock smashed out.